You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hello, what is happening, everybody? It's Friday. We made it through another week. How's everybody doing? Thank God it's Friday. Everything good? Everybody good? Huh? We out there? How we doing? How is it going? All right. Already got people showing up, and people are showing up early. Man, I tell you what. Cheers, guys, to another Friday. Man, we have a lot to talk about. How about it? Man, I think something happened this week, right? If I remember correctly, something in a little universe somewhere. Yeah, Miss Jackson, you got here a little too early. Sorry to say. Thank you, Space Trooper. Exactly. That's what it's all about. We got Saggy here. Yeah, this will be fun, of course. Of course, what's going on, Men in Tights? This guy. Oh, it's good. Oh, well, there you go. That's one way to watch it. It's going on, Tet. Happy Friday. And then we got, of course, Steph, Miss Nighthawk. Yep, and do what she says. Hit that like thumbs up. Amy Adams, she resembles a Lois for sure. So I could see that. Let's see, Mr. Nate Smith. I'm very interested to see the different views. Yes. Yeah, we'll definitely we'll have a nice we'll have a full panel too, but of course we'll get to we'll talk to the guests first. But yeah, once we start talking about all the craziness, we'll get the panel in here and get everybody's opinions on everything. I'd love to see the new gods be introduced in this chapter since it's called Gods and Monsters. That's interesting. Remember, I think it's only we didn't get the full first chapter. I don't know. We'll talk about that. What's going on, DC Patriot? Good to see you. We got Stephanie T. -18. Ugh. No. It's currently 55 degrees where I live right now. Yeah, it's nice. It's California, though. The rest of it's not so nice. Anyways, yeah, but that sounds just awful. Don't go outside. Don't breathe hard. What's going on, Carlos? Good to see you. Ahoy, ahoy, Mr. Jason McKenzie. Always good to see you, brother. We got Mr. Fear Jason. We got Joel. What is happening? All right. Mr. Lobo is here. Good to see you. All right. M Fur, I should say. I always want to say M. I don't know if you MFer, whatever you want to call yourself, but good to see you. Okay, I'll try to be a good boy. Yeah, come on, relax. We're all here for Sean. What are you talking about? What's going on? Let's see. We got Mama Film Junkie here. All right. Good to see you. Always good to see you, Mom. Love you. Who knows? You just never know. Exposed Dave drinking water. Oh, yes. Yep. You're right. You got me, Saggy. What's going on, Game City? All right. We got to say good to see you there, Kenneth. All right. Who else we got? I think that's pretty much it. And we got Alakazoo here. All right. I think that's pretty much it. Okay, cool. All right. Well, again, cheers, guys. We're in for a lengthy discussion. We'll see what's going on when it comes to everybody. We got some questions, of course, from the patrons, some Patreon questions that, of course, have some that I'll read off and some that are video questions. So let's get to it. All right, let me get my tweet set up here. Get my guests in. All right, hold on a sec. Gotta do the tweet thing. I'm telling you, I need a producer on this thing. All right, and oops, gotta put that @ sign. Have joined the stream. Okay. Okay. Oh, my stupid computer's acting up, but it's okay. All right. Let's get these two in here. Let's see. Let me make sure I got my background. That stuff. Got to get everything going. Got to get the icons up and everything. Okay. What the heck? And they added something new. That's interesting. All right. Making her debut. We have Hannah. How's it going?
Hello.
See,
how are you?
Doing pretty good. And then, of course, this other guy, I guess he had to show up for some reason, but there he is, Mr. Sean O'Connell.
Oh, my God.
That's literature right there. I'm not sure. Oh, hi.
The show is starting.
Wow, isn't that crazy?
Hello, David.
You shouldn't read that book. It's not that crazy. I mean, it's all just...
You wrote a book?
I've been told it's very biased.
Yeah, I didn't know you wrote a book, Sean.
Nobody did.
I can't read, Hannah.
You can't write either. It's all AI.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you guys for showing up, of course. How are we this evening?
Wonderful.
Good.
Fantastic.
Good. I'm glad you guys showed up. Hannah, of course, this is your first time here, so thank you. I
No.
don't know if you're drinking anything or you're a drinker or anything like that.
I have
What
a
do you got?
glass of red wine. I'm trying not to spill on my carpet right now.
Perfect. Oh, yeah. There's been many a times. I think there's still some, red wine stains right over there. And what are you drinking, Sean?
Water. I'm joining you in water, Dave.
Oh, is that what it is? Straight up, just
Yeah.
water? Yeah.
Just straight water.
Does your
Stay
water
hydrated.
come from Russia?
No, it's actually like legit water.
Oh, you are drinking water.
Remember, it's very late where I am, Dave, so
jeez. This guy doesn't know how to party. My God.
we'll see how long the panel goes.
It's okay. But Hannah, where are you from? I know where Sean's from, but where are you from?
I am from... Well, this is kind of a complicated question. I am currently in the process of moving from Chicago to LA, but right now I am in St. Louis visiting my parents.
Oh,
so
interesting.
Central Time. Yeah.
Okay. So why are you making the move? Because LA
for work.
Yeah. For cinema blend work.
For cinema blend, yes. They need a person on the ground, so I am going.
Well, yeah, somebody just compared you to Amy Adams' Lois Lane, so I was like,
saw that. That was very, very kind of that person.
Yes. No, yeah.
You get that a lot. You get that a lot in our comments.
I used to get it a lot when we did the Snyder Cut videos. I don't know if it was... I had lighter hair, so maybe that... I don't know. I personally don't see it, but I will take that compliment all day long.
Hell yeah.
It's nothing wrong with it. So making a big move to LA, whew, man.
I get compared to Henry Cavill a lot.
Yeah,
you do.
Hey, Ben
I see
Affleck,
it for sure.
Ben Affleck over here, buddy. I mean,
Yeah.
I just that dimpled chin going on. It's just 100%.
Sean, you're in the running to be the new Superman, right?
Yeah.
We can reveal that here.
Again, no.
NDAs, people. Come on. I mean, and all of a sudden, James Gunn's gonna torpedo this stream. Come on. No, but that's cool though. I mean, that's a big move. I mean, moving like I'm not completely across the country. But I mean, are you excited, nervous? Like, how you feeling about that?
I'm excited. Yeah, not excited about rent prices, which are bananas. But
seriously,
other than that, I'm done with cold. So I'm excited to be getting out to California.
Yeah, that's what I was just like somebody in the somebody from Montreal that's in the I think it was Stephanie T said it was like negative 18 degrees. Like,
no.
No. Have you lived there most of your life or all your life?
Chicago?
Yeah.
I was there for about a few years, and prior to that, St. Louis. So Midwest gal.
Gotcha. And you're what about you, Sean? You're an Eastern gal, right?
I'm an Eastern gal. Yeah, Southeastern gal. I'm in North Carolina. So
yeah. I actually have a question. Somebody actually submitted a question about. I might as well. I'm going to read it right now because it's a football question, and I don't mean to take away from like all. But I found it interesting. It's actually there's a question for you too, Hannah, and we'll just get off off the bat with that. But what do you think about Frank Reich as the Carolina Panthers head coach?
Frank Reich.
Right. Sorry. And this is from Jonathan Verby, by the way.
I don't know. I'm mixed. I mean, anything's better than what we had. But he wasn't really setting the world on fire in Indianapolis. But from what I understand, he's a well-respected coach. And so I'm going in with an open mind. Boy, I didn't expect Panthers talk on the Vodka stream, but I'm always ready for it.
It's a mixed bag here. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to like start off with these questions right there because I just thought that was like, all right, yeah, we'll get that out of the way because obviously we're going to be talking about a lot of comic book stuff, a lot of cape shit. So I figured to get that out of the way. But man, I mean, yeah, the Panthers, I tell you what, quite a year. I mean, when they lost McCaffrey, I was like, whoa.
Well, and I'm kind of happy he didn't make it to a Super Bowl because I'm just petty and jealous like that. Because I don't want to see him leave us and then the same season he leaves us go to a Super Bowl. Like that's
so close, man. If that game was dramatic, I tell you. When Purdy got hurt, I was like, all right, it's over.
I think McCaffrey played quarterback in that game.
He did for like one play, but I don't think he actually did. He throw I think he threw the ball one time. That was interesting. That was actually
handed off to himself.
Yeah. Yeah, they didn't. That was such a crazy game. And then Jonathan also asked, and this is for you, Hannah, what is your dream comic book movie project? I mean, he wanted to ask that.
That's a big question.
That is a big question, right? Put you right on the spot right at the beginning.
Oh, God. I don't know. I'm going to have to think about that and get back to you.
No, there's nothing wrong. I know. Sometimes anytime that people ask me about like, who would be your casting choice? I always go.
Well, you know what I hate in general? This is a thing I have, which is abnormal. But like when people are just like, what's your favorite movie? Or like, what's your favorite TV show? I get so much anxiety because I'm like, I can't possibly narrow all these things down. Like, what is wrong with you? And like people that just have an answer, I'm like, how do you do that?
And it depends on a mood too. Cause some days I'll, if I'm in a mood, I'll be like, oh, I'm in a mood. I love Fight Club or I love Back to the Future or, it's just something like that. It's just, I never have. That's why it's even hard to even do like the, at the end of the year, anticipated list for the next year or the top. It's just like what because sometimes it's just a list kind of can go up and down. Like I watched Everything Everywhere All at Once a couple weekends ago, and I'm just like, God, this movie's just like so fantastic. But then it wasn't my number one choice, when I did my list. But at the moment,
your number one pick?
Yeah, what was your number one?
It's a Batman. Come on.
Okay, I do have an answer.
Okay. Oh, you got it.
What I would be just over the moon thrilled about is if they announced a Harley Ivy live action.
That's what I thought you were going to say. Yeah. I was waiting.
Well, I wanted to like give it a minute. I like to let it marinate for a second before I go on the record with a big question.
Because I'm going to clip it out and post it everywhere and be like,
and everyone will watch.
Yeah, exactly.
And you would like Kaylee Kawako and Lake Bell to play them, right? Is that what you're saying? One time?
As she takes a sip.
They are great in the animated show.
They are.
They very much are. But anyways, let's get back to Hannah's origin story. So St. Louis, and then how did the whole cinema blend come about?
Oh, well, it's kind of like a weird side thing. So I started as an intern at Cinema Blend's parent company at the time. It was called Gateway Blend, and they were trying to build a brand that was the equivalent of like BuzzFeed's Tasty. So I was hired to just be a videographer there. And then I bumped into the Cinema Blend folks at the office and started doing work for them. And then I got hired there as just like a, entry-level video editor. And a few years later, they put me in charge for some inexplicable reason.
Running the show. And then why did you decide to do a podcast with this guy? It's just...
I still don't know the answer to that question.
You're forced into it. Just say it. Just say it.
Well,
blink twice if you're...
you're not far off.
Well, let me jump in real fast and let people know that Hannah doubts how great she is on video.
Oh my God, I am gonna leave if this is what this turns into.
And so I make her do video because I think she's fantastic at it. She's also extremely gifted as an editor, and I wouldn't want to lose that valuable skill.
Your clips on Twitter are fantastic. I like it when you clip out and then you add little scenes, and it's fantastic.
Thank you. But yeah, no, Sean had to, when we started the Snyder Cut videos, it was basically me behind the scenes yelling at him in videos, being like, can you say this or can you do that? Or like, what about this? He's like, can you just be in the video so that we can do this? And I was like, absolutely not. And then he basically forced me. And here we are.
Now you're on the Vox stream. This is the
encouraged you.
Yes, he didn't force me.
This is more the word I would go with. Probably.
Wait a minute, it's like there's already people clipping this out, John. Already people clipping it out. Tomorrow you're gonna wake up to all these clips.
No, Sean. Yeah, I'll be serious. Sean was very just encouraging and saying like, "Hey, I think this could really increase the value." And I was like,
"No. I mean, you guys have a good dynamic. You definitely do." And yeah, when it comes to the whole video thing, I mean, that's just where it's all going. I was talking to Damien last week, and he'll probably join in the panel. Who does a podcast for DC Comics News, and they were doing a podcast just audio, but then they started doing video this year, and it's just you just gotta have it. You gotta put on a smile, make sure your eyebrows look good and your hair and everything, and then you just gotta do it. Yeah, it could be a little nerve-wracking at times, but hey.
Do you use makeup, Dave?
Of course. What are you talking about? I just wake up like this, Sean? No. Gotta powder the face or something like that. But that's cool, yeah. So, and then Cinema Blend, of course. Everybody, of course, cinemablend.com. I'm totally blanking on what you have. Like, how many podcasts, Sean? How many podcasts do you do?
Well, the thing that Hannah and I do is more like a video series. Like we do it for YouTube, and then we clip out different things for the site. The podcast that I do is called Real Blend, and I do that with two of my friends, Jake Hamilton and Kevin McCarthy. That's more like broad movie talk.
It's a fantastic podcast. If you haven't listened,
it's all right. Yeah. It has some fun guests. Okay. We got some fun guests on there.
Yeah, Tom Hanks. Whatever.
Yeah.
Who?
Who's that guy? Nobody knows that guy.
Never heard of him.
Didn't you just talk to M. Night? Did you talk to
M. Night Shyamalan on this week? Yes, talking about Knock at the Cabin. So,
did you like Knock at the Cabin, Sean?
It's a really good premise, and it doesn't have enough there for the 95 minutes that it runs.
Oh.
Right. But I couldn't really tell you why without spoiling a couple of major things.
True.
But
so you didn't see it, Hannah?
I have not yet, no, but I've seen like divisiveness.
Yeah, it's I saw it last night and I kind of walked out like, huh. And I totally know what you're talking about, Sean, because it's just like one of those things where it's like, okay, the premise is like an impossible premise for sure. And then the way that it ends and the way that it all, and I think this is kind of the whole thing when it comes to M. Night Shyamalan is you're constantly going like the twist, and it's the twist of the twist, and then the twist of the twist. So you're constantly, I'm always going, okay, what's the twist of the
like
twist?
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, sometimes it'll just be like, it's just like, it's this.
It's just a thing. Like, in fact, like I wish this had some more ambiguity. Like it answers a lot of questions that I was like, I didn't really want the answer to that one, kind of thing. It would have been cool if they still left you doubting, by the end of the movie, kind of thing. But
I totally and it was just like there's a lot of layers obviously in the movie for sure, and it's just, but it was one of those that I would immediately was like going, I need to watch it again now that I know that maybe it doesn't go that crazy with the twist. Now I can just appreciate and then look for little symbolism, because I know he likes to use colors and everything like that, you know. So
Yeah.
so it was one of those where I can't wait to watch it again and just kind of appreciate it now that I'm not trying to get inside his head and I'm like, oh, where would I take this story? Where would I put the twist? Where would I do this and everything? And yeah, so it's a good movie.
Can't get over how good Batista was, though. He really floored me. Yeah, he's become so
yay
exciting and talented as an actor. So
yeah, I mean, when it comes to all the wrestlers that transition to acting, he is really impressed me the most. Nothing against like Dwayne Johnson or John Cena or anybody else. I mean, but
can we talk about Black Adam?
Yeah. Had to go there. What are you talking about? Did that movie come out? What's going on?
Oh, it did.
But it kind of came and went. Yeah. Well, I think we'll talk. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about that when we get into the DC stuff. But no, Batista really I like how he's trying to challenge himself, you know, and he's even said how, you know, the money's there, like, hey, you want to do this action role, and he's done those, but then it's just kind of like, well, I want to do different things, and he's really, and it's funny too because when you watch this role, and it's like, yeah, he's still, no matter what, he's still a big dude with tattoos, but it fits for this character because you're kind of going like, yeah, imagine this dude showing up in a collared button up, glasses tucked in with jeans, and he's got tattoos. You're just kind of going, yeah, I would not take it seriously either. I mean, obviously his appearance is freaking me out a little bit here, and it kind of works with his character, you know, it really does. And
that opening scene, I mean, not to get in, it's not any kind of spoilers, but it's an opening scene with him and this little girl, and it's just a conversation back and forth between the two of them, and he sells how gentle he is, right? Like, because he is, he's intimidating when he shows up, and so he has to convince these people about something, and he has to come at it from that approach of just like, hey, look, I know how I look, and I know how crazy this looks, but you have to listen to me for this reason. And so, I don't know. Like I said, I thought the premise was really good. I think it has a couple of hiccups with its execution.
Couple of hiccups, yeah, I could see that. So since you brought up Black Adam, before we start diving into the new stuff, so man, what are your? I want to know your guys' thoughts about that whole thing, because obviously James Gunn recently talked about the whole Henry Cavill thing. And of course, we were all excited that Henry Cavill was coming back. It blew up the internet and it was all great. And then all of a sudden, you know, James Gunn and Peter Safran come in, and then things just start changing. Like, Hannah, how are you feeling about it? Let's go you first.
Well, I think regardless of how I feel about actual like Henry Cavill Superman stuff, to me, what I just go to first is just how fucked up the Warner Brothers business side of this was. Like, it still just blows my mind that someone let Henry Cavill make a video saying I'm back as Superman, knowing that James Gunn and Peter Safran were about to come into this job, and like they hadn't talked to that. Like, it just, from a pure human perspective, I'm like, who let him do that? That is what bothers me the most about all of this.
Sean?
Yeah, because the post-credit scene then ends up becoming one of these, you know, circa 2010 things where you tack something onto the end of a movie and you never have any intention of paying it off. Like how they I almost feel like that The Rock kind of strong-armed him into including it, because he was still making a bit of a power play to become the one who carries the DC universe forward. And I mean, I was on another show where the host said to me, and he's a big wrestling guy, the host was like, how do you have the stones to tell The Rock, like, no, you know, we're not going ahead with your vision, kind of thing. But I think they had more confidence to say that when the movie didn't make the box office that they anticipated that it was going to make. And it's a bad movie. I mean, I came out of the initial screening of it and was really not even a little bit. So I'm not surprised that it didn't do well. But the fact, to echo what Hannah said, the fact that nobody stepped in and rescued Henry from that extremely awkward 2 weeks of him having to do press. Now, maybe he, you know, because he was doing a lot of press for like Enola Holmes, right? So he immediately had to address the situation. And the timing of that could have been bad. You know, maybe he just, if he could have done the cameo and then disappeared for a little bit, or didn't have to do press immediately. So it's bad timing
Bad
all
situation.
around.
But again,
Yeah.
don't you think somebody would have stepped in and been like, "Hey, like we're about to get new people in. Like maybe you
Yeah.
should cool it because like we don't know what any of this is going to look like because there's new management."
Right,
Like that's
right.
just how businesses work. Like I just
Yeah, but Warner Brothers
but it's
has,
Warner
yeah,
Brothers.
yeah, it's Warner Brothers. That's the thing. That's the way you could chalk it up. Is it's Warner Brothers because, I mean, it seemed like from what I was hearing from information was they were having trouble finding somebody to run DC Studios. That's why it wasn't like anything that was instant. And of course, names started getting put out there. And then all of a sudden you get Michael DeLuca and Pam Abdi. They come in and it's like, okay, they're from MGM. They've done some good things. And then you hear Alan Horn. You hear that name, but notice how you don't hear that name anymore. Like he just kind of came in and said, hey, maybe do this. And then he left. And now we don't even know. I mean, he just went back into retirement and maybe, I don't know.
Yeah.
It seemed like they were just trying to just pull any ideas that they could. And at the time it was like, well, maybe this is a good idea because from what I gathered is Hiram Garcia was actually trying to get the job of the DC Studios head, and then of course Dwayne Johnson was hoping that he'd get it too, so then they would be running things. But again, like you said, box office wasn't there. I was okay with the movie. I didn't like hate it like you did. I thought there was things that I liked about it, but it was very messy and disjointed, and there's some things where I was like, why that, why this, oh that was cool, all this, and then there's just some things that just didn't really work. And then to put Cavill in there, which I think people were excited about the most. I mean, there was cheers in my movie theater, but then it was like womp womp.
Yeah.
And you just feel bad for Cavill.
I would have given that movie credit if it had like a true vision. Like it literally felt like it was slapped together from like a bunch of ideas.
Like it was several different movies that they were like, let's just mold this into one.
Yeah. Including defaulting him over to to Waller's prison for about 7 minutes. They just immediately took him back or let him loose, essentially. Like none of that made any sense.
Yeah, they just tacked that on because they're like, well, we got to expand the universe a little bit, and we're going to show this crazy underwater prison, which I thought cool. I mean, maybe they'll show it. I don't know if they'll show it again when it comes to what we get in the future, but yeah,
but it also made like the end credit scene itself made no sense. Like, why is Superman working with Amanda Waller? And like, what? Like that whole part, I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, it was one of those things where it's like it was a cool, like, oh, there he is, he's back. Right. I think that's all but if I'm
if you actually sit and think about it, you're like, excuse me,
like,
what?
Like, wait a minute. So did she sent it? Okay, that is interesting. Yeah. But there's just, I think it was just it felt like Cavill was just part of like a power grab, I guess you could say, almost, where they were trying to get that, and they knew that it would blow up when it happened, and obviously it was last minute. It was very last minute when all that stuff happened, and then of course you got James Gunn and Peter Safran coming in, and it's such a, I mean, obviously he's saying that it's not going to be fully rebooted, and some of these characters will return. Obviously, with the Flash is going to be messing some things up as Barry does, but it was just kind of like, I don't blame him for wanting to do a fresh Superman. I don't blame him at all, even a fresh Batman.
Right.
It's just to the point where it's like there's so much. It's like you're walking up to a building that's just like half of it's like been blown out. It's just bricks, and you're like, all right, I could just do that, or we could just
demolish it,
it, and then start doing this. I mean,
who really confuses me, Dave, and I want to get your take on this, is Momoa. Momoa's location in all of this conversation is really strange, because at least they were like, all right, so Blue Beetle exists in its own little corner and it's not going to really affect the larger picture, but Flash is going to reset everything, but they still have Aquaman coming, and then
it's going to tie directly into Superman.
Maybe.
He said. That's what he said.
Wait, he said it's going to tie into the new Superman?
Yes.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was interesting because with that video, when he was mentioning all the stuff with the video, and then he kind of brushes past Aquaman real quick. Like he talked about the Flash, and he had those good comments to say about the Flash, which was great. And then he said Blue Beetle, and he gave a little description of that. And then he was just like, then Aquaman comes out, and then it was just like, he just kind of
He
brushed
said,
over
yeah, he
it.
was like Aquaman, which leads directly into, and then he like
yeah.
got into.
So it was like there was no description, but yeah, it's
funny.
an interesting question because we heard that is obviously when it came to the previous regime and what they were trying to do is obviously inject Michael Keaton's Batman into it, and that caused Batgirl to get. I mean, that let's face it, Batgirl was supposed to fit into a specific point, like right after the Flash when it was coming out in November, and then it was takes place during Christmas. It's going to be released on HBO Max. It was going to explain why Keaton's Batman was in this world and why you have J.K. Simmons Gordon. So it was all going to be.
I forgot he was going to be in that.
Yeah,
oh my
exactly.
God.
So it was supposed to fit like right in this little spot, but then when everything got moved around again, it wasn't going to work. And then you're kind of going like, well, why would people aren't going to understand why Keaton's Batman is in this?
Right.
It was that was just I think that was a fault of, the previous regime that kind of really did that movie in. So then when it comes to Aquaman, there was supposed to be a scene with Michael Keaton's Batman in there, I guess. And then all of a sudden we find out that Ben Affleck's Batman is in there. And then we're all excited. And then we're just going, okay, well, what the hell's happening now?
Right. Yeah. No, I know. Was there ever a time, I can't even remember at this point, because I know that the Flash moved its date around. Was there ever a time when Aquaman was supposed to come out before the Flash? Yeah.
I'm like 80% sure. Yes.
I'm pretty sure at one
too.
point, maybe it was supposed to come out. It was supposed to come out. Yeah, I think it was supposed to come out in March.
Yeah, because I think that's why they were like, we have to bring Affleck in. I might be completely misremembering this, but I think they were like, because no one would get it if it come.
I mean, and I know COVID fucked everything up. Like COVID, and
multiple times.
Yeah,
how
many times?
Now it's that way.
Still fucking things up. But yeah, so and then when everybody was kind of wondering, it was always scheduled before the Flash. Yeah, see, that's what Scott said. Scott's always on top of it. He's always on top of it. But yeah, so I mean, everything just and then
he talks about this other character that he might play, but then James Gunn flat out says he's not going to play two characters.
Has he specifically said that in his videos? I thought people
Momoa
were like, he hasn't specifically said another character.
He hasn't. I think it's a lot of us assuming.
I think it's a lot of
because he's so excited, but he's never like expressed exactly what he's excited about, and it very well just could be just something like who knows. I think we just. He's just given the hints because right after he posted that video where he was all excited, he got interviewed because he was at Cannes. Who was the recent film festival that just happened? Was it Cannes? It was Cannes. Yeah. He was there, and then Variety.
No. He was at Sundance.
I was like, Cannes is in the summer.
There you go. I always get those up. Which one's because that's right. Sundance is the one in the winter where everybody talks about it being cold and stuff. But anyways, then he basically said that, you could play another role. And so he was kind of just feeding into it. And it was just like, what are you doing to us, dude? And then all of a sudden, James Gunn goes, no, that's not what's happening. He's just being silly old Jason.
But is there a world where he does his Aquaman trilogy and then is done with that character and then he comes back as Lobo in like 5 years?
I think there could be.
That could be what he's talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. See, that's the thing. And then, of course, right now, obviously, James Gunn and Peter Safran are just they're focused on what they released. So that's probably why they were like, no. As of right now, we're good. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if at one point, maybe like when Aquaman is done, at least that Aquaman. But that's what's also weird, too, is like it's still coming out. What's going to happen? I mean, I know some people are like, okay, so we're going to have Jason Momoa's Aquaman dealing with a fresh-faced 25-year-old Superman now. I mean, a lot of questions with that. But then again, I don't know if they're rushing to do a new Justice League movie right away.
It doesn't sound like it. No. It sounds like instead of building towards like a giant ensemble movie, that they're going to do just these little team-ups throughout. Like Gunn made it sound like because they all exist in this larger universe, that if you need one of them to kind of pop up in someone else's movie, they would just be there, kind of thing, which I mean is kind of daunting for the actors for the way that they're signing up for the next 10 years, because it's not just like I'm gearing up for my movie. It's like, you better be around if we need you for a television show. If you're going to be in a video game, you're going to voice an animated character, you're doing your own movie, you're going to be over here. It's like, you're in, so get ready.
Yeah, that's another thing. I mean, I think it's cool And I know like Gunn got a little backlash from some voice acting people recently about that, but it was just like, well, and I even said on Film Junkie Live, I was like, I don't think he was mean. I mean, there's gonna be like other stories. I mean, obviously DC animation is great. I love it when they adapt like a really good story, and then they have like their own little universe. But it's anything that's going to be attached to this universe, the actor will do it again. Like I forgot exactly who was saying that, but they're like, you're really gonna have Robert Pattinson voice like Batman in a video game? I'm like, not unless there's actually a the Batman video game.
Right.
Other than that, it's if it's its own thing, you get Jansen Ackles, whatever, get somebody, right? Rest in peace, Kevin Conroy. I'm gonna miss hearing that voice coming out of animation Batman. But if it's attached to Brave and the Bold, guess what? All right, then whoever's gonna be playing Batman, go ahead.
Do you want to see newcomers, complete newcomers in these roles, or do you want to see some familiarity with the actor that they put in?
I'm the one that's supposed to be asking the questions here, Sean. How dare you?
Listen, it's just what I do.
I know what you do. But yeah, we're gonna get into it. We got somebody already backstage that's gonna be joining one of Mr. Scott.
There we go. You good?
Okay. We're good.
Doing fine.
What's up, Scott?
Hey, Sean, Hannah.
Long
So
time
nice
no
to
see.
finally meet you.
You too. Hi.
Sorry, I've been following you guys on Twitter, and you do make the best tweets, by the way. I really enjoyed the videos you were making during the whole 2020, 2021. It was lots of fun. So
Yeah.
I actually, Dave, this is one of those nights where I skipped my movie because I saw who the guests were, and I was like, okay, I gotta meet Hannah. There we go.
Aw.
Yeah, there it is.
Well,
Scott-
thanks for
Scott
watching.
says that all the time. Don't buy it. He says that all the time. He
I
wasn't
really do
gonna
skip
go to the
movies a lot to come on the show.
Nah,
so
he
it really
does.
does
What were we
happen.
gonna watch tonight? We're gonna watch.
Knock at the Cabin.
Yeah. I figured. Yeah, we talked about that briefly. Yeah, I think you'll enjoy it. It's good. But all right, we got somebody else joining in right now.
Oh, great Odin's Raven.
Mr.
Yeah,
Travis.
Travis, there you are. Good.
I still don't know how I feel about that drop. I don't know if it's a positive thing or a negative thing, but I'll take it. But happy Friday, everyone.
Happy Friday.
What's up, dude?
Welcome. So we're starting to get into the DCU Chapter One talk right now, and of course there'll probably be some other people joining as we go. But yeah. So the question was put out there. Well, first off, I want to get everybody who's currently here right now. I'm not saying rank them, but what was like the thing that you're most excited for? Hannah, you go first.
Paradise Lost.
Paradise Lost. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Makes sense. Sean.
Superman Legacy.
Yeah.
I'm dying to see what they do with that.
Yeah. Travis.
Brave and the Bold. I've been waiting for more Batman and Robin since 1997. I know there's comic books and animated stuff, but I've been ready to get more of that on screen, and I like the comic book run as well. Yeah, it was all right. I enjoyed it enough, but I'm excited to get some live. I'm excited to see a little 12, 14-year-old just kicking butt and seeing what could happen. So I'm
Do you
very
want
excited. for
Assassin
that.
Man Bats?
I do. The fact that we could that's why I can't complain about this stuff. The fact at some point we could have man bats that know karate and can handle swords. I'm pretty happy with that. I can't complain. Yeah.
Scott, what was yours?
When I heard the slate, I was intrigued by Swamp Thing. Then the next day, I'm hearing James Mangold's going to be directing it, and I was like, "There we go. Okay, I'm sold. Swamp Thing. That's it. Thank you very much. We're done here." I even told my dad. I was talking to him on the phone. I was like, "Hey, Dad, the guy who directed Logan and Ford versus Ferrari? He's directing a Swamp Thing movie." And
He
my
makes
dad went,
dad movies. He makes the most dad
He really
movies
does.
you've ever heard of in your life.
He really
Ford
does. I never
Ferrari
thought
is the
about
best
that.
dad movie.
Oh yeah.
Indy
my God.
5 is going to be an incredible dad movie.
Yes, I was talking to him about that too. Like, this is just, it's kind of weird talking about dad movies when it's like, okay, I'm talking to my dad. I am a dad. It's just, it just folds in on itself like a paradox.
It's like when you're at a party and the dads sort of branch off on their own and you gather in a circle and then someone just says, "You excited for Indy 5?" Like, you just know it's like all the other dads are like, "Oh yeah, I can't wait to see Indy 5." Like, or
there's
"Hey,
actually
did you see Ford Ferrari? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So, and then you
No,
get
I
into a
always-
conversation about that.
I've told the story about how going to see Ford versus Ferrari with my dad is like going to see a comic book movie with me. Because usually when
That
people
was
go
Top
to
Gun
comic,
Maverick for a lot of people too.
Yes.
that was
Yeah.
Because a lot of
Great dad
people, like,
movie.
when I go to comic book movies, they always lean over and go, "Okay, explain this to me." And so
Yeah.
when we're watching Ford versus Ferrari, I go, okay, what car is that? What's under the hood? And my dad's just like, it's a 1965 with a. I'm like, okay, Dad, that's your thing. Thank you very much.
God, that
But
movie's
no,
good.
I'm really excited. I mean, the Swamp Thing TV show on DC Universe, rest at peace, was a really good show. So, take something like that and turn it into like a full blown like horror movie. And they've posted, Alan Moore's run. I mean, why wouldn't you do Alan Moore's run as inspiration? And I'm like, cool. You mean I'm going to get like a cinematic version of the anatomy lesson? This is going to be creepy and cool. I'm down for this.
Yeah, and Mangold hasn't really taken on horror. So it's going to be
No.
new ground for him to cover. Because, I mean, like I said, he's done, cop stuff, Westerns. He's done, he, like you said, dad movies. This is like, obviously.
Superhero movies.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So it's just kind of like, all right, this is going to be interesting ground to cover because, obviously, like you said, Scott, like the show that came out that got canceled before it debuted. Remember that whole
No,
After the first episode.
After the first episode, yeah.
like what the
Ruined my day.
Yeah, it's like, okay. And then you watch it and you go, oh, the whole time you're watching, you go, wow, this is good. I'm glad it's not returning for another season. Thanks. Sweet.
Hey, how about lanterns too? True Detective with Green Lanterns? Come on.
That's
incredible.
You had a good pitch too, Sean, for Ben Affleck to direct that one.
I
And
did.
set it in.
Set it in Boston. Set it in Boston. Make them a bunch of Southies.
Yeah. Hey, John,
combination-
get over here.
Yeah, like a Gone Baby
Power
Gone
Rangers.
or The Town. Like imagine The Town, but with lanterns instead of.
I think
Jerry.
that would be fantastic. I'm like not
It'd be
even
amazing.
joking.
No, I
They
know.
gotta
I'm
have the
in.
accents. They got to have the accents.
Of course
make
they
it like
do.
the town. Yeah, of course. Got your
It's so
power,
Deathstroke.
Johnny. Yeah.
They just conjure Dunkin' Donuts.
And it's funny too because speaking of Boston, we got somebody that's going to be coming from Boston right here. We got Miss Saggy Mellons, who is showing up, and she could bust out that accent right there. Hi, Saggy.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, stop it, Saggy. Don't even try.
What do you mean? Don't even try what? Speaking like a Bostonian? I parked my car at Harvard Yard. Can you do that, Scott?
Yeah,
Star
I can.
Wars.
That's your khakis. Yeah, I know
Yeah,
what you're talking about. Yeah.
It's khakis, first of all.
Khakis. Right. Yeah, khakis. I know.
I got a bone to pick with Mr. Sean O'Connell.
Oh,
No. Game on.
Yes. Sean, last time you were here, we had a little Twitter interaction. I don't know if you remember, because how could you forget Saggy Mellons? I mean, come on. But listen,
I
you
think I
promised,
referred to you as a man.
you probably did. That sounds about accurate.
Before I knew who you were. I think I just saw the chat and I just assumed that.
If it
Some
makes you feel better, most men who probably crap on you do have saggy melons, so I do understand that logic. But listen, you did on the Twata, you did promise me a date, and it's been a long time, and I still have yet to get that date, Sean. So what's up?
What I don't get out much, to be honest with you. What did I say? What we were gonna do?
Well, you said that you were gonna see me on the stream last time you were here, and I said it's a date. And then I came to the chat and it wasn't a date. So I was expecting some roses or something. Nothing, Sean.
Sorry, Saggy.
come on.
Is
Is that the best you can do, Sean?
Yeah, I mean, I'll add you to the long line of people that I've disappointed over the years.
It's that long, Sean. Jeez, I wish I knew.
I'm consistent in my ability to disappoint.
It's a huge list. A huge list. I've seen it. It's crazy. No, but thank you, Saggy, for joining. We're just kind of going around the horn and talking about what the top thing that the top project that was announced. What's our favorites? What is yours? What's on the top of your list that you saw?
For the DC?
Now from the Marvel, the next Marvel show.
I'm still talking about Comic
Marvel
Con. You know,
Phase
did you see
5.
that Slate 2026?
Right. DC is on my brain the whole time.
Yes, it is the DCU Chapter One. Yes.
Yes. Oh, the DC. I mean, the Wonder Woman thing.
Yeah, the Wonder Woman thing. Yeah, Paradise Lost. There you go.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That sounds like I love Game of Thrones, so I mean they kind of hit me with it's a Game of Thrones style. I was like, all right, I can get down with that.
They
That's
got me with
interesting.
that too. I was like, you don't even have to say anything else. I'm in already.
Right.
Exactly. And it's smart too, because when I saw the slate, I went, okay, That is pretty smart because I was thinking, I was like, okay, what are they going to do with Wonder Woman? And then, obviously that's still up in the air, when it comes to Gal. Also, that's another question that everybody has. Is she going to be returning? Is she not? So it's like, what do you do with Wonder Woman? Well, why not just, there's so much you could do with
I'm
that
imagining
role.
like Battle of the Bastards, but with Amazons. And I'm like, I just need that
I'm for
every week.
Yeah.
No, yeah, and just to capitalize, obviously the last Game of Thrones series did gangbusters for them, so it's like, yeah, why not have something like that? But then you have that, and then it's all female, and it's Themyscira. It's like, come on, man. Geez, that's
I still
just
think give it a Snyder too. Not to open that door again, but give it a Snyder.
My God, I know, especially the way he captured that in his Justice League, and just my God, the slow motion and everything. Oh. Anyway,
what the dark horse though for me was, because the complainers for the past several years are like, it's so dark, it's so blah blah blah, and then this one, the second movie out of the gate is The Authority, and I'm like, oh, you went there.
Okay, I wanted to ask you about that, Scott,
Okay.
because I was like, because I am not familiar with this group. When I saw that, I was like, interesting. I remember hearing the name, but I went, huh. And then I was like, I had to do a little, okay.
You had to do a little Google. Is that what you
Google
did?
Search, little Google, stuff, because I wasn't too familiar. Because I think a lot of people were kind of like, huh? But I do like the fact that it was a curveball of like, okay, it's not just boom, boom, like, all the heavy hitters and all like that. He's like, yeah, The Authority. And everybody's like, Sports Authority? What?
Or Creature Commandos. Getting Creature Commandos out there is unusual. That was the first title that he announced too, and it was like, really?
But that was interesting too, because they kind of did a little bit of that, with the animated shorts that they released with the direct-to-video animated movies. They did a Sergeant Rock with the Creature Commando short, so it felt like one of those kind of, where they kind of throw out the test to see how it.
I feel like that's been in development for a while.
Well, they already have they already had the image of it too.
So. Right. So. But when you go with The Authority and you're like, whoa, we're talking like Watchmen kind of vibe. But then you've got, a Superman analog in Apollo and a Batman analog in The Midnighter, who are gay and lovers. And so that's going to really, because the Midnighter is a character I think is really interesting, because he's got this chip installed in his brain that basically makes him like this super tactician. So like he's fighting you. And a cool thing they do in the comics is that you'll actually see him calculating as he's like hand-to-hand fighting what the person's going to do. So it's kind of like those movies where I'm trying to remember the exact one I'm thinking about, where where they explain what's about to happen, like in super slow-mo, and then you see it happen.
Sherlock Holmes a little bit, kind of like
yes.
Downey's.
Thank you, Robert Downey. That was exactly what I was thinking about, was Downey Sherlock Holmes. But that's what Midnighter does. Like, that's kind of his superpowers. He's got this chip, and it's super dark. And so, like I said, it was like, wow, that's going to be your second movie out of the gate. Yeah. I'm intrigued by the choice.
Scott, do you think that has to be an R? Like, because I've never read it, but
yes.
Let's put it this way: if it's not R, they're doing it wrong. It's one of those.
Okay. Scott, how is it different than The Boys, though? Is it?
Well, The Boys, the idea of The Boys only being that it's because there's that whole corporate commercialism, and that our heroes are the team trying to stop the heroes. The Authority is just kind of they're the heroes. They just, heroes. There is no line. They just do whatever, but they're maybe not necessarily portrayed as the bad guy. You gotta remember they're Wildstorm, so they were talking 90s. So you've got to have that 90s comics mentality. The Image Comics, Wildstorm, and everything else that generated. I'm a 90s kid, so I don't have it doesn't have the stain for me. I kind of enjoy 90s stuff, like Spawn, that kind of thing, where heroes were dark. Tell me about it. But yeah, heroes were just dark, and it wasn't like The Boys, where we're trying to point at it and make it commentary. It was more like, no, let's go dark in 90s. And that's kind of what the authority was.
Gotcha.
I mean, I think the best thing about this DC slate is they're actually trying to do. They're like, I've been saying for a long time, the whole thing with the whole superhero stuff, Marvel and DC, well, not even Marvel, mostly DC, is that they don't like to take a lot of risks with introducing new characters in the universe. They always focus on the ones that make them the most money. Batman, Superman. Now, you know, they have the Wonder Woman stuff. They start dipping their toes in that. And it's like, okay, well, what more? What else you got? I thought that was really crazy that they actually were like, yeah, we're going to do Blue Beetle. I was like, really? You guys are really going to take a risk and do a Blue Beetle? Okay, I'm on board. With Batgirl, even though we already know how that happened, the fact that they were even going to do that, like, it's nice to see that they're actually expanding. They're actually not just focusing on what most people, like the general audience, now knows of the DC, which is just Superman and Batman. Now they're expanding. They're getting more of these characters, and they're making it. Even if they don't do well, I'm just happy that they're actually taking the risk.
And this show, I am not
Boost to Gold.
Boost to Gold. I'm low-key saying, which is weird because you got the Blue Beetle movie, and I mean it's blue and gold, and so I wish the Blue Beetle movie would actually like tie in some way. I know that, you know, we know that Susan Sarandon is playing Victoria Cord, so I mean I wish we could finally get like Ted Cord like properly introduced, because that's exciting, and I love Dan Jurgens, and so anytime, and that's another thing that I will compliment this. Oh, I mean, he should be. I mean, but that's another thing I will compliment the slate on. Despite my feelings here or there about the slate as a whole, I do enjoy the fact that it is pulling from so many different creators. I mean, you got Tom King, you got Grant Morrison, you've got Dan Jurgens. You know, it was smart of Gunn to go be like, hey, this is our inspirations, because I thought that was really smart that he released that. It's like, yes, because everybody, you know, us freaking fanboys and, you know, girls that are nerds and everything, and the source material, and that's exactly what he showed. It's like, this is what we're getting from. But before we continue, we got somebody. I mean, I don't want to create a rivalry here, a war, but you know, we got somebody coming from another website that's coming in right here. We got Mr. Rob Keys from Screen Rant.
Hey, hello.
He's joining in right now. What's going on, sir?
Good. How are you guys doing? Speaking of Cinema Blend, I saw two of your team in LA last week, Jeff and Dirk.
Oh, at the Disney thing.
Disney.
That's it. They're at Disneyland.
That's right. I saw Rob.
That's right. You were all over Disneyland.
Disney
last
swag.
Week, huh? Yeah.
Well, most of my time was spent in the hotel, including some time organizing some phone calls to get into this event to talk about this DCU stuff, actually. So it all worked out in the end, I suppose.
Gotcha. Everything's back to widescreen here, because I know everybody's we're scrunching in here, because we also got somebody else from a website who was here last week. We got Mr. Damien showing up right now. What is happening, Chris?
Hello.
Yeah.
Damien.
What's happening?
Hey,
what's happening?
Good to see you.
Dave.
Yeah, I know already. Jeez. After a week, you're already part of the panel, man. How's it feel? Feel good? I'm sure it does.
Feels good, man. Feels awesome. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
How is everyone?
Oh, we're doing good. Were you punching your punching bag before you?
That's what I was looking at. If someone saw me bend down, I was like, "Okay, what's going on there?" You know.
Always. There's always a quick one too. Just gotta stay sharp.
You're like Vodka stream. Yeah, got to get on. No, but thank you for joining, man. Good. Good to see you.
Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, we're just talking about the, of course, DCU Chapter One. We're just talking about obviously what the favorite thing. So now that we have two new people here, Rob, what was the thing that stood out for you the most, that you're most excited about?
I have a roundabout answer to this. I'm excited that they have a plan, and they have time to execute the plan, right? I'm excited they have 2-3 years. I'm excited they have the co-leadership committee are actual filmmakers who are already involved. They're already writing some of this stuff. I'm excited that Peter Safran knows budgets and understands return on investment. You know what I mean? Like that's the kind of stuff when you see a lot of negativity online, and forgive me if you guys have already shared like your positive or negatives on this so far, but to me, like, we don't know the story stuff yet outside of them teasing comic panels, which is awesome. I jumped in when you guys were talking about the creator part of that. It's good. It's fine. They are taking steps and learning from some of the failings that Marvel is experiencing now, right? Marvel does nothing to promote the comics with the films. which is a shame. They should be. This, every tease in December, every tease this, all the art we got given with this press release under embargo was all comic art, very intentionally chosen. And all the comic creators are behind it. What did James Gunn tweet today? He talked about Dan Jurgens, but he's talking to Jim Lee about comic sales. That is not happening at Marvel Studios. That is, no one has tweeted about that at Marvel Studios, except maybe James Gunn, who when he first started Guardians 1 was sharing what? Comic art. He's making fun of characters from the comics. Some of them he actually used in the sequel. So there's a difference in mentality there. I love that we're learning from that. I love the ambition, and we'll see. There's always a we'll see factor, but I love the ambition of starting with a very strict, cohesive universe from the beginning. It's ambitious that from the start they're going to have actors playing live action, animation, video games. I don't know how that's going to play out on the video game front, but the idea that they're starting from scratch with that in mind and already have a way to address all the projects they're stuck with now as Elseworlds property, which ties into everything Todd Phillips told us years ago for the Joker. So if you just the bullet points on paper of how they're approaching this is very meticulous and smart. It's learning the best of everything. Whether or not they can execute and have the time to do it, I think they will. And one other thing they told us at the event, and this really stuck with me, is that they said they will not give up on it. They won't give up on the plan. They won't give up on individual projects, right? At the same time, they're going to give creators the chance to make their own projects the way it should be made. So that means we're going to see some R-rated projects. You're going to see different tones and styles across everything, which is awesome. Let them break the mold with each project. Why not? You can still have a shared universe that way. But the idea of them not giving up on a project, this is what DCU has done over and over and over again, right? They keep giving up on plans. And I mean, in the next 3 years,
it's never happened, Rob. What are you talking about?
4 different live action Batmans in the next 3 years. It's like, what are we doing? But the idea that there's a problem or something needs more time, they'll just rearrange the order. They'll give it more time. They'll make sure it's ready to go. And of course, it's all just words right now. But it's fun to have that excitement that, hey, look, they're taking everything they had and they're pushing forward something bigger than they ever had before. And I know this is obvious and you guys probably said it, but like they talked about Chapter One, but this is only the first half of Chapter One potentially.
Yeah.
This is 2.5 years of content, 2 movies, 2 shows a year as they plan. Could be more, could be less. That's 2.5 years out of 4 or 5 years, which is Chapter One. And they already have the next 5 years after that. So that, like, we should be excited. That's crazy, right? So knock on wood, there's no more crazy new waves of the pandemic delaying productions and all this craziness. But if they can,
I don't know. There was some kind of balloon that showed up that's doing some crazy.
Yeah, balloon. Let's just put it in the movie.
But
yeah, so that's what I'm excited for. I'm excited that they have an overarching plan that includes the big flagship characters up front, other stuff that people don't know, which is perfect James Gunn material, and they have a plan. They have a plan finally. So I'll leave it there.
It's okay, but which project are you looking forward to?
I can make an argument for any of them. I like the idea of the unknowns, like you guys were talking about the Authority, and I came on, which is cool. But depending how much they mean in what they say, but the idea of like the origins of Themyscira and that tying into the theme of gods and monsters of Chapter One, like I'm curious how much the timeline will be explored. Of course, in the Booster Gold part of it, and how that can tie into what we know about these heroes and stuff, like the Batman and Superman and stuff. There's a lot of cool theories out there what that could lead to after that, and potential misdirects and how they're announcing this. But the idea of going back before Deanna and then seeing that, if that's really Game of Thrones scope on HBO Max, it's going to be quality. So that to me is very, very exciting because he's probably going to be very adult themed, very big. And so that to me is right now something that I think will hit home more than House of the Dragon does, because I didn't love that show. I think this is more exciting for me from HBO.
Interesting. Yeah. No, it's a smart idea. Definitely is a smart idea. Damien, what is your thoughts? And what are you looking forward to the most? Like what stood out for you when it came to this list? Take a deep breath.
I feel like I'm still digesting what we've been told. So I love your insights, Rob. They were Rob, felt like you were very intense when you were talking about all that. It was good. It was quite good. Fucking inspired me.
I have coffee, man. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Shit.
Caffeinated response.
Yeah, look, I feel like Zack Snyder had a grand plan as well, but then Warner Brothers came in and just tore it all apart. And quite frankly, no matter what the plan is, I just don't trust Warner Brothers. So they got to earn my trust back. But I still kind of feel like he's announced all these separate projects, and yes, they're all part of what is half of chapter one or a quarter of chapter one or whatever it is. But to me, it's without the context of why specifically they've chosen these particular projects or stories. To me, it still feels a little bit disconnected. Like I want to know why they've selected these and give us a little bit of context as part of linking this to what the strategy is. What is the goal that we're shooting for? What is the North Star? Because all this leads to something, right? So without the context, to me, it seems a little bit disjointed. And you know me, I'm a huge Batman fan, so I was really interested to see where Batman fits into this world, particularly with the fact that we've got the Batman in Elseworlds, and that's separated off. And at some point, having an overlap with two different Batmans, you can call it Elseworlds, you can call it whatever the hell you want to call it. There's potentially two films with two actors playing Batman. And to me, that just doesn't seem right. So you don't just put a label on something and say, oh, it's Elseworlds, it's over here. But we're doing something over here in the DCU. So for me, that's a little bit disjointed. But
I think Dave has been the one championing that the DCU Batman has the gray and blue suit, though. That alone would differentiate him.
Okay, I was getting there, Sean. Jeez,
Come
man.
on.
You want to host this? Yeah.
I'm giving you props, man. You're the one who's
Again, Hannah, how you deal with this guy? Come on.
I don't know.
No, just kidding. No, but yeah, I mean, that was one of the things that I was like thinking about too. Is like, obviously, we got a lot of Batman fans here, and like Hannah, like I'll ask you, like, how? I mean, when it comes to the Brave and the Bold, I mean, first off, you hear that title, you immediately think of the cartoon. I mean, obviously, that's immediately what I was like, wow, they're actually gonna. I mean, obviously, they have to do a lighter Batman because it's like, how do you go even darker than what Matt Reeves is doing? And it was just kind of like, you can't go darker, so you got to lighten it up a little bit. So I was like, I'm okay with that. Just don't get to Batman and Robin status. Okay, let's not get the nipples back. Let's not get, the puns, the big time puns and all that stuff. But when I saw Brave and the Bold, I was like, whoa, they're actually going to base it off the cartoon. But then all of a sudden it's like, no, they're just using that title. And then it's just going to be, based off of, it was like one of those things where it's just like, it throws you off. And I talked to people too that were going, oh yeah, they're basing it off the, I'm like, no. Well, hold on. It's not that. I think they're just using that as a title. But then I'm just kind of going like, okay, so obviously, where do you take it? And then when it comes to a bat suit, I'm like, can we see that blue and gray bat suit? You think they'll do that, Hannah?
I don't know. I mean, that depends on who's leading that project. But the thing that I thought when I was hearing him talk about this is like, how are you going to have an older Batman and not have people really upset about Ben Affleck?
Exactly. Still? That too.
Which I think I'm like, the drama. But yeah, I don't know about the suit. That'd be cool to see for sure. I also think that what I hope they do is they let Reeves do his trilogy, end that, then The Brave and the Bold comes out. Like, I hope they don't overlap, but I don't know that I'm going to get my wish on that.
I'm with Hannah on that one.
Yeah,
Matt Reeves' story play out. Don't let them overlap, because they overlap and it's just rubbish.
Well, I just want to remind everyone that I get everyone's excited about knowing the projects that are coming out with DC, but just keep in mind, just knowing what they are does not mean they're all going to be good. There's going to be some that are going to be good, and I guarantee there's going to be a few that people are going to hate. So just because we know the slate doesn't mean we necessarily know it's going to be a good project,
True.
And Dave, I want to bring up a point just because I also don't want people like the title "The Brave and the Bold" has existed for decades before that cartoon came out. I'm just like, come on.
Yeah.
That goes back to the Bronze Age. It was a team up. It was a team up book. It was Batman,
Wonder Woman.
Liam Sharp did that great series where it was a Batman Wonder Woman team up, but even before then, that was meant to be a team up book. I mean, that's even kind of like the gag of the cartoon was Batman plus who was going to be the guest team up hero for that week's episode. So obviously the suggestion is that, the idea is that Batman, based on this description, it's teaming up with Damian. Like that's the Brave and the Bold part. So I just wanted to say that just to like check people on their expectations and understand that title has existed since the Bronze Age of comics. Like, don't automatically think that they're turning it into that amazing cartoon series. I mean, it was amazing. If
their cartoon series is great. That's why
it's hilarious.
Like,
it's hilarious because it's based on Silver Age, mostly comics. But this movie is taking its inspiration from Grant Morrison's amazing Batman run, you know, from Batman and Son all the way through like Batman R.I.P. So it's like, just listen, you know me, Tave. I'm always here to like check you and just be like, let's throw a little comic knowledge in there. Come on, that's what we do.
Yeah, exactly. We get it. Thank you. That's why you're here. Now you can leave. No, I'm just kidding.
I'll see you on Sunday for the Fanimation stream. You need me.
I know. I do need you all the time, Scott. No, but no, I mean, but my whole thing too is like, do they keep that title though? Do you think they're going to keep that title, Brave and the Bold, or do they change it? Sean, what do you think?
Oh, nope.
Oh, sorry.
Nope.
My guess would be that they keep it, but I'm hesitant anytime anybody plans, you know, multiple years in advance. Because it just seems like, and it seems like they have a really solid plan. It seems like they are meticulously putting these projects in place, and Gunn seems to have a bigger story in mind that he wants to tell. But as we have seen, it gets really complicated when you try to tell a cohesive story across different chapters where things could go wrong. And it's, I mean, something as simple as an actor runs into some sort of problems and cannot continue with a project, or
never happens. What are you talking about?
Or a global pandemic, you know, and in which case the continuity of a DC story wouldn't be that important. But you know, looking at, because if you start looking at just time-wise when these movies would start rolling out, because Rob was talking about like the next 5 years of content. We're talking about Superman Legacy is not going to be here till 2025. So then you're talking 2025, 2026, 2027. But then you start to ask yourself questions like, what if The Flash is really as good as Gunn makes it out to be, right? Like the business side of you says, well, then you'd want to get some kind of a follow-up to The Flash. But when does that happen? Is that 2028? We're talking about Momoa potentially doing a third Aquaman. When? Are we talking about 2030? Like, you start to think logically about how movies get made. And this plan, while ambitious, is beyond, like, are they going to keep that title? It's like, when is James Mangold's Swamp Thing actually going to get made? Is it ever just going to be just a picture that he shared on his Twitter feed?
I have thoughts on that. It's possible the 10 they've shown us are not all coming in the first 2.5 years. Okay. And James Gunn also said they do know many more projects. Some may be announced, some will be announced later this year. And there are some he's holding back. You think? I don't know. It's possible. It's weird to do a big Comic-Con thing because it's like, hey, look, all this cool stuff coming out in 4 years. We have an actor to show you, and it's like that's not good enough. Right. If they do anything at Comic-Con, I think they could tease stuff at the end maybe, but the focus has to be on the slate this year, and they have a lot of work to do in, you know, reconciling what they're teasing for the future and making these ones relevant to mainstream audiences, right? So it's very confusing, which goes back, not to derail, to the point about the Batman and the titling. I think they will keep the Brave and the Bold because what they're not going to do is have a movie called The Batman Part 2 and then The Batman : something else, because that confuses general audiences. You cannot market and license that way. That's just marketing 101. I could be totally wrong on that, but that's not, when I understand, that's not what they're going to be doing here, at least at the beginning, right?
I think marketing the fact that you have his kid, that's going to be good for marketing, because I think a general audience is like, what? They don't know about that, which is great. And I'm like, cool. Go ahead.
I have a question for the panel.
Uh-oh.
Why do you always say uh-oh when I say I have a question?
Because Saggy, you like to pull the pin out of the grenade and lob it into it. I'm just saying.
No,
I got a question.
Because it's live.
Listen, we have newbies here. I'll behave. Listen, serious question. So when Gunn had mentioned that no actor that they hire or they have for the DCU is going to play any other character. They can only play one character, stick to that character. I thought that was interesting, and I thought that was basically low-key addressing the whole idea of Jason Momoa playing Lobo, because now in my head it's like, does that mean, because they said that the door's open, right, for Jason Momoa, Gal Gadot, Ezra Miller, you know, So do you think that was James Gunn's way of saying, well, it's up to Jason to decide if he wants to continue as Aquaman or if he wants to play Lobo? What do you guys
Interesting. Didn't think about that.
I don't think you can have the same actor playing two characters in like two characters in two different stories like that. That's, to me, that seems strange, very strange.
Lobo would be heavy makeup though and prosthetics. I don't know. I always thought like maybe that would be cool, and I'm like maybe that's a way that they could save money. Because let's face it, we all know that WBD needs money. But before we continue, we got somebody else showing up right now.
Throw a knife at Steven.
What's up, Steven?
What's up?
Don't throw a knife at Steven. Steven's a good boy.
Yes. So we got Screen Rant and Cinema Blend. And joining in right there and now, let's see. You gotta, we're all friends here, right? We're all good. We're good. Yeah. Well, that's why I kept you guys on opposite corners. Don't want no, we're like a Brady Bunch thing going.
My money's on Hannah, by the way. Just saying, if there's a brawl, my money's on Hannah.
I appreciate that.
No, but welcome, Stephen. We're just kind of going through and talking about. We're talking about this little thing that happened this week. I don't know if you heard about it. Yeah. This little thing happened where, some movies and projects got announced. What stood out for you?
I think
you have 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, ready, go. I think the phrase that I keep on using is that it was safe but not boring. It's not without risk, but none of the risk that is being taken is like there's no Batman v Superman where it's like, ooh, if that doesn't work, they're screwed. And because like if anything, I mean, maybe Superman, right? I mean, if Superman doesn't work, but even Brave and the Bold, which is a Batman movie, is like, if that, I mean, it's not that it doesn't matter if it succeeds or not, but it's not like none of these feel like a make or break situation necessarily. I also think the biggest thing to me is that this is not. It's so hard for this to exist in the context of the MCU existing, and everyone knows of like these big MCU reveals where they reveal a whole slate, and then this is like what it is. But the WB's number one like monkey they had to get off their back was, let's plan an event where we make an announcement and we actually get up and we make the announcement the way that we planned, and things aren't leaked all over the place and there's no like whatever. And that's what they did. It's like a solid like got a man on base. Right, just like an infield ground ball.
30 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Amanda.
And Amanda's the OG.
Happy birthday, Amanda.
Come on, I'm not wearing pants. Love you all.
And I get that time back now, right? That's
15 seconds.
Reclaiming my time.
And so there's a lot of evaluation of this that I feel like is based on like, oh, this doesn't measure up at all to whatever agenda or like pace they need to be keeping up. And it's like no. DC simply announcing a slate of projects, making the announcement is a win for them considering past history, and then getting those movies released is another win. And so there's going to be more to this chapter, I imagine, that hasn't been announced yet. That is, bigger news. And then also, like, for example, Sean, when I was in the waiting room, said, what was the one you referenced? Like Aquaman getting a sequel or The Flash getting a sequel? That could be a 2025 movie, right? Like if The Flash is huge and it gets a sequel greenlit, it's going to be not that far behind Man of Steel. They don't need to announce that yet, because right now the goal is let's get something on paper so that there's an agenda for what we have.
Shut up!
I see the rest of my time.
No, and I love that you said Man of Steel. That's why
I said Man of Steel.
Yeah, you did.
You did say Man of Steel.
Let
us know, man.
Yeah.
Throwback memories.
No. I mean, yeah. I mean, it totally. There already could be the plan, and maybe there already is a plan or something like that. I mean, that's what's so interesting too. Is like we've heard that the Flash that tested very well. We've heard that. We've heard just everything when it comes to that. And then all of a sudden you have James Gunn. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are like, he's just promoting it. He's just saying that. He's just all doing. I'm like, yeah, but did he say that about any of the other? I mean, that's the thing.
James Gunn's got his plate full. Like, yes, he needs to make a slate, and then he needs to make those movies happen. And he needs to have those movies be good. But going back even far to the basics about starting a franchise, running a studio, they need to announce a plan and then deliver on that plan. right? That is the core thing that they've been fumbling on for years and years and years and years. So it doesn't matter if he says our first 3 movies are Plastic Man, Hot Girl, and Batmite. Like he just needs to say shit, right? He just needs to say like insert movie here and then make insert movie here, and that's a win. That's better than past 3 administrations combined.
But can I bring up one thing that's different this time though?
Yeah.
It's that DC Studio is separate now. And it wasn't separate before. And I think that is the significant change that has happened with this new regime to set them up to succeed in a place where the others didn't necessarily have that, because there was too many other people at the top who were meddling for different reasons. Now, does that barrier stay in place, and does DC Studios allowed to try all these things or stick with the plan as Rob was talking about earlier? Like, who's to say? We'll find out.
Well,
but I think separating them,
Zaslav, right?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe the two of them.
So there's no Hamada, Emmerich, and like there's no. Yeah. So
right.
There's another layer to that.
Yeah.
There's another layer to that too. One of the biggest differences is not just the segmenting of the business unit, and having a core leadership who gets to pick and approve and do quality control, who are filmmakers in all these projects and pre-plan the budget for all these projects. That's why Safran's there. Remember, the budget guy. But one of the biggest problems with the previous DCU is that they had different production companies vying, like an old studio system, for different projects within the same IP. You had Berlanti Productions, you had J.J. Abrams, you had all these different companies. You had $7 Productions doing an animated film, and then Shazam and Black. It never made any sense. It was like different producers vying for budget to make their own projects, and there was no cohesion, no plan, Hamada or otherwise. It didn't make any sense. And that's why that was never, ever going to work. And on top of that, you had a bunch of projects that we were excited about, Deathstroke and whatever, and it's just being canned and pitched and everywhere. And it's just, that's insane. That's no planning at all. It has to go the other way. You have to have the plan first with the money and then execute your own way. And this is the first time they've been able to do that. And again, they're doing it with filmmakers, which is awesome. So
now,
Rob, they asked about Charles Robin specifically, and Gunn was like, Gunn said, like, we're not going to be working with outside producers like that anymore. You know,
that is the single biggest game changer.
I know.
Right?
Really?
Yeah, well, and now what about is DC Black now? Is that a DC Studios proper thing, or is that like a we will grant special case permission if they can prove that they've got a really hot pitch? Or is that like
DC Elseworlds? Yeah,
like for the Elseworlds. I think they call it Elseworlds or whatever.
They said Elseworlds. They said it has to be a high bar. They said they wouldn't be doing tons, but it has to hit a high bar.
Like, does that mean like Joker Folia do? Is that going to be DC Studios, or is that like, you know what, you've proven that you can do some fire shit, so we're just gonna let you do that, but we're not gonna let $7 come in and hatchet job this.
No, it was
$7 presents Joker 2.
It's all still under Gunn, like beyond the in production stuff. It's all under them. It all has to be approved by them. It will be branded accordingly, right?
Under the gun. I like it. Sorry.
They gave an example like that too, by the way, because they were asking about what happens if they want to do something with Michael Keaton as an older Batman separately, and he just said like that would be an Elseworld story as an example.
What could they do with that? I mean,
there's nothing.
Does anybody have
no
an
great
idea
stories about an old Batman or anything.
I'm just saying, there might be something out there,
especially with I'm forgetting
Man of Steel.
Swamp Thing. Who's doing Swamp Thing?
Mangold.
Thank you. I just watched Ford versus Ferrari, and so I'm seeing the negotiations of. So let me get this straight. If I want to do Le Mans, and you say I'm not going to Le Mans, do I go to Le Mans?
Yeah.
No. So this is Gunn saying no. In that case, you do not go to Le Mans.
Interesting. We got somebody else joining
Ford
right now.
Ferrari reference for everyone, I guess.
Oh, hey.
We got here.
Hey, what's going on, you guys?
Yes,
Steven, I appreciated the reference, by the way.
Thank you.
Oh, Nicotina, since we're on a bigger
once.
platform, I have to admit you won our bet. So
yeah, I know. You guys had a bet. What's going on?
we
Let's
did.
talk. What?
A little bit. Well, I think I won. So that's all I
okay.
count.
Oh wait, you think you won? Wait. No, if you think you won, now we're at an impasse because I thought I won, but I just kind of,
You're being the bigger person, I guess.
I was trying to be a bigger person. But
We had a bet that on when James Gunn unveiled his new slate that he wouldn't really give much time to the Flash, Aquaman, Blue Beetle, and Shazam. And so I said, hey, look, he did talk about that, but he, just a little bit.
My absolute favorite was how he's like, Shazam is great because it's always been in its own corner of continuity,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really affect anything.
Yeah.
By
It
the
was
way,
like,
the
oh,
Flash
okay.
is awesome and resets everything. And I was like, wow. Cool.
Man.
Okay. And then he's like, now let's talk to the real stuff. I'm like, okay, wow. That's, I mean, you were complimentary, but like, read between the
Yeah.
lines. That was hard.
So wait, does that mean I won then? Because he did
I
talk
know.
about it.
I know. I'm trying to figure out who exactly won here.
You know what? We'll just say you won. I'll be a gentleman and just say you won, and I'll go ahead and tweet out that Saggy Melons is the greatest YouTuber on the internet.
Yes, I don't win anything. I will take that.
Jeez, that was a loud. That was a
Wow.
loud sound.
Ear piercing there.
Was that pretty loud?
Me on the clip.
Yeah, pretty much what it is. Okay. So that's cool. So when it comes, all right, now obviously when it comes to me, yes, I'm intrigued by Brave and the Bold. And then I mean, obviously we got Mangold. So I think and then like what Rob is saying is like I'm glad that they're gonna be heavy, hopefully, on hey, filmmakers, come do your thing. All right. So when it comes to other filmmakers, how are we feeling? James Gunn directing Superman Legacy. Hannah, how are you feeling about that?
I'm for it.
Okay.
Personally. And Sean, I know you are too. We talked about this a little bit this week.
No. I'm actually against it. I actually.
Oh,
think
you
it would be a bad
flipped?
idea. Did I say that I was for it?
Yes.
I think it would be a really bad idea for him to do it because strictly for this reason. I think
no,
that
you
he
did
has-
say that. You did say this during the video. Okay.
I think he has too much to do right now. I think he's too
Thank
spread
you.
thin. And taking
But
on
also, it's the first official DCU project. Like,
Set the tone.
wouldn't he
Yeah.
want full control of that to be like, hey,
think
this
about
is
the
what it is?
pressure of delivering.
No,
that
I'm not
movie.
saying it would be easy, but I'm saying like, I mean, I would want to do
Well,
that if I
also-
was like, this is my creative vision that I'm implementing. Let me show you what I'm
Yeah.
doing here.
But also the question I think is what does he have to prove? Does he need to prove that he can make movies that people like, or does he need to prove that he's going to allow other people to play in this sandbox and
true.
do their own thing? If he lets
It's-
someone come in and make a movie with his script that's not a gun movie, that could be the most definitive statement. Like have a McQuarrie come in and make a movie with his script. That could be a very definitive
See, now
statement about
you're
this is what this
talking
universe
sexy.
is.
Oh, you're gonna turn me. I might have to take back my.
That's
Yeah.
what I do.
Exactly. Can we edit that out? We'll edit that out.
I mean,
That's
I would love to see.
out of context.
I'd love to see his interpretation of the character. I think that would be a lot of fun to see. But I just think that he's really busy right now keeping the other project going, and I would rather he focus on that.
Yeah, I would agree.
This
Rob? Yeah.
this wouldn't shoot till next spring and summer anyways, right? Here's the thing. I don't think, to what Steven said, I don't think it's about proving something. And I also don't think it's about setting the tone necessarily. Sure, he's leading by example. I think, knowing James Gunn, he wants control of it. He is a producer, writer, director, now CEO, now planner. Like, why would he, knowing everything we know about James Gunn and how he operates with the Guardians and Suicide Squad to Peacemaker and now Waller and Peacemaker 2, like, is it
Well,
reasonable,
he-
knowing his personality, for him to be like,
No.
yeah, I'm going to be some other bit person to run off
I
my
asked,
script?
On the set of Army of the Dead, I asked Dave Bautista. Sean remembers this probably. I was like, how is it different working with Gunn? And he's like, oh, Zach just lets us go. He's like, James is like in the scene, like he telling
His
us like,
dialogue.
Oh yeah, he's like very particular about like move this way, smile that way, say it this way.
So
yeah, very controlling.
When James Gunn gives the pitch, he doesn't give the pitch. He's already drawn every storyboard.
Yeah.
He has explanations for every character, and he has every dialogue. He has the music to every scene. Is that the guy's going to be like, yeah, big director name, come do every single thing I want my own way for my own franchise, and have that? This is what you call creative differences imminent, right? So
sounds
Never
pretty
heard that phrase
suffocating
before.
for
What does
people
that
around
mean?
him.
yeah. And Peter Safran said, I want Gunn to direct. I think it's going to happen.
They're
You
already
know what I
planting the seed. That felt like, oh, he hopes he will direct. It's like, I think they're just trying to, I don't know, butter us up a little bit. So when that announcement does come, it's not a big surprise. People are already, even if people that don't want Gunn to direct, they're kind of already prepped for, hey, they're talking about it, you know? So it's
Yeah,
not this big,
definitely.
oh my God, Gunn is directing. It's like you've kind of already been hinted around the bush that he might. And yeah, I think he's gonna. I
What
don't
was
see a
it
world
that
where we don't.
One of the trades is it Emmerich that one of the trades said would like walk
Yeah.
down the hallway when he saw a gun going James Gunn Superman.
Yes.
James Gunn Superman.
That was that. I'm not a big fan of it. To be honest,
No,
I'm with
not
the whole
either,
thing of like the fact that it's like, dude, all right, I don't mind. Okay, you're writing it, cool, but yeah, you got a lot of things. You're trying to do all this, but then at the same time, there's always the money thing. And it's like you already have him, you might as well use him to direct things. But then all of a sudden, he says The Authority is a passion project. Then I'm kind of going, oh, well, if he directs that instead of Superman, get somebody else for Superman, and then he goes for The Authority. So
that's
I'm
his biggest threat to him, I think, is how that everything is a passion project.
Yeah.
For him.
Yeah,
He's
I mean, at
not
some
in
point
a
he has
role-
to turn over the reins to somebody. He's going to have to relent creative control at some point.
Yeah.
Right. Wait, listen. Everybody's all pissed off that Henry's out, right? So, hey, James, you're already kind of, even though I know it wasn't his fault, right? I understand. It wasn't really his thing, right? But they're all mad at you for letting go of Henry. So, like, yeah, now you got to give him a new Superman. So, I mean, that is on you. I mean, I want to see what
but I think it's on him anyway, because if James Gunn turned around and said, if Henry Cavill was out before James Gunn took the reins, James Gunn's got all the influence. So he could have come out and said to the studios, no, I want him for Superman, and nothing would have changed. But Gunn didn't really help the situation. Otherwise,
yeah,
Henry still would have been in the role of Superman, right?
If he
I
doesn't
don't think Gunn
direct
wanted him either way.
Yeah, if he doesn't direct it, he gets all the blame and none of the credit. And if he does direct it, he gets all the blame or all the credit or both.
Well, here's one argument that I've heard, which actually does make, I guess, the most sense, is that whatever Superman he's going to do, because he does say he wanted a younger Superman story,
25-year-old kind of
right. But if we get that, and it's like, okay, but why couldn't Henry do it? That's going to be something that the fans are always going to say, well, if this story is like this, Henry could have done this story. So that's why I'm
ridiculous
for
me
to see it.
Henry Cavill's not 45 years old. That's ridiculous. He could, like, how young do you want your Superman? I didn't buy that at all. Like, he was still relatively like early in his journey as Superman. It wasn't like Ben Affleck's Batman, where he's been a vigilante for 22 years and he's all jaded and fucking.
But to my point, I think this is where you guys talked about. We've touched on it earlier. I think that's the major concern that some of us had when we were like, is this a soft reboot? Is this a hard reboot? I think these kind of conversations still happening is why when all the chatter was happening, I was a proponent of more of the cut. I mean, just like the cut it off, hard reboot it, so that this kind of conversation doesn't keep on going. Because like when you look at the Chapter One slate that's been announced, if you look at the properties that were specifically announced, nothing about those properties needed to tie into what came before.
True.
And they actually work, in my opinion, just my opinion, they would work more cleanly if it had been just a clean break. I understand that the Flash can reset things, but I feel like that's where, what are we doing here? Like, what's the dance we're dancing here where we still want to hold on? And Travis, you had the best analogy for this online. So I want you to take credit that I'm giving you credit.
Wow.
Once a year, Scott gives me credit.
Once a year. And this is it. It's February. You don't get anything for the next, 11 months of the year.
February. We're starting out really early. We got like 11
I know,
months.
right? But you said the idea of this possibly being like a Days of Future Past style reboot. And I thought that was a very apt analogy where you can see how they're going to kind of change things, but it's like some character, it's like we still get Hugh Jackman playing Wolverine, but yet all the other actors get younger and get recast, and we're kind of shifting the timeline. And it just seems like it could. And once again, I'm not judging this before it comes out big. It could get messy, but when you made that analogy, it really helped me frame what this sounds like at this point in time.
No, absolutely.
Good job, Travis.
Yeah, good job,
try.
Travis. You know,
Well done,
every now and again, you do something good. We got somebody-
I just hope it goes better than Fox, you know, because they set the table perfectly. Of Jackman wakes up, they got the young cast, Xavier's back a lot, like everyone.
Yeah, it was
everything good.
perfect.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, now you got next 4 years, go, and we got Deadpool, and that worked, but then it was very messy. So now it's up to Gunn and company to kind of how
By
do
the
we
way,
get this going?
Before I forget my point, because I was waiting for Scott to get done. Damien, real quick, to your point about the Henry Cavill AIDS thing, I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, how many times have we gotten 30-year-old people playing high school students in TV shows and movies?
Just watch Grease. Just watch Grease. Everybody was 30.
Yeah.
I was like 40 years old playing 17,
God.
16-year-olds.
Or Raimi's
true.
Spider-Man. I'm just
Oh
putting
yeah,
that
look
out
at
there.
Toby.
There's so many different
But not only that, I mean,
But,
you're gonna have a Batman who's older than Superman as it is, and he's already said that he's gonna have a Batman who's slightly older than Superman in this universe.
It's not gonna be Batfleck.
Well, yeah, it's not gonna be 20 years in Gotham, Batman, but I mean, enough to where he's gonna have a son in Damian Wayne, and he's probably gonna have most of the Bat family already established in terms of like Nightwing, Jason Todd, all these guys. You know what I mean? Like they're all gonna exist in this world. I actually thought that they would have done Under the Red Hood as like the first like Batman movie, which I thought would have been really cool. But we'll see how this one turns out.
Awesome.
Let's see,
On
we
Steven.
got somebody else joining right now too. This is gonna be it's a
Steven.
packed house tonight. Everybody's here to see Sean and Hannah. That's what it is.
Ray.
Oh wait, I can't invite you.
Yeah,
Ray.
there's 10 people.
There's too many people.
I was wondering, like, do you have a
I thought
StreamYard feature I don't know about? You can have
Yeah, I was
11
like, I didn't know
people?
there was more than 9.
I'll dip for Ray. I love Ray, so I want Ray to be here. But thanks for having me. But I love you, Ray. I'm leaving.
That's like when we
I thought
thought
it was
Cavill was
12.
coming
All right,
back,
well, thank
and
you,
then he
Zach.
Yeah, it was exactly like that.
Yeah, I'll leave for Ray because I love Ray. I'll see you guys later. I'll come back on once it gets late and people dip out.
There you go.
Right, Shaggy.
He's like, Ray will not be our Superman. Oh.
For some reason, I thought it was 12. Sorry, Ray.
So
You can watch from the green room,
so,
right?
so what is there a quota? Move one brown person out, move another one in. Is that what it is?
You figured me out.
Wow.
You figured me
For the
out.
Brady
Hey.
Bunch.
I'm canceled now.
Actually, no, I take it back. Andre's still Alice. Ray, you can be Marsha.
Marsha. All right.
Marsha.
Marsha.
But,
Alice. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. Well, for a while there, Travis was Alice. He was
Well,
right
thank
in
you,
the
Saggy. I appreciate it. As far as
For some reason, I thought it got bumped up to 12, but yeah, it was only 10.
you know, I wondered because like I was looking at like everybody coming. I'm like, is he gonna reach a limit?
Yeah.
Is there gonna be a point where like, you know, the sign just comes up like no more allowance, you know, like capacity filled. So, but anyways,
welcome, Ray.
Hey, what's up, Ray?
All right,
Yeah.
so where
Okay.
do we begin? All right, here we
Oh
go.
God. Okay, Amanda, we need a time limit for Ray.
Yeah, no, we also need a 2-minute time limit.
And then he started monologuing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Scott.
So here's the thing. You guys have to understand there's an actual science to hand signals. So while you're thinking, I will say 30-second verbals. When you're speaking, you'll get 2 minutes, 1 minute. This means 30 seconds. This means 15 seconds. This is your last
you're doing
5
something now.
seconds.
I know. I was like,
This is
I know.
this is
I lost
really
it.
that coaching. Yep, I know.
I'm a professional. It's actually a learned skill. So whenever
Okay.
you're ready, Ray. Hold on. Hold on. We're actually doing this.
And Hannah's just like, what the hell did I walk into on a
I know.
Friday night?
welcome,
You get
guys.
schooled, yeah.
Welcome to the Vodka stream. Uh-oh. We good?
Are we ready?
Whenever you're ready, Ray.
All right. Go ahead,
All right.
Ray.
All right.
You're up.
Okay, Travis. What did I tell you when you posted your analogy the other day?
Good job. No, I don't
Good
know.
job.
That's not what I said.
High five,
I'm just
emoji.
making stuff up now. I gotta take the level I can.
No, I
It's
said
all
that
subjective.
I-
Something.
It's okay to like them all.
I don't think I've
Go
ever
Lions.
called Travis son.
Not yet. I thought I was close this week when we talked about Superman and Trunks. I thought his son was coming. He blessed-hearted me
that's
once.
another-
He blessed-hearted me once. I thought it was coming.
Because you were.
I don't want to cut your
talking
time. Go.
seconds.
I don't want to cut your time. Go.
I said that this is far more organized than what Fox did, at least in principle, right? Look, we have no idea whether or not any of this is going to work whatsoever. And what Rob was saying earlier about creative differences, wow, that just sounds like disaster. Like that sounds like impending doom. If that's really what's going to happen here, then this is not going to work. It's not going to work at all. I'm not rooting against it whatsoever, but like seriously, I feel like, I don't know if you guys have talked about this yet, but when it comes to the whole, because I feel like the biggest thing out of this that people are butting heads on is what kind of a reboot this is. And there's the biggest reason you could never do a or a hard reboot rather of this is that you're handcuffed to the 4 movies coming out this year. You can't make a definitive decision until you know for certain what the 4 movies this year are going to do. And even more so, if one of those movies was Man of Steel 2, Cavill would be Superman.
Yeah.
Because you would have to wait and see exactly what was going on, how the public responded, right? Because if any one of these movies does well, any of them, how do you cut that off? Like,
well, I think, Ray, to your point, I think this also goes to back to why they're not committing to whether Sasha Kaye is going to be in that Supergirl movie or not.
Like subject,
right? Because I think, to your point, they're waiting to see how they
that
respond
means Scott has to shut up.
I'm going to. Ray's going to get his time back.
I'm just kidding, but
no, he does. Ray, this is me. But to your point, the Flash movie maybe dictates whether Sasha Kaye gets that or not.
100%.
Yes.
100%.
Well, it, not only in terms of how the audience receives her, but also what happened. I don't know if anyone here has read the script or whatever. We don't know what happens to her Supergirl leaving in the movie yet. Like, who knows, right? And on top of that, like, the other thing with Superman
there's
is
a fairly good chance Muschietti has a shot at directing that Supergirl movie too, though.
There is. No, that's a great point, Stephen. But like the other thing with respect to Superman, because I'm hearing that a lot, right? Why not Cavill? Why not that? Why, like what Damien was saying, he didn't buy the reason, the whole age thing with respect to Cavill. Look, it's as simple as if you're gonna do this, if you're gonna shoot your shot, if you've only got 4 years, you're gonna do it with your idea. You're gonna do it with your Superman. I can't fault him for that. I'm sorry. Like I guess I'm just over the Cavill stuff. Like after all this went down months ago, like the week after Black Adam, when Gunn and Safran got hired, I prepared myself mentally for the possibility that what ended up happening was going to happen. I was ready for it. Is it disappointing? Yes, obviously it is. But it wouldn't be fair of me if I'm somebody that's going to champion creative freedom, like I think many of us do. I have to allow that for James Gunn and Peter Safran. I have to. I can't say, hey, he's not allowed creative freedom when I wanted it for Zack Snyder all those years.
Right, because it's subjective.
Well, there it is.
Okay, yeah. Hannah felt like she didn't really realize that's what he is.
There it is. There it is.
That's his line right there. It's all subjective. That's no, but
inside
it's true.
jokes. Sorry,
inside jokes. Yes. No. I mean, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's like you said, it's like when it comes to the whole Cavill thing, and I'm glad that Gunn mentioned it, and he even said it. Like, I mean, and he was totally blunt. He said he was getting dicked around. He said full on dicked around, and I'm like, yeah, I think. I mean, that's what sucks about the whole thing is the fact. But at the same time, at least he's grown as an actor, and now he's a name, and his value went up, and everything like that. I mean, obviously, he loves the character, wanted to play the character again. We all did, but it's just the fact of the matter is like, again, going back to what I said, it's like, you have you got these two players coming in. One's a business, one's a creative. Obviously, the creative one's going to be like, okay, and we've always said it. It's a common thing that we've always said is like, get Superman's house in order.
Right.
I mean, it's like, and that's what James Gunn is trying to do. I mean, that's what's starting the whole thing off. It's like Superman's house in order. Now, could he done it with Cavill? Yeah. Sure, absolutely. But when things just didn't really go, it's like you kind of just have to go like, all right, fine, let's do that. What's that? All-Star Suit? Oh, yeah. Turn it.
Yes, right. You need to read this.
Oh, no.
Yes,
now I
need
have
to read
to.
this.
Scott, I have to read it because James Gunn told me to read it. I have to read it now.
James Gunn.
Not because Scott told you to read it.
Yeah,
Not because of Scott.
Not your
Because
friend.
the James Gunn. That's what it is.
James Gunn.
But
Can I bring up a point?
you
I
can
was
even
trying to get
cheat
him
and
to-
watch the. You can even cheat and watch the movie.
I was trying
okay.
to get wow.
What
really?
other props
Cheat
you
and
got
watch
down
the
there,
movie?
Scott?
Damn.
I know. I got
Okay.
stuff. I got stuff.
He's like
do you
Carrot Top
have-
with his props.
Yeah.
Do you have the
Pretty
Book of the
much.
Dead back there?
Oh yeah, do you have it?
Of
wrapped
course, he
in
has
black?
the book. He's got the Necronomicon somewhere.
Do you? You do have it.
I bet he's yes.
Do you have that book that Macaulay Culkin opens from Page Master or whatever that is and gets sucked in? Do you have that one
Master.
too?
Is your dark
I
side
actually
statue
have
just
the
to the
Page
right of your
Masters.
desk? Can you pull that up and show us? That?
Yeah. Exactly. I
It's in a
know.
different
What did you
office. It's in
want,
a different
Steven?
room.
Yeah.
Darkseid's in a different room. It's not.
Scott's
arm's
like
length
overwhelmed
away.
right now. He's all, I
He
don't know.
is. Everyone's just
I don't
yelling
know.
at me like a monkey to grab stuff. Like, get this,
Yeah.
get this.
Overstimulation. He's like,
Yeah. If you, Hannah, if you're wondering, Scott's are the guy who also has props, like in things that.
Oh, I gathered.
Yeah. No, okay, you got it.
No, but-
Like, I'm like, what? I'm like, Hannah, do you have anything like at arm's length to just be like, hey,
I got
check
something
this
at arm's
out.
length. Scott
Nope.
inspired me to have more at arm's length.
See, Damien's got
nice.
it.
There we
Look at
go.
that.
There you go.
Jeez.
now that is cool.
That's very nice.
That's
That is
awesome.
very nice. But yeah, Scott is like the king of arm's length. Like I think maybe
No, you
like
don't need to.
we can count on one.
I love Steven's little.
Oh,
Yes!
Don't show them
That's
that.
Batman.
Wait, is he wearing a costume? I don't know.
Oh,
that.
oh, no.
Wearing a
Oh,
No,
no.
it's not a costume.
Yeah,
It's,
this
on
is
top
the
of
nightmare
the-
costume.
Is that a
Oh,
gun?
it's a costume. Okay, it's a
It's a
costume.
gun. It's got a Joker card on it.
I can't.
There you go.
There it
You
is.
got that dream lens happening right there.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, you kids and your toys. Look at that. Look at that. Jeez. What's going on?
I brought a
here?
prop too.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah. Show it again. Show it again.
Show it again. Show it
What?
again.
Have that book.
That's the best one of all. It's the best one of all.
Oh, whoa,
I
whoa,
want
look
to,
at that.
Dave. I want to bring up a point. Can I bring up a point?
No. Hannah. What about- No, go ahead, John. Go ahead.
The general public doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff.
At all.
They
At
don't
all.
give a shit.
At all.
They
At
do not
all.
give a shit.
Sean is right. At all. They don't even know this shit's happening.
Nope.
Well,
they have
it-
zero clue.
They have zero clue, especially with like Ezra Miller. Everyone's like, "There's no way they can bring Ezra Miller with everything he's been through." I'm like, dude, the general audience doesn't know who the
No.
like.
Go
If I
look
say,
up-
"Hey,
look up a Google search
what do you think about
trends
Ezra
tool
Miller at
like,
work?" They're like, "I
Ahrefs
have
or
who the hell's
something.
that?" You know, I'm like, "Oh,
And
it's like."
Look
ahead.
at the number of searches that show up for why isn't Batman in the Avengers and how that's one of the like the
Oh
top
my God.
5.
Yeah, no,
That's a good question.
John's gonna do it.
No,
So
Gen
bad.
Z is hopeless
No,
at this point.
seriously.
Googling
Like,
it right
my-
now.
I-
Why is
I've-
Batman not in the Avengers?
I've
To
said
be
this
fair, they don't
multiple
even use
times.
Google search, so.
My boss still to this day believes that Aquaman is an Avenger and Spider-Man is a member of the Justice League. Still believes that. And she's been waiting to like ask me. She needs me to tell her. She needs me to explain to her any of what's happening. All she saw was Inside Edition post that Superman was fired.
I don't know
and she
how
has
you
questions.
should tell her this, but our 5 and 6-year-olds know the truth. You haven't.
As they should. As they should.
They know more than the general audience.
well,
That's
what-
good.
Oh, that's
You
how
guys
you
are good
keep her
parents.
dependent.
You're good
I
parents.
see. I
You're
see.
good
I see.
parents.
What happened?
Well,
You're
what's
good
that?
parents.
What's that news report from the anchor who's like, is she talking about Superman and she's like, "That's my favorite Superman quote: with great
Yeah.
power comes great responsibility."
Oh yeah. And she said it so confidently too, just like,
Oh, yeah.
"Oh."
Well, she's reading a teleprompter. It wasn't even her quote. It was she was confidently
I'm
reading something that
wrong?
some other dumbass was writing on a teleprompter. Like,
He was like, "This is gonna be so good."
No, it's like that meme of Patrick Stewart says "Use the Force, Harry," quoted by Gandalf. That's real. It shouldn't be, but it's real. It's painful, but
No,
no.
but you're right, Sean. I mean, that's the thing is like nobody knows about this stuff. I mean, how many times have I talked to people, my either friends, family members, and they ask about the YouTube stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, well, big stuff is but they have no idea. And I'm always
no
constantly going, you know, and I'm sure you guys are the same way too. When, you know, with family members, like when they ask about your work and what you're talking about and everything like that, then you start breaking it down and you probably get a blank look on your face. Like,
I don't break it down. I'm just like, it's cool. Yeah, that was a cool movie.
Oh, you did.
Steven, you don't give them charts, really. You don't give visual aid.
I wouldn't dare.
No, in real life, he doesn't talk to a fucking soul. Not for a second. It's on here that we have to have time signals. Anyway, I gotta go because I'm old now. I turned 35 yesterday.
I want you to stop.
Happy birthday, Amanda. Happy birthday.
I have a gift to ask for all of you for my birthday, and that is that you enjoy, just like close your eyes and really savor a bite of really good food sometime this month.
Mouthfeel, it's a big thing.
Thank
People
you
don't
for doing that.
They don't take account to.
Don't say mouthfeel.
Yeah.
Mouthfeel is a thing, Steven.
Mouthfeel, that's real.
Yeah,
that's a real thing.
We just watched the menu last night.
Oh, there you go.
I know. I'm so proud of you.
Look at that.
I want to watch that.
He's gonna wash that down.
That was adorable. Well, happy birthday to Amanda for sure.
Yes, happy birthday.
Yes, absolutely. Happy
But yes, like what Sean was saying, the general audience really doesn't give a shit or really even know what's going on with some of these actors and their so-called controversies. When people say, "Oh yeah, there's no way they can bring back Ezra Miller," yes, there is, because nobody really knows. Like, I go inside and I'm like, "Hey, babe, did you hear about Ezra Miller?" She's like, "Who's that?" Like, he's the guy from Fantastic Beasts. He played the Flash. Oh, I don't know. What did he do? Like, never mind. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not as big as a lot of people make it out to be. It's because they need something to talk about, and so they talk about it at length.
15 years ago or so, I wore a Star Wars shirt, and someone, I don't remember, someone and I, acquaintance or whatever, was like, "Oh, I love Star Wars." And I made the mistake of being like, "Oh yeah, I just read this thing, and I love this comic. Which ones?" And they were like, "Oh, I think I saw the one where the one guy gets his hand cut off." And I was like,
it's better than saying, "I think I saw the one with a gold robot."
So, and so ever since then, my response to anything pop culture outside of like these conversations is like, "Yeah, that's a good one."
Well, it's kind of like I remember probably 10 plus years ago, I remember complimenting somebody on their Flash shirt, and they went, "What?" And I went,
"Oh boy,
the thing you're wearing on."
Yeah. That's a bit. I've seen that bit on social media where like they ask people who are wearing a band's T-shirt.
Yes, I hate that so much. They're wearing like a Metallica shirt.
Have you seen the one where like where it's the daughter is wearing a Purple Rain shirt, and the father plays Purple Rain, and she has no idea what it is?
Or Pink Floyd just changed their profile picture to like the 25th, or not 25th. 50th anniversary, whatever, Dark Side of the Moon. And the comments on Instagram were all like, "How dare you put up this woke shit?"
Oh my god!
Oh my god! No.
Have you seen that freaking? Yeah, have you seen that album cover? It's the prism in the
prism. I mean, seriously,
it's so old. It's like early 70s. That album.
What I love is I've got one of those shirts that actually like has where the prism would be. It's a beaker, and then there's a lightning bolt going in one side and the Flash coming out the other side, and it's done to be like like Dark Side of the Moon.
The Speed Force Oscar
exactly.
fan favorite moment award winner.
That's whatever. Nerdy shit, Scott.
Yeah. Sean, come on. How long have you known me? Why would you expect anything less than really nerdy shit?
But even by your standards.
Be in a bar and you broke it tonight, Scott.
And yet I still got married and had 3 kids. You know, miracles happen every day.
Once in a blue moon.
It's very true. It happens. It does happen.
It happens, but like on top of this, like I'm a huge sports fan, and one time for Christmas, my mom bought me a Manchester United jacket, and I don't watch soccer, let alone Premier League soccer, right? So I was like, "Oh, that's cool. You got a Nike store. That's awesome." So one day I wore it when I went to Starbucks, and I went to Starbucks to buy a coffee, and the guy who was ringing me up was like, "Oh, that was a great game the other night. Did you watch it?" I was like, "What?" He's like, "The game the other night. Did you watch it? It was really good." And I was like, "Yeah, I don't know." He's like, "You don't actually watch soccer, do you? You just wearing the jacket?" And that's never happened to me before, right? And I'm a huge
No
sports
coffee
fan.
for you, mother.
Yeah, and I was like, and I turned around, and everyone in line is staring at me. I was like, how much do I owe you? I'm just like, get me out of here. I'm like, how could this happen?
Speaking of the menu, he was like, okay, now you will make us our next course.
Yes. Yes.
That is bullshit.
I got rid of the jacket. I got rid of it. I gave it away.
And that's the other part of that, Andre, is like, for people like us and for sports fans, like someone that's a Manchester United fan, they can't envision the idea of wearing a shirt or a jacket or a jersey unless they are a fan of the thing. So when somebody else does it just because it looks cool to them, and
I've done it to other people where I'm like, oh, did you watch the Giants game? I've done it to other people, and then this guy did it to me, and not let alone it was in the morning. I was getting coffee, and it was a Starbucks inside of a Safeway, which is a grocery store. So I feel like I'm safe. I'm just like, hey, I'm just gonna stop by there, then go home, and then he got me.
He got you.
Okay, I want to pose a question to the panel because Ray, you know this because Tim and I over at Squadcast have talked about it because it's been the one major concern for both of us that Tim's older than I am, but we're getting tired, and I am concerned about
Just
everything.
Shot. He's older than me, just so you know.
I know.
No, trust me.
Trying to
I've
save
been making
days.
that joke. I've been making that joke for 7 years now. Come on, it never gets old. He does, but
you're more strapping than he is.
Thank you, Andre. Are we concerned about
what's happening?
The interconnectivity? Is there a feeling that, and I think this is good because we don't really know. I can't remember who said it. Like, was it Rob or Travis that was making the comment? Like, we don't know how all of this is going to be connected. Or Damien, I think you brought this concern as well. Are we concerned
It's the
about
context.
how to watch everything to make up to follow the story? Because this is like, do I have to play the game? Do I have to watch the show? Like, how much can you silo yourself off for what you're interested in? Is that a concern for anyone else?
No. It is, because the question for me is how are we connecting the dots with all the announcements? Like, how are they know how the dots are connected.
But
as a fan,
great question, Rob. Do you need to?
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people out there saying, I don't understand the plan. What are they building towards? I'm like, they just gave you 10 movies. What do you mean?
No. 4 movies and 6 shows.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what it is.
Project,
but 10 projects.
But it's a wide variety of content that's covering different areas of the universe, which I think is really cool, as opposed to just saying, okay, I'm going to do Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, which I thought he was going to do. That is so linear as opposed to this, which is, you have Swamp Thing, you have Supergirl, you have Lanterns, which is going to be that True Detective, hopefully, which I think could be really, really cool. So, I mean, the different angles and aspects you're going to get of the DC universe is so vast right now, which I think is really awesome.
And you're also getting different periods. You're getting historical, period piece, modern, and future, and you're getting gods and monsters is the theme. But you remember part of this presentation, and I forget how much was in the press release versus what they said in quotes to us, but someone talked about James Gunn's passion project before, like The Authority is his passion project. Yeah, but there's another one. James Gunn's favorite project was not announced, nor was the end caps of what Chapter 1 and 2 will be. And that's very intentional. If they told you the titles of that right now, it would spoil exactly what your guys are asking for. It would tell you.
Right.
I used the word misdirects earlier. I think what you see in Brave and the Bold, like in older Batman, like that may not end the way you guys think, or may set up other things. There's so many different pieces we don't know yet. This is not about setting up the Justice League.
So Rob, you know his passion project? Do we have an exclusive here?
That's a great question.
Does Hannah or Sean know too? Like, we're talking about
somebody cut the feed. Let's keep going.
Right. I think
we're not live anymore. No.
Having Mangold,
we won't tell anyone.
Look, one more thing. So this, what he did push a lot though, is crossovers. As in, like, this is a shared universe, and more than you saw in Marvel. The idea is, like, in the background of the Authority or all these films, you'll see that actor playing Superman if it's a cameo or on the news report. It's not going to be like just a logo of LexCorp like we got in the previous version. It's like characters will populate everywhere. Supporting characters, cameos, this and that. It's not going to be forced necessarily. It's going to be like, this is not the Shazam universe within this thing. It's all one universe. Expect to see different characters showing up a lot more often. The same way, sort of in more recent projects, we've seen Waller and Task Force X showing up here, and Black Adam and there and there. You know what I mean? That's going to be planned and cohesive from the beginning.
And we've seen this work on a smaller level, like in television. You know, like if you look at the Dick Wolf shows, or even if you look at the Arrowverse, right? Like, however you feel about the CW, the interconnectivity was exactly what you just described. All of that happened in one universe, right? And every once in a while, you know, Diggle would show up on everybody's shows, or, you know, Quentin Lance would show up on The Flash, like things. So there's a precedent for this to happen. It's still really ambitious to do this across television and movies. But no, I actually really agree with you, Rob, asking, and the question, do we need to know, like do we need to know that now? Like, it literally, we were just told, like, the announcement was made.
Yes.
For 10 projects that's only covering like the first half of Chapter One, and everybody wants all the answers immediately. There's so much impatience right now, and I understand it. I understand fans are generally impatient. I get that, but this is also part of where, like, I worry, and I brought this up many times, and I will bring it up again. I worry that this is where, like, you know, 15 years of the Marvel studio structure is in our brain. So now we just look at this and go, okay, where's Justice League? How is this building up to Justice League? Who's the big bad? Who's the over? And now this is literally something that, at least conceptually, appears to be wildly different from that. But people are still like, well, wait a minute, where's the Justice League play? Why isn't it like this? Why isn't it like that? And it's like, can we just wait and see, one, how it all works, and two, what it all shapes up to be?
It's all about being patient. I mean, you figure he's giving us this at the end of January. We're not even at like San Diego Comic-Con, which I think is going to be probably, you know, an even bigger reveal. Probably something on lines where it's going to show you where this chapter is headed towards. So what Rob was saying, I mean, if there's like a major bookend to the end of Chapter One, and we don't know about it yet, I mean, there's a chance. I mean, do we get a hint of that at San Diego Comic-Con? I don't know. But I think something.
No, I don't think so.
But also, this is his opening move, right? Like I said before,
Right.
the important part here is it's not that he's revealed the slate; it's that he needed to just have pieces on the board. And so this was done not to unveil their biggest, boldest, most exciting projects. This was done just because it had to happen sometime. What was he going to wait to make an announcement until?
No, it has to happen now, because these are going in production next year. They need directors and scripts now.
And so they had to, instead of having it announced on an investor's call, instead of piecemealing it out, instead of waiting, like, no, there had to be something made. And no, it's not the biggest, most grandest announcement, but they got to show, hey, we know what the fuck we're doing this time. And so the way you do that is by making an organized announcement. But, you know, there's more to come. There's bigger ones to come, etc. So the point of this is this isn't the MCU Phase 2 and 3 announcement that revealed Infinity War and Endgame and Age of Ultron and all that to be like, here's this massive thing we're building up. This isn't even to sell people on this initial slate. This is just to say this is a starting point to look organized prior to these other movies entering production. And then once a few of those come out, you know, especially like after Aquaman comes out, then they're in a place to, you know, and one or two of these movies come out even, then they're in a place to start looking forward more. But like you said, Rob, they got to start production on like the Superman stuff. And so what, this is going to leak out in the trades that like they're casting someone, they haven't even officially announced it yet. Like, no, this is just them saying, you know, the first move in a chess game is it's boring. You move a pawn forward one or two places, right? Like that's not like a dazzling spectacle. It's just getting something on the board and going from there.
Well, one thing I hope.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah.
I was going to say, one thing I hope they sort out is, because they've announced all these TV shows on HBO Max, is how they're going to distribute this to international audiences outside of the United States. Because for DC fans in Australia, we can't get HBO Max. And those all the content on HBO Max is delayed, so the timing of all these things is critically important. If we can't get content over here, it disrupts our experience for international audiences. So that shit needs to be sorted. I'm really passionate about that. Like, we're still waiting for the 4th season of Titans, and you're halfway through it in the United States. So if there's a timeline around
not that great.
that
Sorry.
shit needs to be sorted. I love Titans.
It's all subjective. but like,
oh, there it is.
No, but wait, that's a valid point, Damien. It is, and you know, I mean, because there's that concern, and then you know, when you talk about, I mean, it's already an ambitious idea of trying to do, and you know, of course, you piss off the voice actor, or at least that one voice actor who got upset.
It wasn't. It wasn't a voice actor. It was a character designer. I read the article because the headline said vets, and they literally quoted one guy.
And
it was a character designer from Naughty Dog. So I'm like, let's recontextualize. Going back to the old Squadcast days, read the damn article.
Right. Totally. You're absolutely
read
right.
the headlines. Right Cinema Blend. Right Screen Rant. Read the article. Right.
Right.
What you're supposed to be doing. But
but yeah, there is a lot of. I mean, that's why this is so ambitious, because you're trying to, because there's the concern over like trying to keep actors synergy between animation and live action. There's concern about the international distribution, the video game deal, right? You know, like how is all of that like timing? These industries do not all work the same, and certainly not globally. They don't all work the same in the States, let alone globally. So there is a lot of moving parts to this, which is why if it works, it changes the game.
Right.
Completely,
but Rob,
if it works.
Rob, to the point that I was trying to make, though, is that I'm not wanting to know the whole grand plan. I just want to know, is this going to be spaced out in a way that I can have time to catch up on it, and or can I choose to skip things that I have no interest in? What I don't want to happen is feeling obligation to watch something that I am not passionate about or interested in, because as I've gotten older, I have less time, and
speak for yourself.
You don't want to be watching Superman Legacy and then have it like get to the middle act reveal and be like, oh damn it, I didn't watch Creature Commandos. Now I have no idea what's going on. I didn't play that mobile app game.
What's going on?
You're laughing, but no, but that's what I mean. That's kind of what got to the part of my MCU burnout was
too much.
The homework problem.
The homework problem.
Absolutely, yes.
And which can be
you're
solved.
A teacher.
Tell me about it. And I think my concern just is it can be handled in one of two ways. Personally, my opinion. One, space this content out enough that I've got time to get to it before the next thing if I want to. Or do I have the option to go, I can skip that because I really don't care.
Yeah.
I think he did say in the presentation, though, that each project is going to, like, the goal is for it to be viewable by anybody who's just, like, coming in, sitting down, having no prior viewing experience with the DCU.
You guys
That's
got
what he
like,
said,
a whole recording of, like, the whole thing.
Yes.
You got the whole thing because you had somebody that was there, right? So you guys heard, like, every little, like, thing that he said, which helps. It helps add to, like, the discussion because you heard everything that he said, and maybe not everything got put out in an article, of course.
That's right. So Scott, I guess you have to skip a vodka stream here and there and watch your catch up on your shows, man. No, but in terms of I'm just joking. Don't skip.
Never.
Dave won't let me. I'm
Dave has him signed to a 4-year deal.
Obligated.
Contract. Sorry.
Exclusive deal. First
Sorry.
one.
Yeah. But you do know the cadence. The cadence is 2 shows and 2 movies per year. That's the generic blueprint, which is very easy. I think we all consume a lot more content than that.
Yes.
But yeah, to what Hannah said, it's also true. Like they have to have this balance where there is a blueprint they must follow, and therefore they must follow certain precast actors from previous projects, right? If there are major story beats, we talked about earlier. I mentioned how they're not going to give up projects, which means they may have to rearrange the order of things. But the tentpole story beats will not change. That plan is the plan. However, the big focus, and as James Gunn tweeted in his own video to reiterate again, is that when they bring in creators, both the creative committee, which has comic book people on it, but they're a filmmaker to do a project, they have to be able to do it their way. There'll be a quality control filter for sure, and they'll take as much time as they need, but it has to be done their way. And that means they're going to tell their project. Like if James Mangold's doing Swamp Thing, he doesn't have to care about Booster Gold. So it has to be its own thing, right?
Well,
so
the fact that Mangold
it's a balancing
and
act.
Affleck both have their names like legitimately circling stuff here says a lot to me. Not only that, but also having Oh shoot, who's all on the creative committee?
Christina Watson,
Crystal Henry,
Jeremy
Jeremy Carver.
No, but who's the what? Why am I? The screenwriter from Martian.
Drew Goddard.
Goddard being on the creative committee is huge to me because
I didn't know that.
He has had opportunities to be on that kind of thing.
Sinister Six.
Sinister Six.
Well, yeah, but it's like to direct movies, but also he's been just one of those guys, like the guy that you're like, why aren't you in like a dedicated writer's room on something? And so the fact that he's here, the fact that Mangold is circling Swamp Thing, the fact that Affleck is considering doing like that,
how
to
we
me says
about that?
behind the scenes that says that there is like there's no way Affleck would touch any of this with a 10-foot pole unless he had reason to believe that he was going to be given what he needs, right? I mean, literally the last thing he said about this was that his friend told him if he directed the Batman movie that he'd drink himself to death.
Yeah.
So like to have said that and then to be legitimately seriously considering coming back to this, I think really is a big sign of like some promises being made about like you can do it your way. Having said that, prior to the Mangold stuff coming out, my biggest concern was like Supergirl and Lanterns, I think, were the only ones they really gave any story details about in terms of obviously they don't have scripts and stuff, so they can't tell the whole story, but they didn't pitch any of this stuff on why it's interesting. Like Swamp Thing, for example, wasn't here's why Swamp Thing is cool. Here's why we want to do Swamp Thing. It was this is going to be a darker horror thing, but don't worry, it's still connected. And the pitch was this is connected to the other movies, not here's why Swamp Thing is cool. And that seemed to be consistent through even Lanterns was like, oh yeah, it's like True Detective, but they discover a secret that leads into
cover something
story.
That's another thing too, is like when it comes to Swamp Thing, like what I mean, like you said, like it connects to something now. And I'll ask, like Hannah, like for instance, like do you think that's gonna start adding, you got Justice League Dark, so do you think that's just going to start, putting that spark in there? I'm guessing, but then of course we have the whole Constantine 2 that got announced prior.
Yeah, is that still happening?
That's
is
that a real thing now? Yeah,
because that would be Elseworlds, right?
Exactly. So that's what I'm kind of wondering about, because that was pre-Gun. So obviously we all want that. I mean, it's Keanu Reeves, for fuck's sake. I mean, come on, it's Keanu Reeves. We want that. But now we're like going, okay, we have Swamp Thing, and obviously they're going to want to start this new Justice League Dark. I mean, do we?
Well, so that's what I'm wondering of, like, he's saying that he didn't announce the titles of some of these things because it would give this away. Like, maybe that's being accounted for right now, and we just don't know, So
you think,
I think he's. Go ahead.
It could be an Elseworlds kind of title, maybe? That he
Constantine or Swamp Thing?
Constantine 2 with Keanu Reeves.
I think that could be Elseworlds, yeah. But I think like as far as what you're saying of like leaving the door open for like a Justice League Dark, like I'm sure that's what he's doing. He's just not gonna say that because then everyone's gonna be like, oh, and then this is what they're doing, and like get 18 steps ahead of him.
Well,
exactly.
and also, like I was asked a couple weeks ago, like what do I want Gunn and Safran to do if one of their projects doesn't pan out the way that they wanted and they have to pivot? And I said, I don't want them to pivot because that's what the last regimes did. Don't pivot, but make adjustments. So we're talking about all this now and we're not taking into account it, and we can't because we don't know what the adjustments are going to be. But what are they're going to be adjustments. I mean, even Feige made adjustments, several adjustments over the last 15 years with the MCU. So
it's not been perfect.
Right. So to think that there won't be adjustments to whatever happens. You're like, say Swamp Thing does really well. Okay, now that's what can open the door to Justice League Dark, right? Or if it doesn't do well for whatever reason, then the door slams shut for Justice League Dark. Either way. And this could be with any of these projects, right? Whether it is Creature Commandos or Waller or the Supergirl movie, whatever it is, like you still have to wait and see what that project does to see what doors it could potentially open up or slam shut going forward.
Can they just make a good movie? How about they just make
what we want?
How about they
just make a good movie?
Good is subjective. Good is so subjective. Good.
What a novel thought.
Good is subjective.
What a novel thought right there.
Because they put too much. There was too much concern into Black Adam rebooting the franchise and the DC hierarchy, and it sucked. So,
And
just
to
make
your
a good
earlier
movie.
point, the general audiences don't care.
No, they didn't care at all.
Nothing matters until the first trailer comes out. Is it
That's
awesome?
true.
And it doesn't really matter until word of mouth comes out, right? So
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and yeah, no, the Black Adam thing. I mean, that was.
It was.
We can
in a
just
tough
call
position.
that master manipulation at this point. Truthfully, like that's really what it
Well,
was.
the entire talking point on his press tour was Henry Cavill's back. That was his entire talking point.
Yeah.
Right, because he was trying to he was rallying the troops.
Yeah,
because he thought that was going to be enough to get it going, and then a week later, rug gets pulled out from under him.
Well, and
right?
it's become clear now that Cavill was a
pawn,
a willing
A
pawn. I
pawn.
mean, he wasn't being used against his will, but he was being used as a Hail Mary kind of token to put Gunn on the spot, or to put the administration on the spot to force them to like, oh hey, you're gonna look real dumb if you renege on this. And
and it also, and
Gunn
having
kinda called
DeLuca and Abdi back it as well. Also, this is why this kind of reminded me why I said how like the important thing if you're going to do DC Studios, which I'm still glad that exists now, but like if you're going to do DC Studios, it couldn't just simply be a division under Warner Brothers Picture Group. It had to be its own separate autonomous thing, or else you'd get Warner Brothers idiots meddling and like pushing things forward. Like, hey, do this because we think you should do it. No, whoever's in charge of DC Studios should have that. And when there was no one in charge and it was de facto heads, look at the mess they created. That ended up, and they were gambling that it was going to be, and for the people, like there's still people out there that are like, we were going to get the Snyderverse. No, we were going to get the $7 Snyderverse.
Yeah,
that's
but
what
also,
it was going to be.
Always put yourself in these people's shoes too, though, because like, this is what I always say. What was the Super Bowl where the Patriots threw it on like the 4th and 1?
That was with the Seahawks or something.
The Seahawks, and everyone was like, "Why would you do that?"
The Seahawks.
It's like,
The Seahawks threw it,
because
and it got intercepted.
The Seahawks, thank you.
Yeah.
Great moment.
Because the answer of like, oh, it's the dumbest thing, they should just run it in. Because the answer is like, well, what if it worked? Like imagine if like they had to make a decision for that, right? They couldn't just release Black Adam as a intentional lame duck. Because I mean, I think it's it would have been shocking if that movie as it was huge. But imagine if having Cavill in that and everything, and it was $1 billion movie, that changes everything, right?
Yep.
And so what? So you're just gonna not take that swing as the people who have to make the call before, or you're gonna delay the movie until after Gunn and let Gunn make the like. You got to make these calls on the fly. You're not like you can't just put everything on pause until like the right leadership comes along. Like that's how we ended up in this position in the first place, was everyone just kicking the can down the road over and over and over. And so they said, look, let's take a swing, and they struck out, and it put egg on a lot of people's faces. Henry's, Gunn's.
I just wonder about that James Gunn and Dwayne Johnson meeting, because I think we talked about it in the beginning. We were saying telling Dwayne Johnson no, sorry, I mean, and little skinny James Gunn with his spiky hair.
It's just sad that it happened that way. That we saw Henry Cavill in Black Adam, which was great. And then to have him make the announcement on Instagram saying, "Yeah, I'm back. There's more things to come." And then the next day to find out, okay, no, that's not actually happening. And so.
Yeah. But Henry was doing that intentionally to make it hard for people to say no. Also, knowing he didn't have a deal in place, so that doesn't make it hard. I'm not. It's hard on all sides, but like you can't ignore the fact that like Henry was playing with fire, and he knew he was playing with fire.
Right.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like one of the things I was trying to emphasize on Film Junkie Live. Drink. By the way, anybody want we take a drink when we promote ourselves. Anyways, so I even said that too. I was like, I kept on saying like he's not going to come back as Superman unless he has a contract. So then when it finally did happen, I'm like, oh, he must have a contract. But turns out, no, he did not have a contract.
No,
he had
he
a
did
promise.
not.
He got paid, and he got a promise of a contract, I think, and that's what happened. But then all of a sudden, like I said, it's just then you get the new players in, and it was just to be a fly on the wall with some of these.
Remember when
that
Snyder
happened.
posted the pictures of his reels for Justice League in what? No, it was November or December 2019. He posted and it turns out it was props for.
It was props,
but that's that kind of thing, right? You put that out there in order to pressure the studio into doing something. It was the same. Dwayne Johnson was using the same playbook. And it just
he said he was told to, though. That was the thing. He was like, I was told by WB to do that.
Well, was it WB?
He was told by he was told by DeLuca and Abdi to do it, which is why they need to stay in their lane.
So that's what I'm saying. It's like
as a part of he didn't say he was told to announce like a contract. He said he was told to announce that he was returning in Black Adam. So that was all a part of promoting Black Adam, and of course the hope behind that was Black Adam blows up, and I'm sure Gunn would have loved to have a $1 billion movie that brings back Superman in a way that the audience is embracing on the eve of his return. That would have made his decisions a lot better. But Black Adam is like wah, and then he's like, okay, no, I'm not weird thing, using though, like the cornerstone of my new universe. Like,
I mean, and then okay, and I want to ask this to our guests here, Hannah and Sean. It wasn't it a little strange that James Gunn had no promotion of Black Adam? Did you see one tweet, one anything, and one mention of it?
His wife was in the movie.
Okay, yes. Okay, I was getting to that, Andre. Jesus.
But
Ray,
hey,
Ray, stop, guys. Like, did you guys see that?
I think.
No. But I want to get your guys' opinion on that. The fact that there was, because I always, found that weird, and we've talked about that, many times, is the fact that James Gunn did no promotion of that at all. It seemed like at all. What do you guys?
James Gunn didn't want to promote that movie. My guess is because he knew that if he was given the opportunity to take over, and maybe he didn't know 100% yet that it was happening. Maybe it was still being negotiated. But he knew once he came in, he didn't want to. The thing about James Gunn having these Elseworld projects these are all the projects that he's inherited by coming in. It's Joker, which is a successful franchise that probably wasn't going to warrant a sequel until it did as well as it did. I don't think Todd Phillips did Joker with the idea of launching a franchise. I think he had an idea for a movie and he was going to convince Joaquin Phoenix to do one movie. The Elseworlds is Matt Reeves because the Matt Reeves movie did really well. And Matt Reeves wants to continue in that universe. But James Gunn came on board. He wanted to do his plan. Like, I don't think we would have these Elseworld projects if he didn't absorb them, essentially, by coming on board and still saying, we're not going to unplug these very successful properties. So he didn't want, why would he promote Black Adam? If he was about to take over, he would want to wipe the slate clean and start telling the stories that he wants to tell. He's still absorbing these other 4 movies. And he actually said in the audio, we got lucky with these next 4 projects in that they don't disrupt my vision that badly, is essentially what he came out and said. He's like, Blue Beetle is its own little thing. We can let it just play out. The Flash resets everything. I think he doesn't know what to do with Aquaman. I think Aquaman is a problem because of where it falls. But he essentially was like, he said, we got lucky because of these next 4 movies. We can just sort of shuffle through them and then pretend they never happened. And I even think with the Elseworld projects, like when everyone's like, well, what if we get another Elseworld pitch? I don't think you're going to get another Elseworld pitch unless it's something extraordinary. I think he wants everything to be part of it.
Let's say the Joker Folie à Deux was not already greenlit and the Batman was not a big hit. Would he have said, I'm also creating an Elseworlds brand in order to find, or like, let's say those movies didn't even exist. Let's not say they were failures. Would he have, if he was coming in from scratch and didn't have to inherit those movies, would he have said, I would like to create an Elseworlds label to foster non-canonical
No, because I think it just creates brand confusion.
Not in chapter 1. Make it down the line.
Elseworlds is a solution to a problem, not a feature.
I think so.
Okay, then Sean, I'll ask you. You really think brand confusion is a concern for the general audience?
Yeah.
It's a big concern for marketing strategy and marketing dollars, in my view. You need to be very, very clear on brand and purpose.
Yeah, but to answer that, Ray, I don't think that the general public thinks that much about it.
Right.
But when just as an example, in the past 2 weeks, when I have tried to explain what is happening at DC, you don't get 2 minutes into it before people are just like, what are you talking about? I don't get it, kind of thing. So we're putting so much thought into the amount of stuff that's being decided behind the scenes when I'm not quite sure that, it musters the amount of attention that we're getting.
Well, they don't
that's
get
why
it,
I'm at,
but also
that's-
they don't care.
Right.
I always go back to the Rogue One, where people thought that Felicity Jones was playing
100%.
Rey.
Yeah, 100%.
But they still loved it, right? Like people walked out of it being like, "Oh, I loved it. That was so cool. I didn't expect Rey to come back." And you're like, "What the?"
Right.
What do you do with that? Like,
But that's why I asked.
Care. Like,
that's why I asked the question, Sean, because the big thing that comes up with this is the idea of having two Batmen at the same time, right? Now, we're not going to have to worry about that for a minute because one, even though the Batman Part 2 has a tentative date at this point, we don't know when Batman, the Brave and the Bold is going to happen. We have no date on that. So, but that's the question that I keep getting asked by fans is like, could they have two Batman? Won't that confuse the general audience?
We had 3 Pinocchios in 2022.
That's what I'm saying. Right. And my contention, Sean, is I don't think the general audience cares enough to be like, oh, Robert Pattinson. Like maybe they might ask the question. Maybe some of them might ask, why isn't Robert Pattinson in the other ones? Why is whoever the actor is in the other? But I don't think they care enough for it to be such a detriment.
Well, I think the ones that will be confused by it won't be. They aren't invested enough for it to bother them. They'll be like, "Oh, that was weird. I didn't know he was in that."
Right.
The ones that care or would be bothered by it are invested enough to like Google it and figure it out. The ones who are like, "Why wasn't Batman that other guy?" aren't gonna be like, I don't know, confused to the point. In the same way you have Rogue One, where people are like, "Oh yeah, Rey was in that." And like,
well, but also, and when Rey is saying that like they can't have two Batmen at the same time, like I'm not sure that the most people know that Ben Affleck isn't Batman anymore. I think they accept that Robert Pattinson is out doing that other story, but they probably just expect to see. And if Ben Affleck is in the Flash, which we still expect him to be, then we essentially have two Batmen right now.
Alongside Michael Keaton.
Yeah, and another one within 3 years. So that's what I'm saying. Four live action Batman. Which, by the way, Zaslav made it clear he doesn't want this. He does not want multiple Superman, multiple Batman. It is confusing, right? Imagine an icon level character like Batman or Superman on the other side, right? Imagine you watch Robert Downey Jr. play Iron Man. You go see Avengers and there's a younger actor. Then you go see Civil War as a third actor. You're like, wait, what the?
That's ridiculous. How much does a what is it, like $1.3 billion Spider-Man No Way Home with 3 Spider-Man in it?
Well, 3 separate franchises over 20 years is a different story. But
I mean, those are well established throughout.
It introduces
they're
the
about
idea
to do in the Flash, essentially.
The mechanism, the multiverse mechanism, as a part of the plot is a thing that says, yeah, sure, like they existed over time, but this movie says, well, no, they can't exist at the same time. So
yeah, but when you say multiverse, you make it sound like it's a positive thing right now. In the MCU,
I'm not.
Right now. I hope it will be.
But the point is that audiences were not like. Audiences didn't walk away from Spider-Man No Way Home saying, I don't get how they were in that. They walked away saying, that was cool that they were able to get all of them in there.
Hey, look at the other side. Let's say none of this shit exists and the DC universe is starting for the first time in 2 years. You tell me they're going to cast 4 Batman?
No, but we're not talking about that though, Rob. That's not
100%. But that's
but also
this is what they're
X-Men
trying
Days
to
of
get
Future
to.
Past doesn't exist without First Class and
that's something you build towards. You don't start it, right?
Yeah, you can't tell me that they're not like James Gunn's not thinking about building towards something where you bring maybe there's like the hope for a Henry Cavill coming back might be in a later.
I should say I'm of the opinion that that part of the conversation with Cavill was, oh, by the way, you're going to be in Kingdom Come.
Yes.
I just can't tell you that.
Yes.
Like you can't pitch that. Like that's the project you can't pitch at the beginning of Chapter 1, right? I don't know.
And in 2 years, Gunn's fired, and there goes Kingdom Come, and Harry.
and then THR is like, sources say that
$7 is back in the game.
Sources say that Gunn had big plans for Christ on Infinite Earths.
He's just about to do Kingdom Come. He swear everyone.
The ink was wet right there, right. See how that devolved so quickly. That's where we are.
But you know, that's
Perspective.
I think that's the fun thing that we for years, like I guess not for years, but I say the past year, everyone talked about like, God, what are they going to do if there is 2 Batman, right? And now we're going to live in a world where within 3 years you'll probably get 1 Batman movie and another, and we get to see that experiment happen. You know, it's like we can talk about this. That I'm in the same camp that I don't think the general audience cares. I think if they see the trailer, if it looks funny, if the Damian concept works, the suit's different, they'll go see it. But that's what's fun is we'll get to actually see it. And then if it bombs, then they'll go, okay, let's not do that again. Then one of these Batmans has to end, right? So that's where we get to see the test of, and I don't think it would bomb just because, oh, there's a second Batman, but that might scare them away. If, okay, 2 Batmans clearly didn't work. Same thing if Flash works, that may unscare them. Like, okay, we have Robert Pattinson last year and Affleck and Keaton, and this is all working out. It's completely fine. So that's what I'm excited for on the business side, just see like how it all shakes out the next few years.
After Gunn does Grant Morrison, and he brings in Batmite and the Batman of Zero and R, and they're gonna be like, oh, clearly the problem was too many Batmans. We should
I just envision
too much.
Whenever Steven shares that Dr. Manhattan meme, I just think it's the year is 2047. There are 11 Batman. We are starting over again.
When it comes to the other films like the Flash and Blue Beetle, Aquaman, and Sean, you kind of touched on the fact that, you know, in 2.5 years, he's just going to move on. I mean, do we think that these films coming out will essentially have no relation to whatever Gunn is doing with the DC universe when Superman comes around, or is he going to inherit these movies and, like, let's say, bring along Ezra Miller as the Flash moving forward? Or do you think the possibility is there for that, or do you feel that he's probably going to just recast all of them later on?
I think what he did in this presentation was he left the door open for the ability to keep those people if he wanted to. But in a more likely sense, I think you just don't see Shazam anymore. You know, like, I don't think you recast Shazam.
Well, I mean, like, do you think he spoke? Well, did he speak favorably of these movies because they haven't come out yet, and because he still has to have
the Flash?
Well, that's what I'm saying is that, like, he has to softly kind of promote these films because they're going to make money for the company he works for. But what I'm saying is that, like, do you think he's doing it because of that? And in the long run, he's like, yeah, once we get past Aquaman, I'm going to recast all those characters in about 2.5, 3, 4 years. I mean, you're going to forget.
The way that he phrased it was that everything starting with Superman Legacy is in canon for him. So that moves those 4 movies outside of canon for him. Now, I think he has the freedom to keep some of those actors and continue on with maybe Sasha Calle being one of these, if audiences really connect with her. And he sees that, then maybe he says, okay, we're going to use her in Supergirl, and he has the freedom to continue to do that. But in his mind, everything is starting at Superman Legacy and then moving forward. But it's unusual that, like, he kept Viola Davis for Waller. Like, he kept his people. You know, we think Cena is going to stick around as Peacemaker. The people who he's essentially worked closely with, obviously, Weasel is going to be in Creature Commandos. And so, but I honestly,
Justice League.
And there's nothing. Thank you for bringing this up, because there's nothing wrong with that.
It's fine.
You're the boss.
Yeah,
you're in charge. There's nothing, but you see that a lot too, where it's like he's just keeping his friends and kicking everybody else out.
Yeah, he's keeping everything he worked on and nothing else.
Right. No, exactly. But
and make Chris Pratt the next Superman.
Oh God! Hey,
I would love to see that
guy.
day.
Can you do something with this guy?
On that note, I'm going to be the first one to leave the stream tonight.
I was going to say it's my bedtime, y'all.
Very late.
Thanks for having me.
Getting late, but I appreciate you guys coming on. Always fun talking to you, Sean.
I love all you guys.
And then it was nice meeting you, Hannah. You're welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, you want to shoot the shit? I mean, obviously you're moving to LA. Hey, you want to come and talk about, like, all the crazy, exciting things you're doing? You always got a door open right here. So thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Adios, guys. Thanks.
Right.
Bye, guys.
Have a good weekend,
Right.
guys. Nice meeting you.
There you go. All right. Now, what does Calvin have to say about all this? Come on.
Do you remember how small this guy used to be?
Yes.
I used to be able to hide him, like, under the table during streams.
Was that the baby?
It's so
Yes,
cute.
that's the baby.
Yes,
That's
this was
the baby?
Yes, it's been that
My
long.
God.
Andre. Yes.
Uh-oh, guess who's back now?
Oh, she was lurking the whole
Yeah,
time.
hello.
Was she just waiting? the whole time?
No.
She's in the green room.
In the green room.
Yeah.
He's here for
I was-
Ray,
Callum.
get out!
Here
Get
for
out!
I was
She's
watching.
been in the private chat the whole time. Like, hey guys.
We're over the brown quota. Oh no.
Yeah, you didn't leave a bowl of water back here or nothing. What kind of green room is this?
I know,
What
right?
kind of bullshit is this?
No green lung.
Should have left a bowl of
This
oatmeal.
is the most ghetto back room I've ever seen. Like,
Oh
there's
my God.
literally just
not a good green room. Not
there's
enough.
literally just a park bench here. Like, what the hell is this? There's nothing in here but a park bench.
Oh.
Okay, let's see if I can get him to do this. Hold on. Let's see if we can do this. Hold on. Callum, whose sweet pea are you? Oh.
Nope, he's
It's too late. He's like, man, I should be embarrassed.
Intimidating. There's a lot
Sorry.
of strangers.
Are
Yeah.
you daddy sweet pea?
Callum, spill his beer.
Oh. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
There we go.
All right.
My screen's black for Scott, by the way. I don't see anything. I see you guys going, oh, and I'm just seeing
And on my end, Scott has literally been like 5 seconds behind what he says.
Yeah.
The whole
I think
time.
the whole stream.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't just me that his connection's been.
yeah.
I don't know.
That's weird because I
happening last week as
haven't
well.
been behind any of you guys. This is weird.
Yeah.
I don't
On
know.
my
Wait.
screen, you're still holding
Yes.
All-Star Superman.
No.
Okay, there it is. Now it loaded. Now I can see the
Shut up, shut
child.
up.
Yeah.
Also, I've been wanting to ask Rob, are you wearing a NASA shirt?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I am.
Felt like I
My-
kept looking. I was like, is that a NASA shirt?
Cool
Okay.
shirt.
No, it's ass. I just gotta.
It's an ass
Yeah.
shirt.
Are you wearing an
Classic Friday night ass shirt. Yeah.
Yeah, it's the word ass in the NASA font. Like, oh,
And then
And then-
that's
That's
and
why I
then
wear a
also-
cardigan on top.
Also, I wanted to, Damien,
Classic.
I wanted to wish you a happy anniversary about DC Comics news. You posted something on Twitter. So, what did you post?
I did, yeah.
put him on the spot.
8 years ago today, I took over as owner and publisher of DC Comics News and Dark Knight.
Congrats.
Oh, nice.
8 years has gone
Cheers, man.
Milestone.
incredibly fast. Yeah,
Cheers.
thank you.
Yeah, I
It's,
know. When
been
I was
good. It's
posting
been an amazing
tweets,
journey.
I saw you post that, and I was like, all right, I had to bring that up. But none of these guys would shut up, so I was like, God damn.
Oh, geez, sorry.
Dave almost
All right.
snapped there when he threw it to the guests, and Nicotina and Ray were both ready to go.
I know. I was like, oh man, Hannah hasn't talked in a bit. I'm like, I gotta get her talking a little bit more. And then
He's
all
like,
of a
why
sudden,
am I here?
I was like doing this, and then I was like, and then I was like, guys, come on. I know.
We
I
know
knew
you
it was
have
gonna be a-
guests. We
fantastic.
understand.
I know. It's
You brought in an army, Dave. An army.
I know.
That
I think
moment when
Scott's son is ready to say
Steve-
something.
Microphone.
Steven was more silent than
Scott's
everybody
son.
else in that time. Steven's just been sitting there like. mhm.
The
That's
man
how I
is
knew. I
like
was
staring at him.
No,
Yeah.
Steven's been a good boy.
Oh.
Hey, there he
All
goes.
right, here we go. He's
There we
ready
go.
to talk.
Okay, what's your favorite DCU project?
Right. Right.
Yeah, there's a light. Yeah.
Are you
color's
excited
the-
for Creature Commandos?
The funny thing is he can't hear a thing you're saying
Yeah,
because
he
I have
can't hear
my
anything.
because I have my AirPods in. What color is
Yeah.
that light?
Red.
That's right, it's
Nice.
red.
Oh, yeah.
Who's that right there? It's Dave. Can you say hi, Dave?
I'm just gonna keep
No.
doing this.
He
He's
said
all-
no.
He's like, that's Steven.
That's that weird guy that
Dave's
you
like,
always
Okay.
scream
Do
with.
you know Uncle Ray? You can say hi to Ray.
Oh,
You gonna say
God.
hi?
We're getting real personal here.
He's like, no. He don't wanna say
Uncle
hi to
Ray?
nobody. Uncle Ray. Wow.
It's because Scott and I are the same age.
He's probably
I'm
looking at at Saggy's image right there, like what the hell?
Well, no, he's looking at me like that's the only thing that makes sense on this. What I'm seeing is we watching a cartoon.
A drawn image, yes.
A drawn image.
Ah.
No, I'm not gonna turn it off, buddy. No, I'm not gonna turn it off.
He's like, what is this show? This
Are we
is
done?
awful.
How old is he, Scott?
Awful.
He's 2.5.
Yeah.
That's a 2.5. Jeez, where's the
What,
time go?
what are the kids shows for 2-year-olds now? What are the kids shows?
Bluey. He likes
Titan
watching CoComelon.
CoComelon.
Titan season
He likes
1.
watching, he likes watching Titans.
No, actually,
with 2-year-old Titans.
No. You know what he's been watching because he won't go to sleep is that he's been watching Mayor of Kingstown when Heather and I are watching it. I'm a little concerned, and then tonight he joined us watching Tulsa King. So I'm a little concerned.
No,
Stallone action. Yes.
Why not?
I didn't watch Die Hard until I was 6. Come on. I'm kidding. It wasn't 6. It was like later.
All right, guys. We got some Patreon stuff that I wanted to get to also.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, we'll get some Patreon questions here. I saw Christian right there asking, like, we get to those? I'm like, yes. We got to one of them, which was from Jonathan Verby.
Come
but
on, Dave.
Christian, I'll get to yours right now. You sent me an email.
They're all questions for Sean and Hannah.
Yeah, I know. No,
this question's for Sean.
No, it's actually not.
Rob, take this one.
So it says, my question is, does it matter if James Gunn casts a Superman that isn't handsome or has sex appeal like Superman normally has, like Henry Cavill, Christopher Reeves, etc.?
Is he going to cast the ugly guy?
All subjective. It's all
Jack
subjective.
Black.
It's all subjective,
Jack
but the
Black.
studio's
Okay,
like,
hold on. Hey, guys, let me finish. Andre, I'm about to kick you out. Jeez, let me finish. Because I was feeling he's going to cast someone way out of the box. If he does, will that affect your interest or cause distraction with a new DCU Superman? Now, when I read this at first, my immediate thought was at one point Tim Burton cast Nicolas Cage as Superman, and they were gonna go off the cuff and have somebody with long hair and like different. It was not going to be a sexy Superman. Essentially, I'm sure there's people out there that think that Nicolas Cage. I mean, he kept in shape and stuff like that. But since now we only have one woman here, let's talk to her at first. How Saggy? How? I know she's too busy paying attention to what's going on over here. See?
No, I'm laughing at Amanda's comment because she's the only one who heard what I said.
Jack Black is the sex appeal.
You read that I just yelled Jack Black, and she's just like. But no, go ahead, ask me. Go ahead.
Yeah. But so, how would you feel about not a normal like the normal traditional Superman of like this, big, broad shoulders, handsome guy? If he were to go off the cuff, how would you feel?
So wait, the child can't hear anything, right?
No.
You can't hear a thing.
Okay.
He doesn't have a headset. He's good.
Just want to make sure. So we're talking about like a basic bitch Superman, basically, is what you're saying.
Okay. Sure. That's not what the question was, but yeah.
I mean, well, Superman's whole thing is he's hot. So I mean, casting,
he's gotta be hot.
Yeah, he's gotta be like, the jaw, and mind you, he's gonna be in that skin tight outfit, so you're gonna have to have a body that fits that. Because listen, nobody wants to see Superman flying around after he's had a few donuts. Okay, like nobody wants to see it.
Full figured.
Well, I mean, we saw The Incredibles. I mean, come on, Speaking of that, Brad Bird should be on the. Anyway, sorry. I'm always trying to push Brad Bird for Superman movie.
I don't think the studio would let him do that. I think even if he tried, someone like Safran or somebody in the studio would be like, no.
Well, I can say Safran or Zaslav are the only ones that could really, if that was what Gunn was going to do, right? They're the only ones that could be like, no.
And I think one of them would be like, James, let's talk about this seriously because we need to sell. I just feel like that's just one of those things where like old Hollywood would absolutely be like, oh no, you're doing it this way. Like in that regard, like as superficial as it is, but Hollywood itself is superficial.
Remember how fans reacted to Fat Thor? I mean,
that was a gag.
It was for comedic value.
I mean, I know it was, but there are still people who are just like, why is Thor now like this? He's supposed to be a god. I mean, I think it's like, if him being that way is like explained biologically makes sense. Like there are some characters who like their body, their metabolism, like Spider-Man. Spider-Man has a nice bod because that's his mutation. right?
Yeah.
It's
I mean, that's always the thing is
troublesome
like, you know,
area.
I remember I had a little debate with like a friend of mine talking about like, why do these heroes like Superman need like all the muscles when it's just naturally they work different. So they don't, but I guess it's like,
But it
it's
looks
always-
better. It looks
yeah,
better.
it's an aesthetic thing. That's the thing. It's the aesthetic thing. Like that.
I mean, do you want to see me with strength like that? Like, yeah.
So
It's like,
wait a
that's
minute.
not that
Wait a
appealing.
minute.
No,
well, hold on. Here's the thing. Here's the thing, though.
Exactly.
Fighters, right? Fighters have muscle. So you
Yeah.
expect warriors to be built because they have muscle because they're trained. They're fighters. They're going to be. You can't
Some of
expect
the
a fighter.
smallest people in the world could kick the shit out of me in 2.5 seconds. Like, you look at a short person that has no muscle because they're so skilled. And that's the thing with Superman. It's like, by nature, he can just flick a car and it flies. I don't think they need to get a jack guy. And the handsome thing, that's like debatable. That's like comes down to people like ugly shaming. Like, oh, this. I think they're going to get someone that is more just kind of friendlier looking in a way, because like Cavill, if you look at him, he is attractive, but the thing is he just stands out because he's like GQ magazine, right? I think almost more like a Brand Ruff, but even then, like, I just feel something not like that you could blend in as a Clark Kent, that it's just gonna look like a normal guy. Like when Dave was talking about Tim Burton, they were gonna have fucking Nick Cage wear Hawaiian shirts as Clark Kent. That was what they were gonna do, and I'm not saying they're gonna go with that, but I don't
Sean
need a
Gunn.
jack guy.
But at the
You
same
fucking
time,
Sean Gunn.
he's still was jacked. But of course the facial features wasn't like exactly.
I think toned
you know.
Superman. That's what I need.
I want
Toned,
my Superman to look like Damien. Simple as that. That's it. Just look like Damien.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
It's just
That's
a jaw.
okay.
That's
Best
my
thing that's
Superman.
been said all day.
There you go. Right there.
Damien is the
Where's my
blueprint.
Superman
There you go.
costume?
He throws out everything
Where's my
about James
Superman?
Gunn.
God.
Yeah, I don't need no context. Just give me the contract, man.
God, what
I'll
did you
take
just
it.
put right here? Did you mean to put that in there? You did,
Yes,
right?
I did. Yes, I
Okay.
did. Because we're
I'm
having
just
this
making sure
conversation.
because you have a baby in your hands, and I'm like, or a toddler in your hands, and I was like, did he mean to put? Okay, so here we go. There we go.
What is happening in this?
Oh yeah. Yes,
Yeah, what it-
we talked about this in our
So,
Superman
what is
3
that?
review.
Like,
okay,
this is
so
the
are
start
we
of the
going to talk
porn
about
period.
the undies? The undies. I was
Oh,
going to
the
try to bring that up with
undies.
Talking about the
John and
bulge.
Hannah, but you know, we could talk about the undies too when it comes to Superman. I mean, after we get done with like, you know, I mean, obviously you want a Superman that, you know, do we want the aesthetic of a Superman to be, you know, a certain whatever. Maybe, you know, some people don't. Okay, or what Steven got? What is that from?
He was
For all
that?
seasons.
For all
Okay.
seasons, yes.
For all
Love it.
seasons,
Yeah.
Oh, he
That's a
was a
great
little
look.
bit. Yeah, he was a little bit
Yeah,
more
do that.
not.
It's the same topic as Tom Hardy playing Bane in Dark Knight Rises. That wasn't the Bane of the comic books, right?
True.
And Tom Hardy's what, 5'9" or like
I mean,
he's not a big
Like
guy.
and like for all
Yeah.
seasons, he's like the American farm boy. I mean, he's like built like a truck, but not like
Yeah.
but he wasn't leaned out. Like
And
you
Gunn
know.
used the words
Yeah.
farm boy in the thing, so
Yeah, but he has to be marketable though. That's the thing too. You have to be able to market this character. And I mean, yes, you can go a different route and go for a heftier, big boned individual, but I just think they're gonna go for someone who's a sexy heartthrob that the girls want.
Amanda, John Wayne
to-
as Superman.
to answer the
John Wayne.
John
Deep
Wayne.
fake
Oh,
John
my
Wayne.
God. There it is.
to
Steven,
answer the part of the to
Who did we
answer the
just
part of the
lose right
question
now?
Rob.
of
Rob.
Rob. Yeah. To answer the part of the
Like,
question
I'm not
about
taking
whether,
a part of this.
Yeah.
Yes.
but like to answer the part of the question about whether or not it would affect me watching the movie, no. I'll still watch the movie. Like
Yeah.
they cast a dumpy Superman or whatever. I don't care. I still want to watch
A
a
dumpy
Superman movie. I'm just saying.
Superman.
I'm just saying. I'll still watch it. I don't care. Like that. That's it's just like how like
Kevin James.
I got messaged by like 2 or 3 different people about this. As Callum flexes, but like the Batman fan casts have ramped up again, and like I got messaged by like a couple of people that are like, I'm so sick of everybody saying Jake Gyllenhaal.
We've
Jake
already
this,
seen Ugly
Jake
Superman
Gyllenhaal that.
because we had Dean Cain.
Oh.
Also,
Oh shit!
fuck us all. It's gonna be Austin Butler.
Oh,
I'm fine if
geez.
Butler gets it. I'm fine.
Oh,
if he
Nope,
gets it.
wow.
nope,
Steven?
nope.
He's a good enough actor that I could think he'd turn something in.
Nope.
Oh boy.
Nope, I don't want it. I don't want
Steven,
it.
Oh, boy.
I think I'm
Yikes.
crushing on. Whoa.
But no, like the
Steven,
for me,
I'm
like
crushing on your wife.
my response to that is like, I'm in favor. My preferred casting for Superman or Batman is whoever the director and the writer decide. Because if I'm being honest, I wouldn't have picked the last 2 Batmen, and I wouldn't have picked the last 3 Jokers. Like you look at all 3, you look at all those actors. Like on no planet would I have ever said, like 7 or 8 years ago, Ben Affleck. I would have, and I certainly wouldn't have said Sparkly Vampire. Never would have said that for Batman, right? And yet they were both.
But did you like them in their roles though? You're saying when they were cast, when the news was out, you didn't agree at the time.
Exactly.
Yeah, like if Ray was the casting director, I would have said the last two Batman actors and the last 3 Jokers have all been phenomenal in my opinion. I've loved all of them, yes, including Jared Leto.
Right. You were upset at the time when they were. I was the same.
I think out of what's funny, Damien, out of all of them, the only one that I was upset about at first was Affleck, and that was like day one. I had that momentary like son of a, and then I slept on it, and the next day I was like, all right, let's see how this goes, and then of course the rest is history in that regard. But I'm just saying, that's why I don't do fan casts.
Fan casts are hard. Yeah.
Whoever, there's somebody I'm not thinking about that they're going to cast in the role.
Yes.
But it's always cool to like guess it too. I know. And then even Patrick in the chat's going, why the Butler hate Dave? Because I don't want my Superman going like, hey, what's going on, Lois Lane?
He's dropping that. He's dropping it. He announced it.
What's going on, pretty much? Yeah, we're doing this.
I'm just ready for it. No, I'm ready for it to be gone when I start seeing Dune Part 2.
Thank you, Scott. That's what I was going to say.
He's in Dune Part 2.
Oh, he's fade.
Yeah. That's what I was going to say.
Fade, isn't he?
Yes. If Austin Butler were to get it, I'd be like, okay, let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Because obviously his
Emilio Estevez.
I would not be surprised. He probably has been offered the role. I missed it. What happened?
Emilio Estevez.
And that's all.
Emilio Estevez.
Yes, Emilio. Yeah, come on.
In the 90s, maybe.
To your point,
Emilio was like short like me. Come on,
Man at
I
Work.
remember
Great
the day
movie.
when Ben Affleck was cast. I was incredibly upset when Ben Affleck was cast.
I was not even happy with it.
I was in a meeting for my day job. I walked out of the meeting.
God.
People looked at me. Where the fuck is Damien going? For my day job, I texted my uncle, who's a huge pop culture fan. I'm like, fucking Ben Affleck's been cast as Batman. I can't believe it. Then I slept on it. I went to go watch The Town, and I thought, well, hold on a minute.
Yeah,
He's kind of playing two personas in The Town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Actually, I could see a link, and then I wrote an article about it on DCU, and it's saying you watch The Town. Look at how he plays the kind of 2 characters there. And I thought, maybe this will work.
I would tell you what, Damien. I would tell you what flipped me ultimately, even before seeing the movie, was there was a leaked image like a month before the movie came out. A leaked image of him in the full costume popped up on the internet, and when I saw how much muscle he put on, I'm like, shit. Yeah. I didn't know they were going.
I get chills. I get chills in the back of my neck.
Because up to that point, dude was the Predator and Mallrats, and like
Shannon Hamilton.
No, see, I feel like I'm like the one person because I remember I had a friend who sent me the Ben Affleck news, and I think he was upset, and I just looked at it and went, "No, this would be cool," because I will always say, for whatever you think about the Daredevil movie, Ben Affleck wasn't the problem. In the Daredevil movie.
Yeah.
So when I saw it was cast, I went, nah, I could see it because I remembered him fondly from the Daredevil movie, and I think even by that point I'd seen the director's cut of Daredevil, which is better.
So much better.
So I didn't really have those issues. And then, of course, I see the photo that Zach releases, and he's wearing the freaking, like, Frank Miller, bat suit.
The one in front of
the
Batmobile. Oh, yeah. And then I saw that, and I was just like, yes!
Yeah.
I mean, that blew everyone away. When that shot got released, that image of him standing next to Batmobile, it was just it just blew minds, and people were like, "I could see the Joker's face in the corner."
Oh yeah, I remember.
It was like, what?
Shut up. Yeah, no.
Listen, I'm not saying this because Damien is my Superman. I'm mainly saying this because I had that same skepticism when Ben Affleck was cast as Batman. I was like, oh, he was so awful in Daredevil. Why? This is gonna suck. He's not a good superhero. And then I saw the movie and I was like, thank God he got better. I was actually happy. I was actually shocked because I had no good expectation for Ben Affleck as Batman or any super. Daredevil's ruined.
Here we go. For me. Here we go. So this is the image right here that got sent to me. That's the you can't really see it that well, but somebody made like his. You know what? Let me just.
I was like, you can send it to your thing and.
Yeah. And I think the closest I got was when Heath Ledger was cast as the Joker, and I just kind of went.
Oh no,
really?
that was
really. And it wasn't even hate. It was just because I think the only thing I'd seen Heath Ledger at that point was A Knight's Tale. So I just kind of went, huh.
This right.
But
yeah, I didn't get that one either.
But then that teaser got released.
The teaser
and you heard his
everybody's mind.
And when you heard the laugh, and I went,
This right here. So I got sent this, and I was like, "Oh, all right." That was what kind of changed it for me. Was like when somebody put that in like the eyes and the chin and everything. Oh, this is what actually. This is the image that really turned me. Like somebody, I don't know. Somebody sent this to me. So.
Yeah, I was with you, Scott. I remember myself. It was me and my friend Kyle. We were working at Best Buy when it was like me after high school, and everyone at work fucking hated it. And we were like, "No, this is gonna be good." And our pitch was like, "Yeah, and maybe he's gonna direct a Batman movie too." Like that's what I was really excited about. Was like, okay, I think he's gonna be a good Batman, but fuck if he gets to direct a Batman movie.
Hey.
That's where it's gonna be, you know.
Speaking of the Dr. Manhattan meme, the year is 2023. I'm holding out hope that Ben Affleck directs a Batman movie.
How are we feeling about that? I know, Andre, you ran a little poll about that, right?
Yeah, I did because I was just curious to see what everyone thought. And of course, everyone was like, "Oh, he's got to do Batman: Brave and the Bold." That one won by a landslide. But I think it's kind of like, hey, look, like he shouldn't be bound to the character. Like, obviously, he's going to do a project he wants to do, but it shouldn't just be, oh, okay, well, if he's going to direct anything, he has to direct Brave and the Bold because, you know, he was Batman and he's a Batman fan. But it's not like he's going to apply his movie to that.
See, right there. That's taking it for. That's why I think that mindset comes from is because they figure through osmosis, his Batman movie is going to come out through Batman and Robin.
That's what's funny,
and it's not.
That's the most wild, like the wild card of this whole thing, though, because like let's say he directs the Brave and the Bold. What does that do to like every narrative about this universe versus other universes? Like that's Affleck coming in and directing a different Batman story under a different regime. That kind of torpedoes like a lot of.
See, Steven, even Callum saying stop. I mean, seriously.
Stop! He just started. Now y'all are bullying poor Steven.
We do this every week.
I was still listening to you.
He didn't even get his full 2 minutes yet. You guys are mean.
But Steven, if Ben Affleck says, okay, I'll do Batman: Brave and the Bold, for James Gunn in DC Studios, does that mean that he's turned his back on Zack Snyder?
Yes.
No, that's what I'm
you know what I
like,
mean? It's like that stupid argument, like, I don't care about this. He's a traitor, you know.
He'll be the latest Snake along with Momoa and Cavill,
and then Dave will put out the poll saying, "Are we turning on Affleck yet?" You know,
well, no, it's
everyone to get mad.
No matter what happens, one by one, everyone is going to be turned away until there's one person left saying they're the only true Snyder fan. That's how the system works, right? It's just it's only there can be only one, right? There's one truest, bestest, most greatest, and so it's gonna keep on paring down until it's
there can only
Dr.
be
Manhattan
one
meme.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. There's one guy on Mars talking about I'm gonna get that Affleck movie one day.
I'm the only true believer.
I will like. The Affleck thing for me, like I want that. I'm the same thing. I don't really care what he directs because like I just want Affleck to direct anything again, even if it's not a comic book movie. Just
well,
anything.
we got the Nike movie that's coming out, and apparently he's gonna they're gonna have a Super Bowl ad. They're gonna have a Super Bowl ad.
Like, how much did they pay for that?
Cool.
$7 million.
$7 million. Yeah. Right.
So that's where it's like one. I just want him to see him do anything because I like all his movies. I love The Town.
Look, and then here's my thing is if Damian Wayne is gonna be in a movie and James Gunn is involved in it, I feel a lot better about it with Affleck directing.
Yeah, so do I. You know what?
Like,
I mean, I'm with
James
you, Steve.
Gunn,
I'm with
Damian
you.
Wayne.
And
Like
please,
that could be a good character, but like, oh man, you got to get someone with some restraint on that.
Please do not
hit
cast
girl
a
if it's
20-year-old
under
to play
Gunn.
Damien. Don't cast a
No,
20-year-old to
they
play
gotta get
Damien.
they gotta get a 12 to 14.
They're always gonna
what
get
did
a
you say,
20-year-old
Dave?
kid.
No, cast an actual fucking kid, please.
And there's great kid actors now.
You have
It's
to
not
get
like the
kids. You
90s where
have
like,
to.
oh yeah, like look at Stranger Things.
Look at Daphne Keane. How old was Daphne Keane when Logan came out?
There you go.
Great,
There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah.
That was
Right
there.
Perfect.
Right there.
Yeah.
Right
Perfect.
there.
No, you have cast a 12 or 13-year-old, please.
Or like for your point, how old was Chloe Grace Moretz when the first?
Someone posted that clip. Someone posted the Hit Girl clip. I forgot how viciously violent she was.
What the hell?
Act like a bitch, get slapped like a bitch.
I mean,
That could be Damian Wayne and Brave and the Bold.
Someone posted the clip earlier of the hall. Like she had her own hallway gunfight where she shot 50 guys in the head later in the movie, and I'm like, I forgot how brutal she was.
Yeah,
in that movie. But somebody posted it like, "This is how you do Damien." Like this is what Damien should
100%, yeah.
right? So
100%.
They're gonna gender swap Damien. It's gonna be Damien.
No.
I doubt that's
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
We're not going to do that. They
Fly
won't do
to
that.
America and I will start fucking hurting people. I will start hurting people.
If they gender
I'll
swap, I
spend
hope they don't do
$2,000
that.
on a plane ticket. I'm gonna start kicking ass.
I want
and then you can watch the rest of the season.
Picking names.
Titans while you're there.
Picking names.
I can't help but notice though that I mean we still that trepidation over Gunn's creative, like the comment that and I still want to talk about like the masterful job of PR that he really fucking did with this whole announcement, but the whole line about this isn't the Gunverse, I'm still hearing a lot of you not believing that. You think that this is I'm hearing just a little hint of sentiment.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean, Ray? What do you mean?
Well, because people, like some of the Gunn's biggest detractors are fearful that this is just going to be Guardians of the Galaxy tone throughout the entirety of the franchise, and he's going to impose all manner of one-liners and quips. And someone made a crack today, which was dumb as hell, about how. No, I'm sorry. It wasn't just you, Andre, because you made a comment about it, but somebody else was commenting on the campiness of the logos.
That was on Patreon.
No, but somebody else said it. Like I've seen other people say that, right?
Yeah,
Like,
the concern I have with
wait,
James
Ray.
Gunn,
And I was like, dude, come on.
But Ray,
It was on the Patreon. I wasn't going to say that on Twitter. I was like, oh,
But
look kind of campy.
thankfully
But
you
Ray-
didn't, because you probably would have got dogpiled on.
I know. That's what I was saying to you earlier, Dave. I was like, my God, it was everywhere.
But Ray, you're forgetting you're dealing with dumb people who think that Gunn is going to
Andre,
direct.
not Andre.
You're- No,
Call me
not
dumb,
Andre.
Zaggy.
No,
Just
not
trying
you. Not you. I'm
Indirectly
saying-
call me
no,
dumb.
I
I
was
said
talking
it
about
because I saw it on Patreon, and I thought, and I was in the car, and I just added a comment just for interaction. I was like, yeah, but look
For the record, I didn't know we were talking about Nicotina. So pause. I'm so sorry. I didn't know we were talking about Nicotina. But I'm saying that people still think that Gunn is writing and directing everything. He's not. He can't.
Well, and it's
No,
not.
no, he.
Well, because that's what they wanted
Hold
Zach to do. So that's so.
That was funny.
That's what they
Okay,
wanted
hold
Zach
on.
to do.
Okay. Go ahead, Damien. You go first.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
My concern with Gunn, he's obviously not going to write and direct everything. That's not going to happen. But my question is, how much influence is he going to inject into every project? Because as a fan watching movies, I don't like any of his films. The only film that I partly liked that he did was the first Guardians of the Galaxy. Everything else he's done after that, for me, I sat and I watched it and I thought, this is garbage. I just don't like his style. So
I have a theory.
I hope create something magnificent with what he's doing. but I'm really concerned that he's going to go in and inject his style on all these other projects, and I'm wondering how much influence is he going to have. That's my
right. What Damien said is that's the nicest way of conveying the concern that I'm. But here's the question I have to ask. I know Steven kind of feels this way a little bit too, but like, what if he surprises you? Are you allowing for the possibility that he like? Because I really feel, maybe not you, but I really feel like a lot of people are just expecting what you just said times 1,000, and that it's just going to be a universe full of Guardians / the Suicide Squad and reckless camera shots or whatever. Like they're in their minds, they're convinced that this is going to be a Batman 66 level of camp throughout the entirety of the franchise. And I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm not saying you're saying that.
Is confirmed to be directing a Swamp Thing movie, I think that changes a lot for me. If James Mangold is confirmed to be directing a Swamp Thing movie and Ben Affleck is directing anything, honestly, like anything in the universe, I don't know if that is going to remove all concern for me, but for those movies specifically, I will be confident that Gunn promised them final cut, basically, because those are not guys like they're never going to do an MCU movie, right? Those are directors who are I don't know if they count as auteurs, but they are. They're not. I keep on wanting to say the phrase "gun for hire," but literally, if Gunn hires them, then they are hired by Gunn. But but like they're like those are guys who do.
He needs to capitalize on his.
They're a hired gun, hired gun.
Every director gets a shirt, and like at Warner Brothers Studios, hired gun.
Hired gun.
I think Steven's right, but I think to like answer your concerns, and my theory is like. I think Gunn's going to hire the people that he feels would be best for the project, and I don't really think that he's going to have much influence in it. I think he's going to trust the people he brings in to do the job that he feels. Yeah, I don't think he's going to really have much interjection in the project. I think he's going to pick people specifically that he knows can make these projects good and be like, here's what I want you to, here's a project that I want to do. What can you do with it? Okay, looks good. Do your thing.
He's gonna lay a foundation. He'll lay a foundation of like, all right, this is how this connects to this. This is how we connect it. Now you take the story where we want it.
So let me also ask. Let me also ask this, as piggybacking off what Sagi just said. The fact that James Gunn is a creative, we've talked about that before, right? This isn't a case where this is what separates him from somebody like Kevin Feige. Kevin Feige is not a writer or writer-director, right? Kevin Feige has never been given studio notes from an executive. He was the one over Gunn's shoulder in the edit bay. It's not the other way around, right? Gunn is a creative that knows the bullshit of meddling from studios. So are we not allowing for the possibility that Gunn in it? Because I was going to bring this up. The Heat. I don't know if you guys read the Heat Vision thing today. That suggested that the Boris Kit or it's Aaron Couch, whoever it was at THR, was suggesting in Heat Vision today that the honesty that Gunn and Safran were speaking with this week has pissed off some people at Warner Brothers who were still part of the old regime, right?
Oh yeah.
And so they were really suggesting this whole thing about these guys aren't normal. I mean, they're creatives, they're not normal producers, so they're coming at this from a very different angle and a very different perspective than standard producers in Hollywood would approach it. So the question is,
interesting.
Wouldn't that possibly transfer into how he runs this, to where he's not necessarily going to be the dictatorial producer because he doesn't like that done to himself. He's not going to do it to his peers, right?
Not only that, but he's the type of guy who would dig the idea of a shared universe where you've got not just like Ben Affleck and James Mangold directing movies in it, but where you've he made Logan, right? Like that's not a franchise.
Hell
movie.
no.
Not Gunn didn't make that, but
fantastic.
Mangold made that.
Mangold,
And so I don't know if they will successfully assemble a franchise of non-franchise movies, but Gunn is the type of person who, like, you know, you imagine 10 years ago having a beer with him, he's the type of dude who would be like, oh, you know what they need to do? They need to make Poltergeist, but with superheroes. They need to make, you know, right? He's one of those guys who wants to see like genre actual.
That would be awesome.
Carol Ann,
but not like the MCU with like, oh, this is like The Godfather. Or
This is
like,
a heist film.
This is this is a heist film.
This is like Heat.
No, we're talking like actual genre commitments in these movies, which once again, when you get to like Affleck and Mangold circling movies and who knows who else possibly being involved, is a big sign of that being followed through. Now
let's get Guy Ritchie directing some of this shit too.
Guy Ritchie's coming. A Guy Ritchie DC movie.
And so like imagine if you've got this whole like, and we know, I don't know who all is going to be in there, but there is a hypothetical possibility if those are the type of names that are on these other movies already. Like imagine if like Chapter One, Gods and Monsters, is Ben Affleck, James Mangold, Guy Ritchie, Guillermo del Toro. Like what the fuck, right? Like that is and maybe I'm hyping it up too much, but like that's not a game changer. That's a different game.
That's true.
It is a like you want to talk about like changing the the MCU gold standard or whatever. That's not saying like, oh, this is our alternative to the MCU. This is saying no, we're doing something altogether different. This is not, we are not competing.
Yes.
We are not the same.
Well, right, okay, like, but you know, Steven, to that point though, I think because we talked about branding and marketing earlier, I think it is important now more than ever that DC Studios establishes the idea that they are not the same, because right now, the stuff we were talking about before with the general audience not knowing the difference between, there needs to be like they need to emphasize that there is a difference between watching a DC movie and a Marvel movie. They do need to do that. That does need to be part of it.
Here's the problem with where I was talking about, where he needed to get out front and get the pieces on the board with this announcement. He's still going to be in a tricky situation for another year or two, because he can't come out and say this is the new era and then release Shazam, Flash, Aquaman, and then be like, no, now it's the real new era, because we've heard that, right? So he's inherently going. So there's an element of like, he's got to get the pieces on the board and then just kind of let those come out. And then after like Aquaman comes out, then do another big push of, now here comes this, whatever it's going to be. That's when he wants to start pushing the branding. He can't start pushing a hardcore branding message until after the movies he had little input into have all come out.
That's a valid point.
In order to avoid undermining his own brand confidence.
That's well, because like the I don't know whose video that was. They made the action figure for him and they were wearing the damn hoodie. And I'm just like, why can't we buy that hoodie yet? Why isn't that logo?
I know, yeah, you
right?
want that hoodie so bad.
And I Dave, I just want that logo. I want that out there.
I think eventually, I think that's coming. It's coming. I'm just kind of wondering what's the general, I guess, what the public's gonna have. But anyways, Damon, I know you got to leave. And always good talking to you. And thank you for showing up again. And like I said, doors always open for you. And also, anybody like Rob also had to leave quickly. He had a couple of sick children and stuff like that, so he's dealing with that. So he's not going to be coming back. I know he left, but I know he left like a message or something like that. But yeah, so thank you, Rob, for showing up. But yeah, Damien, go ahead and plug everything. And again, congratulations on 8 years on DC Comics News.
No, I appreciate it. Thanks. It's been fun being on again. I really appreciate it. Have heaps of fun talking with you guys. So go out and check out dccomicsnews.com and darkknightnews.com for all the DC related news. But appreciate it, guys. It was a lot of fun. And Saggy, you're not a guy, but thanks for calling me Superman.
You're welcome, Superman. And yes, I am not a guy. Just want to point that out. I don't know any guy that calls himself Saggy Mullins. Bye, Damon.
Good one, man.
All right.
Like,
All
if
right,
there's a
so-
guy that actually calls himself Saggy Melons, I'm genuinely concerned, and I'm like, wait a minute.
I'm sure someone does.
Let's
I'm
get
sure there's a guy
closer.
out there that
Let's
does.
get closer.
Oh, it's all
Yeah.
intimate now.
I'm
Let's
closer
snuggle
to
up.
Ray.
Let's all snuggle
There we
up,
go.
everybody.
No, he's just putting the brown people in the corner. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I
am
know, Ray.
joking.
I heard that, and I
am
was like,
joking.
yeah, they did.
Well, you
trade
know what's
brown
funny?
people.
What's
What the
funny is
hell?
you're saying brown, and I'm half brown. I'm saying,
I'm Mexican too, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Halves don't count.
But that's why we're all downstairs.
I'm Canadian.
They built the wall. They built the wall.
Okay, hold on. Scott, are you there?
Oh my God, Scott!
Scott.
I think we lost Scott. We might have lost
What?
Scott. Are you
Why
there?
does his freeze look so angry?
Yeah.
He just
He's
found out
judging all
Dave
of
is
us.
not fully white. He's like, what? I've been casting with this man.
Okay, I don't understand. I'm moving right now.
I know. See, but Scott, sadly, I mean, look at the feed. You're frozen. You're frozen. You're frozen.
You look like you're on trial right now.
I know.
It's
like a mug shot.
Oh God! What's that McConaughey movie? What's his lawyer? Again?
You're talking about fuck, I can't even remember right now either. But I know you're talking about
Speech
with
and
Sam
everything.
Jackson and everything.
Oh, Time to Kill.
Time to Kill.
Scott looks like he's on the bench, and McConaughey's like reaming him out. Like,
Yeah.
now think
Yes,
she
they
was
deserve
white.
to die, and I hope they burn in hell.
Oh, because
there he is.
Oh, he's back. He has life.
Okay.
No, it was funny because you were just like the whole time. I'm just seeing Scott just like look at it. And I was like, well,
Dave, you did this to me before in the family stream. I literally just pause my body.
Sometimes you do.
And
Yeah.
I think y'all think I'm frozen when literally it's like I was cleaning my desktop, like I was moving things into the trash folder. I was letting it go because Dave, we discussed. I fixed my internet issue. We figured it out.
No, you
and I
haven't because you're
solved
still
it.
5 seconds ahead.
I don't know. It might be a
Scott,
Your audio doesn't match.
guys.
What happens on my TV? It
Guys.
drives me
But
crazy.
what I don't
Fine.
understand
It's a
is that
Japanese dub.
I'm
Yeah.
fine. It's happening for you guys. It's normally when this shit happens, it happens to me too, and like I see it. I'm
Yeah, but
moving with everybody else.
But
I'm
if
happy
you were
for you.
looking at the actual feed, there's still something that's happening. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
exactly
something's
what's
happening at your place. Like someone's streaming something really huge. and
No,
it's
because
slowing down
everyone's
your internet.
asleep. I just had to put
Everybody's
Callum
asleep.
down and was like, Daddy lay down, Daddy lay down.
I don't know. This is like a Steven in his audio situation now. I don't know. But no, you're good. You're good. You're good now. But you're a little pixely. That's all.
It's
That's
like
all. We gotta
watching those
figure it out.
kung fu movies with the bad dubbing.
He's all you're in 260p.
Oh, Kung Pao.
What are you-
wee-oh, wee-oh,
What are you
wee.
talking about? Yeah. Anyway, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, we'll figure it out. But anyway,
Alabama internet's not that great. College football, spectacular.
Oh Lord,
spectacular.
Gotta
Don't
bring that
even
up.
bring up that. Yeah. You just poke the bear.
But no, Dave, did you have other Patreon questions?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We got some video ones. Thank you for that. We got William right here. Let's see what he has.
He just ends the stream.
Yay,
Hey,
William!
Junkee, Vodka stream. I'm pretty sure you're probably having a very interesting Vodka stream this week. Got a quick question, or more of a statement and a question. The last regime screwed things up with stupid expectations for Man of Steel and Batman vs. Superman, which leads me to my question is what would signify success for this new regime and this new Superman, given we're sort of in the same situation with a brand new Superman having to gain a brand new following and a brand new brand loyalty. The last crew pretty much undid any success they could have had by thinking that everything needed to be $1 billion movie from the outset. Do you think that this crew will have a better understanding of how this works, or are we doomed to make the same mistake if the $1 billion standard is still there? Thanks. Have a great show.
I love how he said, like, I'm sure you have an interesting vodka stream. Uh-oh. Okay,
Well,
so
Scott's
Scott,
internet's problem's fixed for sure.
Yeah.
no, I'm just
Rock solid.
I know. I don't know what. Yeah, it's like, yeah. Hopefully,
I
like,
love.
maybe.
I just want to say I love William. Every time William is around,
William's
it's
a
always
man,
fun.
dude.
You need to have William on one time because William is like so passionate.
Better,
and
Scott. Better.
has
Better.
great insight.
Yeah, no, the picture's better.
Yeah.
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 But
Is
now
he
you're not
frozen
on
again?
TV.
Yeah,
He's frozen.
No, he's
white.
doing that. He's
You're
doing
not-
that on
he's
purpose.
doing it.
He's doing that on purpose.
Oh, okay. I was like, is he frozen again? What the
No,
hell?
he did that on purpose. He did that on purpose.
He got
I
me.
knew it.
He got
This
me,
time
Scott.
I knew it. I knew it. No,
Scott, you
everything.
got me.
I think something was happening, and yeah, you just needed to log back in, and you're good now. You're good.
He hasn't said anything yet, though.
Yeah, say
Andre, shut the fuck up.
Oh, there he goes. His audio is
Oh,
fixed. God, he
He's
drives me
on time,
crazy.
yes.
Oh God.
It's fixed. All right,
when
good.
it happens on Netflix, my
Oh,
TV,
man.
I have to literally
Yeah.
turn the TV off and reset it for it to go away. It just drives me nuts.
Awesome. Good deal. Okay, so all right. To answer
right.
William's question, I hope that it, because you know what's going to happen, right? I mean, the $1 billion standard is going to be there in 2 years as far as the trades and the press are going to be concerned, right? You're going to hear dumb nuts at Forbes is going to be like, well, it's got to have this multiplier, it's got to do this, it's got to make the marketing, but we're going to hear all that shit, right? So I'm hoping that they're smart enough not to do that, because no, William's right. You're starting over. You're introducing a new Superman to the public, and while all the gatekeepers and everybody, like all the fans, are going to be like, well, you should clear $1 billion easily with a Superman movie, right? That's what they said about BVS. That's what they say about whatever. No, it's how about the Batman? How about that? Could that be like what the Batman made? How is that a good benchmark?
Okay.
Well, if it's getting
I'll
a
say it
second,
right here.
then-
I'll say it right here. This is what WB wants right now. WBD wants right now. Profits. Doesn't matter how they get them. You better believe that these budgets are going to be freaking low. And they're going to be low. And from what I've heard, that they might even be capped off at like freaking 100 million. Who knows? They could be. I don't know if that information is correct. Maybe some projects might have to exceed that. If you're doing like the Themyscira series, it might.
I mean, The Mandalorian's a $100 million show.
See, there you go. And
that show looks gorgeous most of the time.
Yes. So you
Scott, my
You're
child.
going to have the first Superman. The first Superman movie is going to be it's going to be low budget, and whoever filmmaker it is, and if it's James Gunn, guess what? You're going to have to like roll up your sleeves and try to just do the best you can with that. And filmmakers can. I mean, you've seen it done, but it's going to be harder when it comes to certain characters for sure. But they're going to have to keep these low budgets, and that's going to bring a whole new standard. And I really hope they achieve it, because then it's like, okay, you don't have to make these $250 million movies that are just special effects up the ass, and then they suck. I mean, like, look at, I'm talking to you, Taka. Sorry. I'm just saying, like, it's just like you get these movies and they're just not good. It's just special effects like crazy, but you have filmmakers like, and I will just say, like a movie like 300, how much obviously that was back in 2005 or 6 or whatever the hell, but I mean, Zack Snyder utilized that small budget and made something gorgeous. And it's like, and just because he knew what he was doing, he worked, he collaborated with people. I mean, that's the thing, is like, if you have a low budget, you really have to bear down and collaborate with all aspects. And I think that's when it comes to the Marvel machine and the big budgets, I think they get a little too spoiled, and they're just like, we'll fix it in post. We'll fix it in post. We'll just reshoot it post. But if you have a small budget and you're like, we can't exceed this, guess what? You better be collaborating with your VFX artist, with everything, your cinematographer, everything. Like, you guys
got what you should be doing anyway.
Exactly. That's what filmmaking's about.
Right.
Yes.
So
plus another reason why maybe Cavill's not back because you'll get a new Superman that's a lot cheaper. You're not going to have to.
I mean that's
Travis said it. Yes, you hit at yes.
Yeah, a
absolutely.
newcomer, and even look at Pattinson. Like everyone made such a big deal. He only got paid like just over $1 million for the first Batman. Now the idea was, well, each one he will make more and stuff like that. But that's Robert Pattinson, who's like an established name, has been into successful things. The next Superman could very much likely be a person you've never even heard or seen, even these fan casts and stuff like that, and that's cool. Like I don't mind I like the budget idea because it is, you have to get creative and stuff like that, and you got to really focus on quality over quantity then. And I like the idea if we're sticking as of right now to like the 2 movies, 2 TV shows. I think that's a good barometer right now as far as projects. Obviously there's Elseworlds, maybe there'll be like an additional movie here and there, but I'm kind of with Sean where I want the Elseworlds to really happen. I just think that I don't know if it would be happening right now if he didn't have to take on the Batman and Joker. But I hope. He said he was, when they asked about Keaton, he's like, oh, we're already working on something in the multiverse. But I don't know, does that mean an Elseworlds thing, or does that mean, hey, something down the line with other characters? It could be so much stuff,
Okay, it's Travis, something you said, because I remember this got brought up, but the question I was asking earlier was, when you say that, 2 movies, TV shows, clarify for me again, because like I said, I really haven't had the time to like break this down yet. Like I've copied the links into show notes, but I haven't like broken down the
article. So many links.
I know.
Dude,
and
Scott, I brought up your development, the development hell DC projects on Wednesday's Film Junkee Live. By the way, just saying. Okay. I brought up your list because I was like, how many times? Anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
But the idea is okay. They say 2 movies, 2 TV shows over what span of time? How much time do I have? Going back to my concern is give me enough time in between them to get to it. Like sometimes like with the Disney Plus shows, it's literally like once one's over,
another one
like
it's not going to be like that.
And I need a gap. I need a gap, and at least with HBO Max, I know Disney Plus does this too. That's not a concern, and then the weekly release, like that, like give me some days to get to it.
I think they're going to do weekly release because they've done it already. Yeah. Like HBO Max already does that.
So. They're all doing it now.
They're all doing it, because it creates a discussion. I mean, the power of look at like what's going on with The Last of Us. I mean,
I am behind.
Oh no, but
so we won't
like what I was on the bus today and just random people just like, have you seen Last of Us? And the fact that so far 3 weeks in a row viewership has went up, which is a rare thing. Usually get the pilot and the finale that are your top 2 episodes, and there's a mix in the middle, right? Last of Us is the biggest example right now of word of mouth, where there's people I didn't even think had no interest in Last of Us that are talking to me about, like, have you seen this? It's like, yeah, my daughter's named after the game, like, but I do the Steven thing where like, oh yeah, I like Last of Us.
Who would name their daughter Last of Us?
People,
Last of Us Snell.
People who have never owned a PlayStation in their lives are watching that show
and will never.
Exactly.
Right. And that's the good thing with weekly, that you can do that, and hopefully they confirmed this week that Penguin's going to be 8 episodes, and I think, Scott, I hope I think the thing they should strive for is like 1 project a quarter. I think that would be good. With like spring, summer, fall, winter, and then I don't know, they can do whatever they want.
It's kind of what they're. It's kind of what the 4 movies. It's sort of what the 4 movies are doing.
Other than the Flash and Blue Beetle, they're both in the summer.
They're both in the same quarter, but like
Blue Beetle's near the end. It's in August, so yeah.
But and March for Shazam and Aquaman for in December. Those are your bookends. So it's kind of there as far as the template, and because Scott, I agree with you. Like I still haven't watched Ms. Marvel or She-Hulk because
watch Werewolf by Night. That's the one you should put to the top.
Okay, but here's but see, there you have it.
Yeah,
Ms. Marvel, She-Hulk, Werewolf by Night, Guardians of the Galaxy Holiday Special. Slow the fuck down.
Yeah, Ant-Man's out in 2 weeks and stuff like
the
that.
The Holiday Special and Wolf by Night, they're short films though.
But they're
little shorties.
Right,
but
they
still,
are.
It builds
up.
up.
The idea is that crap. The pile just gets higher and deeper, and what happens is psychologically you just go, fuck it.
I'm with him on this because I said fine, I'll just go see the movies, and that's what I did. All I saw of Marvel this year, other than Moon Knight, was what was at the theater, and I'm like, and that was my year. Okay, that's my year of Marvel. Doctor Strange, like crap in the middle, and Wakanda Forever.
And like so far, you haven't felt like though you're missing.
You didn't want to name it.
Well, is there anything where it's like, oh, this is a major thing that
the only thing here? I'll ask this question: did you see the Ant-Man clip that came out today?
Yeah.
Me? Oh no, I haven't.
No.
Okay. Because there was an allusion to something about Hulk turning him into a baby. Has that happened?
That happens in Avengers.
Endgame.
What
Happens in
happened?
Endgame.
Why am I forgetting that?
Because they tested time travel.
Yeah.
You can't go through time. Time has to go through
okay.
you.
All right. Okay.
And that's how they're going to bring back Chris Evans.
Baby. Yeah. They're like, oh no.
Then no, I haven't missed it. But I mean,
there you
go. But that's just it. It's like, okay, well, what am I missing out of Ms. Marvel? What am I missing out of She-Hulk? Is there anything? I don't think there is. Right?
I even feel like when you get to the Marvels, you could still watch it, I imagine, and be like, okay, it's just a likable youth character. The backstory, great. If you're I think that's a good thing. You could watch and be like, you know what, now I'll go check out the show because I really like her. But I don't think they're going to make you
example of like a good show getting lost because it doesn't have important connections right up front, where like it's probably the best or one of the better shows that Disney Plus has put out for the MCU.
Yeah, it's really good.
But it is the least homework oriented of the shows also.
Less than Moon Knight?
Moon Knight's similar because it didn't really attach.
I love
anything,
Moon Knight.
I guess.
I know a lot of people.
Moon Knight was
Moon
great.
Knight, but Travis, I know you had your thoughts on Moon Knight, but I love Moon Knight.
Yeah, but it doesn't really attach to like technically you could never see Oscar Isaac again, and I guess it's like its own point A to point B story, right? It did end, and there wasn't a big like, oh, and now Thanos is at his door wanting a paycheck or something.
Yeah. So
I mean, okay, so like, I mean, okay, yeah, I mean, I get the concerns because it's like, even when it came to She-Hulk, it's like, you know, that was rough. That was a rough one. I mean, there's things I enjoyed, there's things I didn't enjoy, but you know, and then of course we get who do we get back? We get Charlie Cox. Obviously, we got him back in No Way Home, but then we get him back in here, and obviously we're getting Born Again Daredevil, and we already know that it's not going to be the same as Netflix. And I know people are just they're like already going, no, I'm not going to watch it then. And you know, it's just like one of those things where it's like, well, we got a different cook in the kitchen that's going to be utilizing this space right here. There'll be hopefully some grittiness when it comes to it, but it's not going to be like it was in Netflix, sure. But I think that's the thing is like when it comes to this new slate is like, you know, it's going to just be DC Studios that's doing all the cooking when it comes to a lot of this stuff. And, you know, that's the advantage that they have. And I know we kind of talked about it again. And it's like,
well,
you know,
Dave, I wanted to bring up because I thought that was an interesting thing from the Hollywood Reporter article. Like, I knew Titans and I already knew they had announced that Titans and Doom Patrol were ending, and they said they've got maybe 1 or 2 more seasons of Superman and Lois. I really think season 3. I think that's being generous. I think season 3 and Superman and Lois is gone.
Next Star might the Next Star might have more to do with that.
Yeah, we all kind of figured that
people are forgetting that it was the sale. So,
but no, I'm not forgetting that. But but THR specifically said that they have parted ways with Berlanti, and Superman and Lois is a Berlanti show. So I thought that was interesting. That's like, you know, we found out Pennyworth's gone, Titans and Doom Patrol are gone. Now they kept Jeremy Carver from Doom Patrol. Like they're like, we like you, we're just removing you from a Berlanti production, and I think that's interesting because the THR article I felt like was the first time we officially heard, bye Berlanti, and it really does kind of play into that idea that they're like, no, this is mine. Like.
Well, I mean, even the Lantern show was like attached to Berlanti at one point, but
that was a Berlanti production, and once again, no, we're going to take that away from you, and it's ours now. It kind of goes. And so I think it's an interesting idea. I just I'm glad that the Penguin show's happening, and I love hearing Colin Farrell talk about how much he loves the scripts.
Did you see the interview? Like he almost like it was like he got reminded of like, oh shit, that's coming up in a couple of weeks. Like I love his reaction because he was just, I think he was taking a sip of water and he's all, oh man, that's coming up. And he's like, oh, but then of course he expressed how much he loves that character because every actor would love to bury themselves in a character, and that's literally burying yourself in a character. Like he could go out in public and people wouldn't know that's fucking Colin Farrell.
People that have seen that movie multiple times,
I don't know how many times I
stuff.
showed that image. I'm like, that's Colin Farrell. You
How
know,
do you
that,
not have penguin drops on your show now?
I know. I need to have that. I know.
Come on.
Don't show that to me. Come on. I know. I got to do.
But
that.
I think I think I found that interesting because I'm still at the moment at a place where the Elseworlds projects are where my enthusiasm is. Like if we're talking about what's got my hype, to use that word, it is the Batman Part 2. It is Joker. It's the other things. Like my quote hype isn't there for this stuff that they want to emphasize how connected it is. And I just hope now that Berlanti Productions is like out of it. And I heard Rob talking about how they're like pushing out all the outside producers. And it's like, no, we're going to have like a lockdown on this. I'm just concerned that there's going to be a lack of just other stuff. It's kind of like the way I've been reading comic books lately, where I kind of don't care about the monthlies anymore. I'm more interested in the one shots and the miniseries.
Yeah.
So I'm just concerned that am I going to get that in my visual media?
Well, he confirmed that they're still doing separate animated stuff.
Like Teen Titans Go. saw that got
right.
mentioned.
Yes. But I mean, when the Batman concludes and Joker concludes, are they going to essentially kind of phase out the DC Elseworlds title? Kind of world.
I don't think they
right.
should.
No, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't. But I'm saying,
Are they?
Do you
Are
think
they?
that they will?
They might.
I don't think.
You
they're
think this
going
is
to-
used
I don't
as a?
think- I don't think they're going to have a quota. They're not going to have a quota of Elseworld stuff to fill. Maybe there will be some pitches that come along that they decide to go for, but Gunn is not going to go out looking for them, and anybody that brings it to him is going to need to have a fire pitch. I wouldn't be shocked if we go like 5 years without seeing any other Elseworld stuff after Joker 2,
right?
Other than the Reeves verse stuff.
Yes, right. Well, and that could also be part of it too. Is like after Joker, it's like, okay, well, just because remember the Batman is not just. I mean, it's multiple shows and the sequel. So like Reeves is building his own universe. So Gunn can totally sit there and be like, "That's your Elseworlds, that universe."
Right, and then like
that really flattens and destroys the concept and idea of Elseworlds, though, to have a single Elseworlds continuity.
I don't disagree with you on that. I'm just saying I could see that. Like you said, 5 years. I could see that 5 years only being that.
Yeah.
So
I mean, because like ideally, they should. And I get there's complications with branding and stuff like that too. But like, it would be great for Elseworlds to both be original takes, but also maybe even do like the Watchmen's, right? Do the Red Sun, adapt actual Elseworlds stuff, in outside of the main continuity, depending on how.
What I kept saying, like why not adapt like these individual stories into live action?
Gotham by Gaslight,
something like that.
That would be awesome.
I don't want to make it seem like that stuff is just never going to happen and not and like completely off the table. It could,
but Gunn is not going to put it on his agenda to make it happen. Someone else is going to need to come to him and say, "I want to make this. Will you let me make this?" And then it'll have to and it'll have to be it'll have to be a Christopher Nolan or someone or someone bringing
or a Zack Snyder.
It very well could.
I mean, do you think that's a possibility? Is that down the line? People are asking now, like, make Zack Snyder Justice 2 and 3
I think depending on depending on what happens with Rebel Moon and everything he's doing now, and then also really depending on how DC Studios takes off, right? Like if this works to the point where Gunn and Safran get extended past their original 4-year contract, then yeah, I do think it could happen.
That's the irony for all the Snyder fans campaigning for it. If there is a universe in which that could happen, which big if we're talking about galaxies aligning here, if there is going to be a universe in which James Gunn says, fuck it, let's do Zack Snyder's Justice League 2 and 3 as Elseworld stories, that universe depends on multiple billion-dollar hitters knocking it out of the park in the Gunverse.
And I'm not even talking about I'm not even talking about Snyder coming back for those sequels. I'm just talking about him coming back. Like I'm not even talking.
Just directing something else, which could be a possibility.
But I think both of those cases depend on James Gunn's success needs to be undisputed before he brings in a dark horse.
He has got to get to a point where, like, literally, like the plums are dragging on the floor when he walks into a room. Like he has to have, like you said, multiple. This has to be so wildly successful for him to have the pull to be like, you will literally do what I say, whatever it is.
Not only the pull, but the PR clout, because the problem with bringing back like Snyder to do anything, much less Justice League 2 and 3, it needs to exist and not create a see, that's what they should have been doing for the mainline ones. It needs to exist and have people say, I'm glad we have both of these. And so if he's struggling, there's no
way.
There's no universe in which he would ever even consider that.
Nope.
Okay,
I don't think, and I don't. Even then, it's a slim chance. But that is the only universe I can see in which that's even something that anyone would ever consider, is one in which he's got multiple billion-dollar hitters and everyone's excited for whatever the crossover is. And
okay, so I got another question with all this idea of tying in stuff.
But Andre, you got to go, right?
Yeah, I got to go because I got to go to the aquarium with the kids tomorrow morning, so I got to get to bed.
All right, say hi to
Dave.
Aquaman. Oh.
Yeah, I will. But Dave, thank you for having me on as always, and it's a pleasure talking with you guys as well. Yeah.
That's it.
That's all I got. But yeah, so I'll talk to you guys later. But I think it's a possibility that Zach can come back later on, but he's busy right now. He's doing amazing shit right now, and that's it.
There you go.
What do you mean he wants to come back and do it? How dare you? How dare you? You don't know what Zack Snyder wants.
Didn't somebody just recently say that their plan B if Gunn fails is to go back to the Snyderverse?
Oh.
I'm sure that happened. All right, thanks, Andre.
Boy.
Appreciate
All right.
it.
Later, guys.
Later, everyone.
Their plan B, if this doesn't work, is to take every original copy of every single DC comic out back and burn it in a pile of gasoline. That is
book burning. We're gonna do an old-fashioned book burning.
If they can't make this work, finally, like it's too much, too many reboots, too many.
No, that's when the fire sale will happen.
Well,
that's what would cause a fire sale.
Then the Snyderverse will happen.
Well, no, guys, what's gonna happen is when the moment the Flash movie comes out, every physical copy and digital copy of the Snyderverse is going to disintegrate into ash. It is officially dead. It's officially dead. Your physical copies, it's ash now. It's all ash.
I know. That's the thing is like when I see those freaking. I mean, I've used the word hyperbole so many times, like in the past couple of months, because it's just like there's so much hyperbole out there. It's like, and like people saying like, oh, they're gonna erase. I'm like, you still have 9.5 hours of this. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it. It's like, all right, the Snyder Cut was such a fucking win for us. It was such a fucking win. We got this epic 4-hour fucking movie to come out, like we all band together, even if like there was differences in headbutting, and all this stuff like that, whatever the hell, who cares? We got it out. Anything else was going to be a bonus. It was just going to be a bonus. But as I kept saying, it's like the further we got away from the releasing of the Snyderverse, the crazier some of these people are going to get, and the crazier they did get. And now it got to the point where they want Warner Brothers to license it to Netflix to finish it, and I'm just like, it's not even.
It's essential to understand what this actually is, or what their relationship with the content is in the first place. This is not about movies. This is not about a director. What's being erased and what they're afraid of being erased is not the movies. They're not afraid that the physical copies are going to be erased. They're not afraid that the continuity is being erased. They're afraid that their significance, that their accomplishment of getting the Snyder cut out no longer matters because they didn't get the whole universe. It's a repudiation of them and their importance to the brand, not a repudiation of the Snyder content, because once a fandom associates themselves as like the owners of content and not the consumers of it, then bad things happen.
So my question I was trying to get to earlier, I wanted to know, because once again, a continuing concern I have is just how interconnected and dependent is all the content and media going to be going forward. Like, I'm thinking about also, like, next Tuesday, that Legion of Superheroes animated movie comes out. You know, that's been part of that interconnected. You know, they had Superman of Tomorrow, Justice Society, the Long Halloween adaptation, Beware My Power. Like, those have been. I have been a huge fan of these direct-to-video animated films. Like, even at the end of March, we're going to get a standalone Mike Mignola adaptation of The Doom That Came to Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
Is the plan moving forward going to be? Are those going to keep on happening? Is that strategy going to change as well? Are we still going to get these direct-to-video animated films that are a niche market? I mean, I can't tell you how many people I've seen reacting on Twitter to Battle of the Super Sons that I'm like, guys, that came out like 5 or 6 months ago, but everyone's watching it now that's on HBO Max. So no one bought it.
I haven't watched it yet, but I heard it's really good.
It's really good.
Yeah,
it's really good. Declan loved watching it with me when he was sick one Sunday morning, and we just watched it. And once again, it's just, I'm not playing doom and gloom. I'm just asking legitimate questions that there just seems to be this focus of a PR about connectivity. And now it's like, what about like all these other things that have been going on? Am I going to see them kind of fade away?
Continue. They're going to do both.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't see a business reason to. I don't see that's one of those things where, like, and we've heard this before, right? We've heard people tell us that DC animation is king for anything for DC, right? Like, how many times have we been told what they do in animation is what they should do in live action, right? They've said that. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So I don't see a logistical business reason why they would stop doing what has worked. Just because they're trying to fix what hasn't.
That's why I just want them to make an Elseworlds logo. So anything like that, boom, throw it on that. I hope they get that serious. I don't know if they will, but that's what I would love.
I'm with you on that, man.
Everything. So I could watch this by itself. Yeah.
Well, this is where I get to finally talk about the PR, because we've mentioned PR a bunch of times tonight, but like that was the biggest thing. Like Tuesday. Bit of a story. I told this story on my Patreon at patreon.com/theflightcast. But like the Tuesday, like I knew it was going to happen, right? I knew that the embargo was coming down at noon, but I hadn't gotten to work yet. And I said, all right, look, I'm going to get to work probably around 12:15, 12:30. And when I get to work, I'm going to see what the announcement is. But what happened at noon? My phone exploded. Our chat group, because Brent was posting up a storm about it, right? And then like Gunn had notifications, like my phone, I had to put my phone on do not disturb as I drove to work so that I didn't see anything. And then I get to work, and even my coworker who sits in front of me is like, "How are you doing?" I was like, "I'll let you know in a minute." "Oh, you haven't seen the announcements yet, have you?" "No, I haven't." "Shut up. Let me watch the video." And so I watched James Gunn, and I didn't think it was going to be 6 minutes long. That was like a shocker. I was like, "Really? 6 minute long?"
I still haven't seen the video.
That was what I watched that first. Yeah, like I watched that and I. It's funny. I've just kind of analyzing how he was talking, and if you listen to what he's saying, it was masterful. Like, as in my opinion, as far as like
enthusiastic about it all. That's the thing.
The energy was there, but also listen to like what he was saying. And Travis, like what you just said, he said Elseworlds.
Mm-hmm.
Elseworlds came out of his mouth, right? We never heard that from any of the previous regimes whatsoever. It was never acknowledged to be that, right? And then, like, you know, we came into this like, okay, are we going to get any of our questions answered? And amazingly, yes, we got like a bunch of questions answered. Like when he went through and literally explained, this is how the 4 movies work, this is what we're rolling into, and then he lists off comic creators, right? He's name dropping Grant Morrison, he's name dropping Tom King and others, right? With the synergy, the fact that he found other, it wasn't just that he compared the stuff coming up to other projects, he compared them to HBO projects, right? He compared Lanterns to True Detective. He compared Paradise Lost to Game of Thrones. Like, he said everything right.
Yeah, see, that's the thing is like, if anybody wanted somebody to come in and actually do something, I mean, I know I saw some people like, you know, obviously there was always going to be the people I could always pinpoint like on my timeline who was going to hate it, who was, you know, it was always, you can always tell. I mean, if you don't like James Gunn, guess what? You're going to hate everything about it. But if you were to actually be like, you know, pull away all the bias, everything away, and you were going to have somebody, I mean, we already off the bat were happy that there's somebody that's running this thing that is transparent, or as transparent as can be. I'm not saying it's fully transparent because that's always never going to be the case. But to be on Twitter, to shoot down bullshit scoops and all that stuff, we love that. We love that he's doing that. And then I love the fact that you have a guy that understands, like, after we have this big Marvel cinematic universe and we have this DC universe that had potential at a couple of moments but didn't go anywhere. You understand, like, okay, I guess you could say the consensus of what do fans really want, and the fact that he expressed the enthusiasm, and then the fact that he goes, oh yeah, we're gonna have inspiration from this. Like I said, when he post on Twitter, like, oh yeah, when it comes to Batman the Bold and Superman Legacy, these are the books that we're going for, and it's legit comic book writers and legit books that people are like, oh my god, you know.
And Dave,
smart. It's smart.
And Dave, not only that, the comic book creators responding to it, right?
Yeah.
Like
Dan
Jurgens responding to it,
and Morrison, you know, they're all like excited for it too. So you're getting Jim Lee, you know, and even
did you guys see that the Authority sold out?
Yes,
and
same with Supergirl and all that stuff. Like
Supergirl and All-Star Superman
and Grant Morrison Volume 1.
Yeah, we're
Batman.
all top on Amazon.
See, that's the thing. So. That was very smart to be like, hey, this, and this, because they already got sales just announcing the movies and connected to these books. So that was smart, super smart.
So even though we don't know if this is going to work, this is just announced. We have no idea how this is going to work or whether or not it's even going to work. But just at this point in time, like, I've always said that a third of the job, at least for whoever's in charge of DC Studios, is PR. And this, like, he's already nailed that. He's already beyond nailed that, as far as, I mean, especially compared to the previous regimes. Like, it's not even close, like, what he's done compared to anyone before him. And he's realized what he's had to do and what he's had to say. Like, he crafted this. That's what I'm getting at here. Whether this works or not, he knew exactly what he had to say, how he had to say it, and what he has to do. And he's he's been A+ as far as that particular aspect of his job. Now, whether it translates into the rest of it working or not, I don't know. But this is night and day, 180. That's the one thing we can say, I think, at this point that has definitively changed with respect to DC's regime.
Yeah, Travis, you look, you're going to say something.
Well, I was going to say, and for me, I don't know. It's just to break it all down. We always talk about box office and business, all of this, blah, blah. For me, it's just fun. It was just fun to have a day where, okay, luckily my timeline's not that negative. Once people are too negative, they're either muted or blocked or like just unfollow. But like, it was fun. And like you guys talk about, all of us have our different groups that you talk about and just like comparing the things and, oh, why are you excited for this? Why are you excited for that? And I like that. Again, the thing with Gunn is there does seem like a genuine enthusiasm there. And that's a good thing that they have that with him. Sure, that video is cut to shit because I'm sure he rambled on a bunch and they're like, they stop him, then he goes to the next one and stuff like that. But I like that. And at least it feels like, who knows? And I'm not excited for everything. Like The Authority, I was like, now more I learn about, once I learned that it was like a pseudo Batman and Superman and they're in love, I was like, fuck, I gotta read this comic book now. Like,
no, you gotta read this comic, Travis.
I gotta, yeah, that when Chris Balga told me that, I was like, okay, I'm in now, because I got that pitch. I was like, that's very interesting. So, but that's where I wouldn't, someone like myself who's a DC fan who's watched all the animated stuff and read lots of comic books, still know nothing about The Authority, so that's good. But it was fun to have this stuff, and I think it's smart the amount of projects they put out. Gunn had already said it wasn't a 10-year plan. He underplayed because he definitely in December like, 3 or 4 projects, which is also very smart. Always underplay it. Always over deliver. Don't say 10 projects. Don't say it's going to be a lot. He said, 3 to 4. And then it was like, boom, this whole thing. Right. So I think that's the thing. Like, that's the big thing is get people, majority of people, can't please everybody, but just get people excited for what's coming. Now, like you said, Ray, it all comes down to, because I feel like this year's a mulligan, and even 2024 with Joker, that's still mulligan. It all comes down to me like that first trailer we get of Superman Legacy. That's when the
Superman
real
Legacy.
Like,
Superman
when we get
Legacy
that
is when
first
he's on the
trailer,
clock. Yep.
That's when it's going to be like, okay, because if let's say he does direct, right, and this trailer comes out and it doesn't look like anything Gunn does, maybe he'll turn people around. But until then, I'm just gonna have fun, because most of the stuff that like he announced, like I'm excited. Like I'll be watching everything, like even the Creature Commandos, which is Volunteer. I'll be watching that. That's what I like. That I feel like this slate, I like that there's something for everybody. The mainstream people, you got your big ones, right? Superman, Batman. Then you got a bunch of weird projects. I've never read Woman of Tomorrow, but that pitch again sound fantastic, and that's something where it's like Supergirl now is like it goes Brave and the Bold, and that's my next most anticipated. I wouldn't have thought if you said, "Oh yeah, it's a Supergirl movie," but that pitch of the comic book that they're using from the comic book. It's just
that's
like,
what
it's
was
very
so smart about this
yeah.
whole thing. Was like, I mean, they essentially sold books while doing it, and I'm like, all right, it was like when it came to this whole plan, it was like you're trying to do this whole thing, and again, this is what's smart. The fact that they own everything is like, all right, how do you start off this thing? You sell the books first, like find inspiration. I mean, obviously, when they announced Batman vs Superman, I mean, we knew that it was going to be directly coming from The Dark Knight Returns, but only us fans who have read the book, who've watched the animated movie. We knew, like, when we saw that Comic-Con, when that happened, when Henry Lennox read off that whole thing, and then even the next Comic-Con, when we saw the teaser, we just were like, oh my God, they're doing it. But there was never a direct message to say like, hey, so, when we're, pitching this whole thing, it's like, oh yeah, it's going to be pulling from this. Obviously he wasn't going to say, oh, we're going to also pull from Death of Superman, because then it would have spoiled the ending. But I'm just saying like the fact that they're being transparent of like, all right, we're making this content, and if you need, in the meantime, while you're waiting for it, here's the books to help you be, to brush up on it, because you're gonna go and watch the whole presentation and go in knowing, this whole thing and where it's coming. You'll get to see what's changed and what's not and everything like that. And I'm just thinking, smart. That was very smart.
That even like I was in some DMs with people who are not excited about,
of course,
about Gunn, but what you just talked about, Dave, was a feather in his cap.
Yeah,
he promoted the books, the book. And like Rob said, Marvel is shit with that. they don't promote.
Bullshit,
They
yeah.
don't. They actually, and I've seen other people complain like, and they try too hard to make the books look like the movies, to where there's not really a.
Oh, I've heard a lot of people complain about that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I mean they've screwed around. I mean they screwed around a lot with that. So I mean, and I love reading. So I'm all down for, hey, go read these books. And even if you don't want to buy the physical copy, fuck, get an ultra subscription where you can read every damn thing, you know, and just do it that way. But yeah, read the comics. I mean, that's one thing that I really appreciate when I follow Jimmy Palmiotti on Twitter, because, you know, he doesn't work for, like, he just does his own creator-owned stuff now. But a drum he will beat to no end is how the big two are fucking over creators when it comes to the media, and how these movie studios do jack about trying to pour money back into basically the idea factories. Like,
oh yeah, the lifeblood of what.
Well, and here's the thing about
became.
WB and DC have been trying to do this for a while, but now especially this is DC Studios lets them finally do it. Part of why those comic creators, I think DC historically has been credited as being better about giving them kickbacks and stuff when their ideas are used. But when you can finally thin out the herd of deadweight producers that are just on a project for legacy reasons, you have the wiggle room to have the original creators be more involved or better, more credited or paid for it also, when there's so much deadweight bureaucracy that was attached to every single not just DC, but every single Warner Brothers project before. There was a whole layer of people just freeloading, getting a percentage of this and a percentage of that.
John Peters.
And that's not uncommon for Hollywood in general.
My God.
Big fucking spider.
But it's a
Oh,
problem.
he
at
got that
WB,
shit.
especially in television. And so I think that is something that not only the new DC studio structure, but Gunn is someone who would also do what he can to make sure he's already shown that, like, these you know, the artists have already and the writers have already benefited from their books, you know, old books too. Not that they're unpopular books before, but like I wonder what Authority sales were prior to James Gunn.
People did like the fact that I had to walk in here and even tell people what the Authority
Exactly. You had to help.
You I don't. Scott, forgive me if you've talked to me about either the Authority or Creature Commandos before, but literally when I watched that video, I'm like, I have no idea who the fuck either of these groups are. All right. Yeah. Let's roll, you know.
Exactly. That's what was intriguing about that. And Saggy, you've been really quiet. Are you still awake? There it is.
No, you guys. At this time, I usually am quiet. It's like 3:00. But hi, Tipster. I had to say hi. He's in the chat. Hi. I say hi. You can't see me waving.
What's going on? How you doing? He's a YouTuber. How's it going, man? Good to see you.
Is he a YouTuber?
Is he? Or a Twitcher? I don't know what it is.
Yeah, he's a YouTuber.
I don't know what the kids call it these days. Jeez.
The kids
I know he streams. I've seen his stuff, yeah. But hey, how's it going? But anyways, you're quiet. Anything to add to this? Obviously, you know.
I mean, y'all have been all over the place. So I mean, it's kind of all over the place.
That's the answer of somebody who was not paying attention.
That is not true. I heard words.
I'm kidding. Yeah.
I heard words. First of all, Ray said words. I liked your words, Ray. They were very pretty.
Thank you.
Very pretty.
Pretty words. No, I mean, you guys already know for the most part when it comes to all this talk, you know, I always focus on the stupid people that say the stupid things because it's always funny. And I know that the chat's always like angry when people talk about that side of things, which I find interesting because I'm like, it's funny. That's all I can say. It's funny because at the end of the day, we don't know what's going to happen. And it's fun to speculate, but it's like, and talk about it, right? But we don't know what's going to happen. And I think that I actually am very excited to see Gunn do this. I really am, because first of all, I know everyone hates the argument of what Gunn did for Guardians of the Galaxy, but I'm sorry, that's a factual truth, guys. Like, he did something with the property that I don't think many people could have really done too much with. And he did it, and he made it great. So when it comes to DC, I really do think if he does do Superman, I think people will be surprised. I don't think it's going to be as goofy and silly as what you guys are used to with Gunn. I really do think he's going to surprise a lot of people with what he does, and I do like what DC's got going on as far as with everything. So overall, that's kind of like my big thing is give the man a chance. Please let him at least do something before we just throw him to the wolves.
But the biggest question though, and obviously somebody brought it up in the chat, and Gunn brought it up himself, was this Superman undies. So how are we feeling about that, Scott? I want to get your you want them back, Saggy?
Yes.
You like the undies, okay? So she likes the undies.
Back to the classics, guys. Come on.
Scott, since you're like the biggest comic book guy here, what is your thoughts?
This is basically where I boil down. If I had my druthers, no. Can we get rid of the? I don't want the trunks. I love the designs that have been done in the comics. You know, like New 52 Rebirth. I think there's ways to do it. You know, and even in Superman and Lois, and in of course with Henry Cavill's costume, I think it looks good without the undies. And but I'm also fucking tired of people treating this like it's some hill to die on. It's like we're talking about a costume design about underwear that dates back to 1938, and I'm just tired. And I think that's where it basically boils down to is, if you're going to ask me, Scott, trunks or no trunks, I'm going to say no trunks. But I'm also not going to get into a half-day Twitter argument about it either, because guess what? Kind of like what Gunn said in his reply, his like thread to the poll. By the way, this means jack shit. I'm not going to base my decision based on some stupid Twitter poll. And I feel like that's the point. It's like they're going to do what they're going to do. People yelling at each other on the internet is not going to affect that whatsoever. And kind of like what was already hinted at, whatever Gunn wants to do, apparently Gunn's gonna do what Gunn's gonna do. It's gonna be what he wants.
Way of the gun.
The way of the gun.
The way of the gun.
Yeah. So once again, I'm
telling you, he needs to market his fucking.
He probably should. Yeah.
So it's really just like, why y'all? Why are we doing this? So
because
that's basically why
fans. The next one is going to be like, should Batman kill?
Oh, no, I was waiting for that. I was. When we get closer to Batman and Robin, that's going to happen. But no,
actually, and that one, okay. Sorry, I'm going to stop right there just to say one thing. If we're doing Brave and the Bold, and the whole point is Damian, you have to intentionally have a Batman that doesn't kill, because that's got to be the whole conflict.
Because his
kid Damian's holding up a head. Why would Batman give a shit if he killed as well?
That's what everybody that's what everybody said about it, because I've got to read that now too, Scott. I've got to read All-Star Superman, and I've got to read that Grant Morrison Batman and Robin now. But wait,
okay, you can't read Batman and Robin. No, you got to read. You got to go back. You got to go back further. You got to go back to.
You're like, no.
This isn't Bruce.
Well, did he? Well, okay. Like, what?
Because Batman and Robin is when Dick is Batman.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Well,
like that picture that most people show with Damian with the sword, like that's been around all Twitter. That's Dick. Yeah.
Okay. So because I forget what Gunn actually tweeted. Like, as far as the 4 books that he was throwing out there, like, what was it, yesterday or something?
Oh no, he said Morrison's Batman run. It just so happens that all of the Damian and Batman stuff that Morrison wrote is Dick Bat and Damian.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I think he's still gonna end up pulling a lot from Damian's first
Watch him
appearance
do a Dick
and
Bat.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's what I've been saying is, and I don't know if that. I wouldn't be shocked if that is Dick Bat. And
that would be very different.
Wayne
It was
being
Dick
off
Bat.
the map is a thing that happens, and that they take Bruce Wayne out of the equation for a while. They bring in Dick Grayson to train Robin, but they can't say that in the announcement because it's a giant fucking spoiler for the Flash or something else.
And by the way, Ray, since you have DC Universe Infinite, Grant Morrison's run on Batman, it's one of those epic playlists.
Yes, absolutely. Well,
you can just start at the beginning of the playlist and like read through, because there's like three arcs of Batman before Final Crisis. Dick's Batman because of what happens in Final Crisis.
Okay. Yeah, no, because that and then the Swamp. Now you'd have told me, like, back when the show was out, you told me about the Alan Moore Swamp Thing run. So like that was because
I've gone to buy an Alan Moore Swamp Thing. There's multiple omnibuses, aren't there? It's like a 3.
You can get it in 6 trade paperbacks. I've traded in the 6 trade paperbacks for the 3 absolute editions.
Yeah.
But
you
have
times where I've gone multiple times to get it, and every time I'm like, not gonna do that yet.
Ooh, I like Christian's comment about the trunks. I like that comment. That if it's a Kryptonian suit, it shouldn't have trunks. But if Martha makes it should have trunks. I like that.
Here's my.
What if they just make them a little longer, like red capris?
That's actually no. Actually, Steven, you joke, but if you go back to the way he was originally drawn, that's kind of like the way they kind of look that way.
So here's the thing, like, because Travis commented on what I said because I saw Gunn's tweet like 28 seconds after he posted it, and so I was one of the first people, and I did write, please do not set Superman back however many decades with the I did write that, but I also wrote hashtag it's all subjective, because at the end of the day, he already knows. He's already made that decision. He already knows.
Well, that's why he followed up the poll by saying like, hey, we're not judging this by that. I almost thought it was like a dig at Elon when he was like doing his poll things. Maybe it was that. I don't know.
It very well could have been Dave. I wouldn't put it past him to do that. But look, if there, no, I don't want trunks. And
I don't either. Travis, what was your decision?
I don't care.
You don't care? Okay.
No, I like suits with trunks without. It's like, because there's gonna be a bunch of other versions of Superman without trunks before me and after me.
I've always been an anti-white eyes for Batman, and like I don't want the.
I know that's another thing. We can get that.
Gray and yellow suit, but like for this, people are like, oh, my favorite version is Snyder or Nolan or whatever. So make everything as close to that aesthetic as possible. But like, look, we've got Nolan, Snyder, Reeves. Let's do some fucking trunks and yellow bat symbols and blue with red eyes.
Blue as possible.
Yeah, and like no,
that's no. We need a fantastical Batman that is like the animated series.
It's not my preferred aesthetic, but like let's go for something different. Let's not make an inferior or iterative version of the thing that we've gotten 3 of in a row so far.
Well, and the cool thing is that if we get Damian, I mean, that just like predisposes the fact we're getting Raish, we're getting Talia.
I cannot wait for Talia.
Okay, but hang on though, because we've technically gotten Raish and Talia before. So here's the thing. Well, no, someone had made a comment on Twitter about like the Batman and Robin will already be asked if they go the gritty route again, and I'm like, because we need the fantastical shit, and I'm like, you're getting the fantastical shit. You can't have, because I still maintain this, and this was the case with Snyder, and I think this is the case going forward. Any Batman that exists in the same continuity as Superman has to have the fantastical shit.
100%.
Yeah, and for the most part, Batfleck was. I think Snyder did. He, as much as he grounded his universe, but he still did a good balance of the fantastical shit. As much as there was like some grounded stuff, and he was like really like going for all that. But if you're gonna look at Reeves' Batman, Nolan's Batman, and Snyder's Batman, let's face it,
Snyder's is by far the most fantastical.
Exactly.
By far.
He would have died how many times?
He shot a kryptonite grenade at Doomsday. Game over.
But then we go further, because then my comic brain starts thinking. It's like, okay, so do you do the original Grant Morrison run where Damien's been raised by the League of Assassins this entire time? Or do you go kind of like the New 52 when they crunch the timeline and like Damien got like gestated and grown like super fast? I mean, because they screwed around with that because of the New 52. But once again, you still have a kid.
Yeah.
And however you want to retcon how Talia and Bruce bumped parts to make the kid, and then
bumped parts.
But then you get the cool idea of like you get this 9-year-old who is this murderous son of a bitch. And because the thing about Damien is that there's only 2 people who've written Damien in a way that I like, and it's Grant Morrison and Peter Tomasi. Like they're the only ones who have written him in a way that I've enjoyed Damien, because Damien is such a he's a line.
What if we get a flash forward of Nightmare Damien Batman?
Oh no!
Oh my God! Oh that the Batman 666. Oh God, that issue.
Hang on, Scott. Did Tomasi write? Who wrote Damien? Who wrote Damien in Rebirth?
Damien. Well, which book? Super Sons was Tomasi.
Super Sons was Tomasi. Okay, what about Nightwing? Damien was in Nightwing for a bit.
Nightwing,
not the first Death Shoes.
No. What you really need to read, Ray, is Grant Morrison's run on Batman and Batman and Robin, and then in the New 52, read Tomasi's Batman and Robin.
Well, I bring up Rebirth because that's the Damien I've read. But he was in a bunch of books. He was in Super Sons. He was in Teen Titans. He was in Nightwing for a bit. So
he was everywhere for a bit.
He was everywhere for a bit of Rebirth, right? But that was where quite honest, for me, that was where he kind of cemented for me as like my second favorite Robin, because of course Dick Grayson is my number 1. But like,
I'm with you.
I enjoyed the dynamic that he had even in Rebirth form. For
me, Tomasi's Batman and Robin run in the New 52 was one of those like that book was gold and no one talked about it. But it was a fabulous book, and he got because during most of Morrison's run it was Dick and Damien. Tomasi got to explore the idea of this is a father and son team.
Which James Gunn did say a lot in the argument against it being Dick. It's like, because people got mad too, and he's like, "This is his actual son," and everyone's like, "They're his kids too. He adopted," which is a true statement. But like, I get why people were upset. But for what you said, Scott, I hope they go the original route of Raised by Assassins. I just feel like there's the idea of legacy and the idea of I feel like that's. I want Batman to fight an army of man-bat assassins, fight a put of clay, but I don't want like he's in this little test tube thing. Like no, like I love it.
Fits into my what I've always said about like the Flash, how Flashpoint is a good Flash origin story.
Yeah,
because Flashpoint inherently has the origin story as a part of it, and so it's a really good streamlined way of telling the origin story without making the origin story the story. So with Damien, you've got a whole hell of a Batman origin story baked into that. Yes. Because you have explaining where Damien came from, but then Batman explaining to Damien how he needs to be and telling him his own backstory and how that made him who he is. And that allows you to do Batman Origins in a way that doesn't make you do another Batman.
We're showing us the death of the Waynes for the umpteenth time.
Also, that way, if we can get the shot of, I know we all like the Batman without the cowl shot, but the real King Daddy is Batman wearing the pants and no shirt and the cowl.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah,
oh yeah, in the desert.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's the greatest comic panel brought to screen ever.
And you got that Neil Adams art on that. Like I said,
they kind of did that in the animated series too.
No, they do. They did it.
You brought that up, and
Demon's Quest Part 2.
Was like you get that fucking whole thing, right?
And they didn't even have sex. She just looked at him that way, and she was pregnant because he looked so good in that outfit. You know, he didn't have to do anything.
Can we pull that up now? Actually, that we're talking about it. That's like the greatest Batman.
Pull it up.
Oh yeah, that's because Neil Adams also wrote like he was hairy chested, and it was like.
He's like nice and toned up and everything like that. Like he's not like the massive Bruce Wayne where he's like a brick
He's ready for breeding.
I am so out of the loop on this.
Oh, dude.
Oh yeah, you gotta.
Oh, you gotta check this out. I mean, this is back during like, I mean, when Denny O'Neil and Neil Adams worked together, magic happened because they did the Green Arrow, Green Lantern run. That was when John Stewart was created, and then they did a Batman run. That was like, oh no, we're bringing Batman back.
Denny O'Neil wrote sort of Azrael, right?
Yes.
Okay, that and the Batman Returns adaptation is the only Denny O'Neil I've read.
Oh god, dude. Oh, so much good Denny O'Neil coming your way.
I mean, they're. I mean, I like both of them. They were good.
Yes, that's the shot.
Okay.
Well, they could do that with the blue, with the
blue.
trunks,
with
the belt. Like, yeah.
So you want the blue? See, now it's funny. I don't want trunks, but I would be curious to see how the blue and the gray with the yellow symbol would look.
I've wanted that
I would
for a
be
while.
curious to see that.
I even wanted that.
There
Yeah,
it
there
is.
you go.
There's the
There it
Batman
is.
animated
Okay, that I've
series.
seen.
They totally
that
pulled it off,
clearly.
yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Like
All right.
before we had gotten the look at Past and Suit and I knew the tone, now I go, okay, you
See,
couldn't do it.
Saggy's not here to enjoy this. I don't know. She's like enjoying it.
I am. I mean,
there you go.
I'm quiet for a reason, though. I mean,
But before we got that suit reveal, that's all I want is like, I want the blue and gray. It's just something different. We haven't got, and that's why I get it. I'm a massive Batman fan, so I'm always going to want more Batman. When people always go, oh, another Batman movie, it's like, how many comics? Like, look at all the comics Scott's talking about. There's so much stuff in Batman comics that we haven't even touched in live, like haven't even gotten near. This idea, other than Adam West, we haven't even gotten near. Like a real cool looking armor, blue and gray suit that's comic booky, that's bright. Look at Damian. We're doing this for the first time ever in live action, and Batman's been around for how many films? And
Well,
how
okay,
long,
so that leads into this because what was it? Wasn't Saffron the one today? Because Scott, when you talk about how many links there are to save, like I have no fucking clue how I'm going to talk about everything tomorrow on my show because too much shit comes out every day for the last 3 days.
And I don't see a fraction of it because, I literally like my phone, I don't get reception at work and other sites are blocked. So like, it's not until like I walk out of the building at like 3:30 in the afternoon and it's like
boom
text messages that you guys have sent me. It's like ding, 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 ding. And I'm just like I didn't even read the THR article until like 6:30 at night after I was sitting down eating dinner. And I only had the bandwidth to read one article and I picked the THR one.
Well, and that's what's also frustrating in a good way. The THR article has things that the Variety article doesn't have, and vice versa. Like each of them had unique quotes and shit. Yeah. So it's like, okay, if you want all of it, you're gonna have to read all of it.
And then you also have stuff. There's like Ray will appreciate this. I think also is you've got stuff like he didn't name drop Mangold or even say we've got a director on this. Yet Mangold then dropped the Swamp Thing image and then Gunn retweeted it.
Yeah,
he's and that was like a day or two later. It
was the next day.
There's a conscious drip feeding of the of the news cycle,
and then a couple of hours after that, I think was a Variety or whoever was like, yes,
THR.
THR.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, he's in early talks,
and I feel like they knew that ahead of time.
I think he's got it. I think he's got.
There is a lot more communication happening with the trades than previous. A lot more open communication happening with the trades, and so I think, especially after this, I'm assuming that means there's some. I don't want to say quid pro quo, but there's a level of
there's palm greasing.
There's ground rules.
Yeah. But I mean, there's a level of like for example, they called to confirm the Mangold thing. I imagine, and they said yes, but wait on that. We'll give it to you as an exclusive. Just wait a day on it, and we've got something coming that you can
remember what
with.
you tweeted on Monday about how after the event happened, and nothing. I mean, there were cryptic gifts all over the place. But nobody said anything. Like the embargo was held up.
It was crazy. So many people knew the slate, and yet they were like, "Here, let's just put out little things." And I'm like,
and I said this that night. I was like, that alone is so wildly different than what we have been used to.
Exactly.
As far as I've said that it is so important to nail that with respect to this job. You have to. That's why I've never been upset with the Twitter stuff at all. Like and I love the fact that he enjoys stamping shit out. DCU leaks. He called them out on another Superman casting today and was like, "No, that's not true. Casting hasn't started." And they literally had the audacity to be like, "How do you know it's false? He's the fucking boss." Whatever. But like, no, like yes, you're right. I do appreciate it, Steve.
It's good. It's good.
This is what we haven't had this.
We haven't had
up to this point.
Well,
all
and
right.
it was even smart to do
Dave's trying to do a question, I think.
I was trying to pull up a question.
You pay the bills with your Patreon, Dave. I understand.
Yes.
But I mean, Stephen, was it unless you were like going to be, at least 30 seconds with this?
Oh, I was just going to say the fact that he gave each of the trades got like a separate presentation, and then different groups of journalists.
Is that how it worked?
Quotes.
Okay.
And so there was like in the past we've gotten like a press release, and so everything had the same, but there was a treasure hunt sort of like dissemination created that I don't want to say I had like a fun time reading the news, but it was far more interesting news than a simple press release with a list of movies put out.
Yes, it was. Agreed. All right.
Yeah. Let's. We got one more Patreon question here. Let me share this one right here because it's from Carrie. Let's see what he says right here.
Oh, Carrie.
Hey, Dave. Sorry for the weird lighting and everything. It's already nighttime.
How dare you? Oh my God.
I had a question for you and the panel, for particularly for Sean and Hannah being there tonight.
I was a little late.
Else on the panel can chime in. Obviously, here's my question for you guys. Considering that Marvel has introduced the multiverse concept between Loki, Spider-Man No Way Home, Doctor Strange Multiverse of Madness is going to continue to expand on that they've shown us classic characters like Patrick Stewart's Professor Xavier. We're going to get Hugh Jackman coming back as Wolverine. Between how Marvel is utilizing the multiverse concept and what DC seems like they're going to be doing when the Flash comes along by using the Flash to basically reset things, which approach to the multiverse do you think is the one that either will be or it has been the most helpful for general audiences to latch onto and buy into the idea? This is not a which one did it first, because we saw the DCCW introduce the multiverse concept, but I'm also thinking cinematically and for general audiences, and how do we get a general audience to buy in to this really crazy concept? So which approach between how Marvel is doing it by sort of acknowledging the legacy characters and actors from before versus how DC is using it to reset the table for things, which approach do you think will have the most buy-in from general audiences? Thanks. Look forward to listening to the stream later.
Which is so funny because there's nothing so DC as using the multiverse to reset things.
Honest question: has the general audience bought into Marvel's multiverse approach?
I think they kind of have.
I think they like the idea. Multiverse to them is returning cameos. That's what it is, and I think they've bought into that.
Yeah, and I think it's jumping the gun a little bit to
you said gun.
Go ahead and take a shot in the future every time.
I don't know, guys. Gonna go a drinking game, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know. It's gonna be a new drinking.
This is one of those things where I'm like, I don't know how much I want to speculate on this because people are gonna always find reasons to like get hyped up for something that may or may not happen. But it's kind of just an assumption of mine that Cavill and maybe Affleck and others are going to be like, the legacy cameo thing is a proven gold. Mm-hmm. Like, there's no way you don't have Cavill come back as Superman in a Crisis movie or something like that. And the way that whole thing went down, there's more to it, and that's not a type of thing like you can't say, right? You can't be like, don't worry, Henry's coming back as Superman, like, unless it's going to be a spoiler. And so maybe it doesn't happen, maybe it does, but I think it's a little bit quick to assume that DC is exclusively reset. I mean, like literally, like we can't even say that they're doing it with the Flash in the first place because they're bringing back Michael Keaton's Batman, right? Like they're already doing the legacy cameos. And then they did multiple Superman in the CW. So I envision a Kingdom Come or a Crisis or a, especially if you've got to have a Supergirl movie now. Gunn's gonna do that Superman, the Superman screaming and breaking time. Or not, the Superboy was the one that broke time, but the shot of Superman holding Supergirl with the stretched out, like
the cover,
like there's no way Gunn doesn't want to like recreate that moment somehow with, maybe not with Cavill or not, but Cavill is such a core part. The Cavill equivalent is such a core part of that Crisis story. In the pre-Crisis Superman.
The Golden Age. Earth 2
Yeah.
Superman is the one who's doing the because he's the one with the gray. He'd be the one with the gray in the temples.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. Like I said, it's possible that doesn't happen, but there's no. That's just kind of a foregone conclusion for me that we're going to see most of these people at least once more, maybe only in cameo, but it's not just dumb not to, but it all kind of just lines up in my mind, and maybe I'm wrong, but
I'm with you on it. He tweeted the Kingdom Come image, but like a week or so after he got hired
twice.
Yeah. So
was it twice Kingdom Come, or was one Kingdom Come and one Justice?
No, I think he did it once on the other, that Mastodon app.
Oh, Mastodon.
Right.
On Twitter, I think what he did was it was his cover photo on Twitter. Yeah, and everyone's like, "Oh shit, look at that!"
But like you're talking about DC Comics, and you have not just Cavill and Affleck and all of them, but I mean you've got generations of Batman and Superman actors, and you're talking about DC Comics and multiverse stories like.
Come on, Clooney, it's time.
There's no way. But for real though, there's no way There's no way James Gunn doesn't want to bring back George Clooney Batman for a cameo. Like,
I would fucking love it.
Or bring back Routh and
get O'Connell in there,
Cavill
man.
For. So that's just kind of where my mind is on the whole thing. I fully expect.
What if he could get Bale back?
He showed up in Thor: Love and Thunder.
But there's a difference.
True. No, that's a very good
it's
point.
not. No, it's not, because ever since, and things change all the time, but since 2013 until now, every time he gets asked, he gives the same question that, well, if Chris Nolan's there, I'll do, but if not, I'm not. Things could change, but he's been saying that, and I actually do.
The secret is to be like, hey, Chris, call your boy.
You're gonna.
We'll give you an executive producer cred.
Well, it's a PR savvy answer because it allows him to say no without dismissing. He's like,
That's true.
that'd be awesome if Chris does it. I'll do it.
Yeah,
and it puts him in a position where he doesn't have to say no. He's because Chris is willing to say no. Chris will say fuck no, I'm not doing that again. But,
he did during Tenet when they were trying to. I can't remember, some interviewer was trying to pitch Washington and him and like a Green Lantern. And I was like, yeah, no, I'm done with that. So like he did it very nicely, but no, he's like, I had my heyday. Like I'm not going back there at all. So
I wouldn't even want him to do Green Lantern. Green Lantern's not what he does.
I think it was just because Washington was there and he's a popular fan.
What do you
think? No, I think Bale will be like the last. But again, I was surprised he did Thor. I'm surprised, and he almost wasn't Solo. Remember too, the reason was like it was scheduling conflicts, and then Harrelson took the role. So like he does do stuff. I just think for some reason they would almost go to him sort of last and stuff. But I think all these are gonna be on the table. But I think they're on the table depending how Chapter One does. Because let's say in 5 years, Crashes and Burns doesn't work out, then you have to reset again or start over again, and that makes it less likely. When we talk about Gunn getting that point where he has all this power, it's kind of like the same way as like Marvel fanboy here, but like Feige and company don't get to do WandaVision if Endgame doesn't blow up the way it does, right? The way Endgame does this, Feige gets a level of like, okay, you can start doing some different stuff. It still ends up being MCU style, but they at least got to do a few more risks, and that's where, not that the legacy cameos are risky, but again, do you want 2 years in to bring back Cavill or somebody, and then everyone right away be like, oh well, we just got Legacy, but I'd rather him like that? I think it's still like a 5 years plus sort of thing.
It also helped that it was on Disney Plus.
And
yeah,
even
100%.
The way he
yes.
described what he said that the Superman story he has in mind isn't for Henry Superman, which of course people take offense at that. But what he's saying there is that Henry Superman is a particular type of Superman. He's not telling he's telling a story that's designed, because there are different versions of Superman in the comics.
Because he called it a 4-quadrant. He said it has to be a 4-quadrant movie. Basically, he wants a Superman movie that supposedly is going to please everybody.
Right. I don't know if it's that like that. I think it's more in a way where you could you can take the family too, because whether it's Man of Steel or whether it's the Batman, I think they both have elements where a 5-year-old kid might watch and go, I'm kind of bored. There's lots of dialogue, lots of thought-provoking, where I think they want a Superman movie that you can have everybody go and you can feel safe that your 5-year-old's not going to see some fucking dark shit,
Yeah. But I think that the differentiation of this is not Henry's Superman, that's preserving a pure iteration of the character for use as an archetype at a different point in the story.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I probably shouldn't say too much more about it because it's highly possible it doesn't happen too. But in my mind, that's just kind of where everything is going.
I mean, look, everything that we're saying right now, pure speculation. Because it does depend on how
fun right now.
Right.
I mean, what else is there to talk about right now?
Because some of the first reactions to this part of the slate was like, wow, hope it all happens, because we've had slates given to us before, and we've been down this road before. So there's definitely a part of you that is like, how much of this is actually going to see the light of day, and what is going to change? Something will change. I don't think that I wish them well, and I certainly, am not rooting against this at all. I'm very intrigued to see how this plays out. Something's going to change, along the schedule, with respect to what they're going to make adjustments. Adjustments are going to be made for a variety of reasons.
Especially release dates. I always hate that they give release dates.
Oh yeah,
stop doing that, please.
And I get why they did it, Dave. I get that. Listen.
Give
the
prospect, year, give the season of a year.
The prospect, though, Dave. The prospect of having, because I said this on page. I'm like, I can't remember a time. Can someone please tell me when we had a Superman and a Batman movie in theaters in the same year? Has that happened ever? No, not one movie. Okay.
No, 2 movies. Rises was 12, and Man of Steel's 13, and Rolf was 06, right? Returns?
06 was Superman Returns.
Yeah, and 05
which was a year before
Begins.
Yeah,
so they're always very close,
that.
but no.
I mean,
right. BBS aside. Yes, but
also,
no. So
how many times have they tried to get a Superman movie off the ground in the past 5 years?
Yeah.
How many times has there been a release date attached?
Yeah, true.
That's a good point.
I don't know.
He
can't tell you Superman Legacy is coming unless he tells you this is when it's coming, because otherwise it's just another Superman movie hypothetically happening.
That's true. No,
I get it, but I'm just kind of just put 2025 fall or summer. I don't know.
No, but every single person in charge of DC has had an idea for a Superman, multiple ideas for Superman movies for 5 years, and we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, but not a single one of them has gotten a fucking release date on the board.
But also, this is the one where you go, if Superman Legacy is the beginning of DCU Chapter One, and Gunn's written it, you better believe to God that Gunn's going to make sure that they're going to make that date.
I think so too. Yeah,
it's one of those situations that's like they have to get this ball rolling. So if we're talking strictly business, if we're just talking strictly, just ego, it's like the ball has got to get fucking rolling. And so it's basically like, what's the best way to get something done? Set a deadline. It's like, and just say, That's your finish line.
Go.
Get it
Well,
done.
And it blew my speculation out of the water, because remember I had said before that I thought that they were going to try and because they wanted something for 2024, and so when he said 2025, I was like, oh, okay, everybody, because everyone else was like, no, that's too soon. 2024 is too soon. They need more time. Well, July 2025, 2 years,
2.5 years,
2 years,
which does make me question what's going on in 24.
Joker.
Other than
That's
Joker, I think we for sure get Joker in that same October Oscar season slot, like the first one.
Like the first one.
But I also wonder, like, are any of these, because again, 10 projects, 4 movies, 6 shows. So do any of these shows pop up in 2024?
Yes, Creatures
Commandos.
Right,
Yeah,
because he's already written it.
Yeah,
he's
it's already in the
yeah.
process.
Penguin?
I think we'll
No,
get
it's
some-
not in the slate, but
Penguin will get
if
that.
it's filming in February,
Yeah.
that's the report. I would imagine we'd get Penguin next year.
Peacemaker
so.
season
Probably.
two.
Yeah, that's a
Peacemaker, that wasn't
possibility,
mentioned, but
or
yeah,
even
we'll see what
Waller.
happens.
Waller, I think, is like probably
See,
easier one.
Here's another thing. Speaking of all of this, though, another thing that I don't know if you guys talked about yet that I thought was a big deal that isn't getting talked about enough was when Gunn and Safran committed to not beginning production until a script is done.
Oh,
yes.
That was a jab. I said that was a
Yes.
jab at Green
Yes.
Lantern.
Well, not a jab at Green
I think
Lantern. It's a jab at everything.
Everything,
yeah.
It is. Oh, absolutely, it is.
They said these movies are all, especially the MCU, these movies are all entering production before there's a script done. And so they said, we will not start production on movies without scripts, which is huge for DC, because what they're saying, sure, as producers, they're still going to have influence over how, over these movies, so they're going to be polishing them, and they're going to have creative oversight, but they're doing that on the right side of production. They're not telling filmmakers to begin production and then doing the polishing on the back end, right? They're not gonna. There's not gonna be a Justice League or a Suicide Squad or a Bird. Like, none of that's gonna happen when everything is decided before cameras roll. That's huge, not just for DC, but for blockbuster filmmaking.
And again, I think that's part of Gunn being on the other side of that and going, we're not fucking doing that.
Yeah.
Totally. Like that's just part of, that's why this is so different when you put a creative, I mean, I know he's only half, because we keep saying Gunn, we keep forgetting Safran because he's the producer, but like having the creative there, like that has been on the other side of the bullshit that doesn't work or is clumsy in certain aspects can really change this. Can definitely change the tenor of how this goes.
And while Safran's been saying things that I haven't been particularly thrilled by, he has a way of speaking that just rubs me the wrong way.
I can agree with you, yeah.
But if we go, if I'm just trying to step back and look at it, if you've got the script done, well, then you can fucking budget the movie because you know what's going to be in the movie. Like, that's so from a business perspective, I get it. But I will say it's just kind of a little bit of Scott's commentary that reading the THR piece, the little commentary and comments that Gunn and Safran were making in response to questions soured some of my reception. Like if I had just been given the slate, it would have been a different. I don't know. Like there was a lot of commentary like towards the bottom of the article that was, I don't know. It just.
Do they come off a little arrogant to you, Scott?
Yes. Yeah, they came off arrogant and a little jabby.
Yeah.
And hold on, I'm not done. All right. And the one that really got me for Safran in particular was the Variety piece about Batgirl.
Yes. Yeah.
When he was talking about, this movie would have ruined DC, and the part that got me was like, okay, why? Well, because it would ruin it. It was that circular argument. It's like you didn't actually give a reason.
Well,
like it was.
You don't need to say it. You don't need to.
At the end of that quote, I think that he did a terrible job of explaining it. But at the end of that quote, he got back to something similar to what was, I don't know if Zaslav said it directly or if somebody else said it, but he says it was built, it was not
for the small screen.
releasable.
Yes,
it was built for the small screen where we weren't going to release it, and it was just circumstantially fucked, basically. And he could have explained it better because what he said was everything that he said was not clear enough that he wasn't blaming the creatives and blaming the quality of the movie, when really just it was what the producers had asked for from the previous administration was not a viable product.
Right.
It's like when you when you go to Chipotle and you get the wrong stuff on the burrito. Sure, maybe they do a good job putting it all in there, but you should have ordered some of that shit maybe.
Yeah, and that's why it didn't piss me off, because and look, I went through my whole ranting phase when the Batgirl thing happened, but it's become very clear since then that the movie deliberately, aside from the small screen stuff, it deliberately fucked with continuity. Because
and I'm not. This isn't me trying to defend the Batgirl movie. I'm literally just commenting on.
Right.
Like Travis was saying, I'm glad that you and I are on the same page of how the tone came across.
They felt very high on themselves, and I'm sure they had a good day. And there's a lot of hoorah what we're doing, but it did feel like a very hot.
You know why it
shit
didn't bother
type
me?
of
We're
call.
gonna say something that you got to be aware of the optics of saying it would have been embarrassing to release this.
Yes,
you've got to. Yeah, it's so clumsy.
Okay, fine. He didn't, because with that particular line,
it's okay.
He
if
doesn't
they make mistakes sometimes.
Oh yeah, I'm not giving up.
No,
on
no,
this
no.
thing. It's over, but
that's not what I'm getting at. No, what I'm saying is that I'm putting out part of this, Stephen, truthfully, is because so much of this angst and so much of what people are saying, people are pointing fingers in the wrong direction when they're angry, right? They're blaming Gunn for Cavill being fired. They're blaming Zaslav for this and that, whatever.
Like I said, when Birds of Prey was first, or not Birds of Prey, Batgirl was first canceled, we had 3 or 4 administrations in a row just kicking the can down the road on pulling the trigger on some of this stuff. And finally, Zaslav and now also Gunn and Safran are... Finally, there's people in charge that are willing to say, you know what, the buck stops here. And that's hard. That's hard news. But they didn't kill the Snyderverse. Hamada and Johns and Emmerich
all those guys
did. They killed by the time it got to Gunn, there were dozens of knives in its back. He just put it out of its misery.
He just shot it in the back.
I said earlier.
But it's like when someone takes family off life support, and then the family gets in a fight over
who's the kid and old yeller with a rifle.
It's like, no, the plug had to be pulled.
I said earlier that if one of the 4 movies, for all the people that are upset about Cavill, if one of the 4 movies this year is Man of Steel 2, then Cavill obviously is still involved. Or if the previous regime hadn't kept him on the fucking sidelines for 6 years after the last Justice League movie that was theatrically released, the conversation about Superman is completely different, and Cavill is still... he came, there's no cachet there. And my ultimate point in this being that for some reason people are just forgetting how fucked the previous regime made this mess.
Well, no,
and they're just...
I'm not forgetting that.
Not you. I'm not saying you, Scott. What I'm getting... The reason I'm bringing this up is because when I read what Safran and Gunn say, the reason the arrogance doesn't bother me is because I'm still way angrier at the previous regime.
Well,
so
for example,
I'm more willing to...
They said that about Batgirl, but then also Gunn was willing to say they dicked Henry around. Or he was able to say there was nobody minding the mint. They were just handing stuff out like candy and then fucking with it in post-production. And these are all things that you got to be a little bit arrogant to say it, but also this is stuff that ideally you shouldn't be in a position to have to say this.
Right.
But look at what they inherited. They
Yeah,
they
it's
have
not
to
an
do a
ideal
little
situation.
bit of
Right.
yeah, their jobs are almost impossible without them doing a little bit of a press tour to say, by the way, the people here before us sucked. Like
Yeah, right.
The Rock was
because
trying that. He was
otherwise-
trying that during Black Adam.
Because like they're not gonna carry water for those guys anymore. They made terrible fucking horrible decisions, and if they don't acknowledge that, then all they're doing is just continuing the cycle of bullshit that's been
Exactly.
drowning the franchise for decades in some ways. Like, yeah,
Right. Well, and even even the because of course in the middle of all this, of course what the press asked them about Ezra, the press asked them about Zachary Levi, and they had to answer those. And again,
I appreciate it.
Actually, those answers were actually like some of their like most like even keeled. Like
I had that handed to them before, Scott. That's why they're like, we're gonna say this and we're gonna keep it
Right,
to this.
and it's so clear they had
no
the answer
comment
ready
on
to go.
Gotham Knights. No comment on Gotham Knights, apparently.
Yeah, that was
the
funny. I
fact
love
that
No,
Gunn, of all
I-
people,
I-
though, had the opportunity to say, like, you know what, I don't have
You're
the
like-
liberty to be able to screw up my whole
You're like,
universe
what?
just
The
because
video
someone
game?
said something I don't like.
yeah, no, there was no the irony is palpable in that, no
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Like
Without-
we all know the Gotham Knights was dead on arrival. I mean, come on.
Well, no,
Dead on- Oh.
yes, irony there, Dave, but also with what Stephen just said with respect to
Like he's not gonna come out and say like fuck Zachary Levi, he's going after Shazam because these
Yeah,
tweets and
you have to
everything
have
like that.
some-
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
He's not gonna
actually
say
pretty
that, but,
good
like,
what he
just
said.
the
though.
honesty of like, you
Yeah,
know
like-
what, like there are cases where like you gotta address these things, but like I'm not gonna fuck my universe over because of political disagreements with individual actors.
Exactly.
And
yeah.
it's like the Black Adam thing where, again, I'm someone that's subscribing to the thing that I don't think Shazam's going to do that well. So, like, it could be a case in the future if he does bring Zachary Levi back, benches Shazam for a while, he goes, oh, well, the box office wasn't that good. Even if it was his intention to get rid of him because, oh, he might be stirring shit on Twitter in the public eye, if Shazam doesn't do that well, I go, we don't need to revisit that character. And I don't think they're going to revisit that character for a bit. I think it's going to come out, do relatively the same as the first one, and then I think when we're talking about a state where they need to make money, I don't think Shazam's going to be one of those that's going to make them lots of money. I think it's the other three that have that potential. So, Zachary, we don't see him much, I don't think.
No, I would tend to agree with that.
And Cavill, that's the big thing with, other than the GA, because the GA is not going to give a shit. Superman Legacy comes out, kills it. They'll say Cavill, who in the nicest way possible, right? They'll have a new Superman that they like. That movie will always be under a scope for them, like our side of the fandom. That is like, okay, they're gonna watch that movie and look at everything and be like, why couldn't this been Cavill? Even if they say, well, it's a younger Superman, like Steven talked about, you could preserve it. There's still gonna be tons of people that once that movie hits, if there's not something definitive why it couldn't be him, that's gonna be the case. But again, I don't think for general audience it will matter because as long as they like the movie, they like the casting, whoever directs the hell out of it. It's going to be a-okay, you know, and it's going to be, I hope everything sticks. As a child, like looking back, if I go back and tell my 10-year-old self, like there's going to be a year where I get a Superman, a Batman, an Avengers, and a Fantastic Four movie. If that all sticks,
dude,
I'm happy. I got nothing to complain about.
2025 is going to be insane. Like,
do you
when I
remember
they had that graphic,
looking
I was
at like
wow.
2015 and 2016 and 2017 and all the movies
Yeah.
that were coming out those years and being
Yeah.
like, what the hell? This is like
Yeah.
insane.
No,
I mean,
that's
2017
true.
was hilarious because looking forward to that and being like, whoa, Justice League and The Last Jedi and then it,
Oh my god.
It changed everything. Yeah, there was
No,
no
I
going
mean,
back
it's funny
after
because
that.
yeah, you can look at like in the past 15
Wonder
years,
Woman.
Yeah, you could look at like some of like the
Right.
past decade and look at like all the shit that we were so spoiled.
We
We
got
were so
Logan in
spoiled.
2017 as well.
Spider-Man,
Yeah,
Spider-Man
like
Home,
Logan.
Dark
we had a
Horse.
Spider-Man movie too. Spider-Man Homecoming.
Oh,
Same
we
year.
did. Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Jeez.
We were so spoiled at certain times.
And that's
we
where
don't
like
even realize.
all the stuff could end now, and like look at the stuff we've already got. Like if Marvel and DC said we're both packing up, look at the stuff we've got, like comics, video games, TV shows. Like we've
Yeah.
gotten so much, and we're still like, this Superman movie is not exactly how I want it to be this upcoming one, and I'm mad about it. You know.
But that was part of why. That was part of why I got a little irritated. No, I got more than a little irritated with Scott and Enosh last week when you were talking about how old we are and how we're waiting for this shit to get right. And it's like, how much shit have we gotten? And we're not
Yeah.
old. Stop calling us old, damn it.
Well, I can't
We're
have
not
that conversation without remember when the prequels were announced. The Star Wars prequels were
God,
announced.
yeah.
And I was reading my Star Wars Insider magazine, and I was looking at the release dates that had been announced, and I was doing the math, and I was like, oh man, I'm going to be 12 when Revenge of the Sith comes out.
12.
I don't know if I'm
Okay.
going to like Star Wars
12.
anymore.
Oh my god.
I think
12.
so. It was 12, or it might have been.
It was 2005 when
Yeah,
Revenge of
come
the Sith
on.
came out.
Yeah,
I was-
no, yeah, not
I was
12.
8.
So I was gonna be 12 when Phantom Menace came out. I was gonna be
Okay. All right.
God, I remember waiting in line.
anyway.
for that.
Regardless,
Oh,
no, I was less than that.
crazy.
I don't know. Forget the math. The point is, I was
I was a senior in
projecting-
high school when Phantom Menace.
The
came
point is,
out.
I was projecting forward, and I was worried because I was like a hardcore into Star Wars, but I was like, I might be too old for Star Wars when that movie comes out. I don't know if I'll even care about it anymore. And then so basically every movie that comes after that is just a bonus for me.
There it is. There it is. But you know what? I think this is a good way to wrap this up. We're almost going on 5 hours talking about this, and we're going to be talking about this for the next 5 years, next 10 years. No, yeah, maybe.
Hopefully,
Yeah.
that is the
We'll
plan,
see.
right?
Oh,
That is-
that's right. That's.
Can we
the-
stick the landing?
No, in 10
Seriously?
years we'll be talking about the next DC reboot. Of like, okay,
Oh
you know,
god.
Christopher
Brian
Nolan's
is-
son has a
We're gonna
really
be,
good
we're gonna
vision.
be in our fucking 60s. Like, all right, I think they got it
Right.
now, guys.
That'll
Yeah.
only be
Brian,
2.5 hour
no,
streams. You won't be making it
something
this
I-
late.
Something I said
Uni-
multiple times on our Patreon stream where we covered this is that people are making comments about how there's so much dark stuff in this, or how they're doing like the older Batman and Damian Wayne being in his first movie, and like going back to like why if this was Zack Snyder, people would have hated it, and what Gunn is doing with the nature of this announcement that's different from what they've done with for Zack Snyder was that Zack never got this kind of a reveal. They never got this kind of a present the plan to the public and explain what's going on. And so if we're talking about DC stuff and plans, it's all part of the plan, right? What happens when it's all part of the plan? People don't.
It's
freak
all
out.
part of the plan.
With one
Right.
little note at a time.
Yeah.
But so for real, you have stuff that like people would have like if Zack Snyder had been like, I'm gonna make a movie with Damian Wayne in it, people would have been like, no, you can't do that without unless you do all.
Well,
of
they
this
said
stuff.
that about
Batman
Dick
kills.
Grayson. Dick Grayson getting killed. They were like,
exactly.
"Fuck you! You
And so,
can't do
so
that."
sure, this is getting pushback too. So I don't want to say it's unique, but when you get the whole studio at your back to say, this is the
Go for it.
plan. Look at the number of people that line up and are like, aha, it's okay. It's all
Aha.
part of the plan.
Haha.
And
Yeah,
that makes
because
all
the
the
studio
difference in the
exists
world.
now. Because the
Well,
studio
no,
exists
I mean
now. It
studio,
didn't-
WB studio. Like with Zack Snyder, they
Oh.
were always like, oh, it's gonna be like Marvel. It's gonna
It-
be like Marvel, and then it wasn't.
Right.
Whereas
Well-
this, he actually comes out and they're able to say like, this is what to expect, and then ideally they deliver something along those lines, and people are gonna say like, great, this is what I expected. And with Zack, they never did that. And then when people reacted poorly, they would try to change the movies, which then confirms to the audience, aha, we were right for reacting that way. The studio wants him to make them differently. And it was a bullshit cycle of PR they were never going to get ahead of, and they've already killed most of that problem simply by making this announcement. So
And I do think part of that is because now DC Studios actually exists.
yeah, that
If
helps.
this were
It
still
helps.
DC Films under Warner Brothers Picture Group, nothing would fucking change. Nothing.
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 Because DeLuca and Abdi would be fighting on behalf of $7, and which that's what I was gonna say earlier was that that's why Gunn wasn't tweeting anything because he was remember the articles that we saw before Black Adam came out about how the sources say there's a power vacuum or there's a battle like Game of Thrones style vying for control of
Battle for the
DC.
cow.
They were fighting behind the scenes. He's not going to help the guy he's trying to wrestle DC Studios away from. So that just seems
good.
abundantly clear to me.
That's
with
good.
respect to that.
That's good. That's
So-
what they needed, and that's what we're getting. And we're going to be talking about all the different things, and like again, James Gunn doing all that stuff. It's going to be interesting, but yeah, we're going to go ahead and wrap this Vodka stream up. We'll be talking about this, of course, for the next, like I said, who knows? And hopefully, it's going to be exciting to see casting, suit reveals, all kinds of directors, everything. Yeah, we're looking at you, Ben Affleck. We're looking at you, Ben Affleck. Yeah, we're looking forward to your Nike movie, but hey, yeah. What are you going to be directing for, James?
Don't live by night him again. Don't.
I know. Don't do that. I know. Have the movie come out before you get announced for a new DC project.
Oh, we like your shoe movie, but fuck.
But what's going on with Brave and the Bold, bro? Yeah, I know. Let's not do that again. Announce that. Get that shit out there first. Which I'm glad that they're getting a theatrical and a Super Bowl ad and everything. That's good. I'm glad Amazon's helping and backing them up. All right. Well, thank you to Hannah. Thank you to Sean for being the guest tonight. I knew it was going to be a crazy one, obviously, and I wish we could have, it was like a lot of things. And of course, thank you to, who else was on this damn thing?
Damon,
Andre,
Damien. Saggy also, I don't know if she's still awake. She is. She is still awake.
She's sleeping. No, that sounds like sleeping to me.
Yeah, She sleep turned on her microphone just like somehow. Yeah. There you go. So
That's
all right,
like the ghost from Poltergeist.
It kind of was a little creepy. It was a little creepy, wasn't it?
I've giggled many times. Y'all just didn't hear me because y'all were into your deep conversation. So whatever.
All right, well, let's go around the horn and let's promote ourselves, starting with Travis.
You can find Travis B. Snail just talking about all the stuff usually all the time. Maybe I'm tweeting about Fassbender because he's come back this year strong, thank God.
Killer.
Yeah, and he's in a Taika movie. Sorry, Dave, but Taika, he directs good stuff. Maybe not for you, but I like it.
You know what?
And I like Fassbender doing comedy. I'm really excited.
Movies.
His Mandalorian work was good.
Yes, and I actually like
Star
Jojo
Wars
Rabbit.
movie?
Jojo Rabbit was actually, I enjoyed Jojo Rabbit.
Well, this one's called Next Goal Wins, and it's about Michael Fassbender coaching a really bad soccer team. So look out for that next one.
I don't like soccer.
Okay, well, there you go. Fuck
How many times do you want to bet Fassbender tried to punch Taika while shooting that?
He's a father now. He can't be getting in fights. He's just chilling. He's chilling. But no, and then, just as we said, be excited, have fun. We're so lucky with all the stuff we are getting. One, be lucky you're alive, but all the stuff like we talked about, whatever you're into, be into it, and just have a good time in life. It's short. Just have a good time. So
there it is. And then we have a Steven that's actually yawning. I love seeing that. Go ahead, Steven. Promote yourself.
You can find me at screenrant.com. Still writing all sorts of stuff about Avatar box office because I guess that's still making money. Find me there. You can also find me at the Snyder Minute podcast with BVS by the minute at snyderminute.com. And we just did for our Patreon a whole breakdown of all of this stuff. And always got more stuff coming up, and like that, talking and writing and stuff. So
talking and writing and stuff.
Listen and read, and maybe you'll learn something. Maybe you'll be entertained. I don't have anything else to say, so I guess that's whoever's next can go now.
That's when you know Steven's tired. Go ahead, Ray.
On Twitter at the Flightcast. Theflightcast.com is where you can find my blog and my weekly show. All of this, I don't know how I'm going to, all the articles, all the notes, I don't know how I'm going to talk about all of it tomorrow, but I will try. And then, of course, on Sunday, we've got, I had like 5 emails of feedback the day of the announcement, and then it just kept growing, and there's going to be more by tomorrow. So that's going to be another 3 hours of talking with everybody about how they feel and answering questions about the DCU slate and everything going forward. If you don't listen to me for DC stuff, don't listen to it. But skip this week. Skip this week. It's just James Gunn, DC. That is on the brain. And Patreon.com/theflightcast. At some point, I'm glad Steven brought up Avatar for a second, because there are still 3 IMAX showings at my local theater here. So at some point, I'm gonna watch one of them and talk about that movie and probably
I don't know
review
if
it.
you should. It's not really that cultural relevant. I tuned into the stream last week, and I couldn't believe what I was hearing while I was playing a video game. I was like, this is going on for a while, but Enosh fought the good fight for a bit there.
Yeah, he was definitely outnumbered on that.
It was Emily, my wife's first time for the experience of the stream, and because she's never listened. I'm sorry, Dave, and she's like, oh man, he's really going hard on this. He's really like she didn't like Avatar either, but it was just funny. It was like a 6 versus 1 situation, but he kept coming back and he kept coming back.
The most amusing thing for me by far in that was as he was launching into his cultural relevance, Steven just like, oh no.
Oh yeah, I literally said to Ellen like, oh watch what's about to happen here, and then I saw Steven's eyes lit up. I'm like, see, I know these people, I know them like TV characters, I know that. And then he said something that was gonna get Ray, and I'm like, oh watch how Ray's gonna react right here. I know it's coming. It was great.
Good time.
Yes,
Good time.
Yes.
And then watch Scott not give a shit because he hasn't seen any of these movies.
Yeah. All right, Saggy. Yeah, exactly.
Huh? What happened? I mean, what? What? Huh?
Huh?
What happened?
You're supposed to be signing off now, Saggy.
Signing off.
Oh, I'm Saggy. I do stuff on YouTube. That is my
There you
thing.
go. There you go. Sagging wagon. All right, and now Scott.
Of course, you can find me on Twitter at ScottDC27. You can find my podcast at DC Squadcast, where podcasts can be found. We're on Vero, Facebook, YouTube, with the entire network of shows at squadcastmedia.com, which does include our review of the official trailer number 2 of Shazam! Fury of the Gods. I'm sure Tim and I will be recording our review in the next few days about the new slate. But then, of course, this Sunday, as you can find us every Sunday here at Film Junkee, come join us at 9 o'clock Central, where we'll be talking about the next episode of Batman the Animated Series, because I didn't mean to.
Oh no.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
no.
It's Baby Doll.
Baby Doll. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh,
great
wow.
scene in
That
that.
is.
That's going to be a fun one to discuss.
I really like this episode, and as Dave and I've already talk about an ending that fucks you up.
Oh yeah,
that ending. That ending
like
is so heart wrenching.
Yeah.
It really is. Yeah. Oh man,
for sure. It really does pull at those, man. It really kind of goes. Eh. So that'll be a fun one. And yeah, guys, thank you to everybody at the panel. This has been fun as always. We'll talk to you soon. And then, of course, hit that like, thumbs up, do all that, subscribe, follow me on all the sock meds. All right, we will talk to you later.